outside edge, down into the gully. Runs quickly there, out towards Parry. And there is no run. A good start here from Mahmood. Right on it straight away here. And Vasconcelos, who played well in the second innings down at Hove, as did his opening partner here, Rob Newton. A little unsure here first thing. And Mahmood, after that call-up to the England Lions squad, will be keen to show what he can do here as he comes in again. Away from Abington Avenue and bowls a similar ball that just climbs a touch from a straight line, and Vasconcelos knocking it down out towards point this time. And there is no run. Obvious choice, I think, to not contest the toss for Lancashire. The pitches tend to get better to bat on, really, as the game goes on here at Wantage Road. And if it is going to do anything, it's going to be first thing. There's that usual layer of glass on, but maybe just a observation from a distance here. But this pitch does look a little bit drier, I think, than previous wickets. We shall see. As Mahmood is in again, and Vasconcelos struck on the pad. A huge cry for LBW. Umpire says not out. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Yes, Northampton's back at Wantage Road, trying to build on an excellent week down at Hove last week. That record victory against Sussex, their first in the county championship this season. But a huge task here this week against Lancashire, boasting a host of high-quality players, a number of England Test match players among this Lancashire side as well. No toss took place, so Lancashire are in the field, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is immediately under pressure here, trying to repel an excellent opening over from Sabiq Mahmood. Northampton's yet to score in the opening over in the Northampton sunshine. Back with the one-liner, Mahmood coming in again. And Vasconcelos beaten this time outside the off stump. And that ends an absolutely fabulous opening over there from Sabiq Mahmood. Excellent stuff. Only one delivery that was just outside the off stump and gave Vasconcelos the chance to let it go through. But apart from that, everything was at the bat, forcing Vasconcelos to play. There was a bit of movement available for him as well. That was superb stuff. And Vasconcelos did rather well to survive, really, and it will be a significant challenge to try and survive in this opening period. But as ever here at Wantage Road, if you can get through, runs are there to be had. It's going to be a real test for Vasconcelos and Newton here.
Both on the pavilion end, Graham Onions.
So Graham Onions to open up from the Wantage Road end, and just to run you through the two sides here. After Vasconcelos and Newton, Northampton have Richard Levy in the side here this week at the first time in the county championship this season. That's because Alex Wakely split the webbing of his finger of his left hand last week at Hove, dropping a catch on the last day there. Onions in to the right-handed Newton, and Newton, well, he was just trying to play at one that moved away from him, and in the end got the bat just about inside the line and went through to Vias behind the stumps. So Levy in the side here for Northampton, who have Temba Bavuma, Rob Keogh, Adam Rossington, their captain and wicket-keeper. That'll be a change for Lancashire listeners, some Lancashire listeners from where the sides met back in May. Alex Wakely, no longer captain, resigned the captaincy after a heavy defeat to Glamorgan. Rossington taking over. As Onions goes in past the umpire again, right arm over, and Newton, beaten as he caught behind it. There's a huge cry for a catch. Onions can't believe it, but the umpire shakes his head. Well, it nipped back and really rose that off the seam. And Newton beaten on the inside edge. They all thought there was a touch. They all went up, but the umpire, this time at this Wantage Road end, shakes his head, and this time it's Newton with a big life, and he survives. But a great start here for the Lancashire attack. Just to complete the Northampton side, Luke Proctor, Brett Hutt and Matt Coles returns here this week, replacing Sabe, Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson. So two changes for Northampton, Levy and Coles into the team. Out go Wakely and Zabe. As Onions down beneath us. Short sleeve shirt, makes his way in. He'll jump into the crease and bowls outside the off stump here, and Newton is able to let that go through. And for Lancashire, they have Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis, Hasib Hamid and Rob Jones, Dane Villas, the captain and wicket-keeper, Stephen Croft, Josh Bohannon, Stephen Parry, Sabiq Mahmood, Graham Onions and Richard Gleeson. Back to his old stomping ground. 10 wickets in the match when these sides met up at Old Trafford earlier in the season. Will he be back to haunt his old county once again as Onions goes in once more and bowls even further outside the off stump this time. And Newton pays no attention at all. Grateful to let that one skip by. Needed a good save down low, actually, to his right-hand side by Velas behind the stumps. And Northamptonshire remain without score here in the second over on a lovely morning. We're perched up on the television gantry here at the front of the Ken Turner stand. So a perfect view right over the umpire's hat here. From where we were at Hove last week, quite low down. It feels like the MCG this week. Perched nice and high as Onions runs away from our lofty perch. Into the wicket he goes, and Newton has a poke at one that nips away and beats the bat. Superb stuff from Onions, but a seam movement first into the right-handed Newton, now away, but on both occasions just about past the outside edge. And Rob Newton survives here, but if the challenge wasn't obvious already, a significant one for Northampton to try and get through this opening period here. This is the period where Northampton can slip behind in matches with this layer of grass that's always left on the wickets here to get the ball to go through. Onions to complete the over, beats the bat again. Newton pushing forward this time, perhaps a little too keenly, but perhaps in the back of his mind the one that nipped back earlier in the over. But this one went away and went past the outside edge and through to Velas. So two high quality overs in the books here from Mahmood and Onions, and Northampton yet to score off either of them. Newton and Vasconcelos opening up. Northampton sent in on a glorious day. And a very good morning to Scott Reed.
Good morning, Alex. Good morning, everybody. It is a beautiful day, isn't it? Beautiful day. Lovely. And what a stonking view.
Cracker, isn't it?
What we've got. You've done well there, Winter.
Here comes Mahmood up from the Wilson end. Past the umpire he goes, right arm over, and Vasconcelos in his crease, dabbing one down out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Well, earlier in the season the television gantry was to our right-hand side because it was perched there for the Yorkshire 50 overs match here was on television. But there was also two women's T20s against Australia that were here, against West Indies, I beg your pardon, that were here last month. So the television gantry was moved to a more central perch, and we are playing here almost dead centre of the square. A little westward, perhaps, as Mahmood is in again and goes past the outside edge. Vasconcelos pushing forward to a ball he had to play at, and it goes across him, past the outside edge, and through to Villas. An absolutely tremendous start here from the Lancashire opening pair.
It is, yeah, and it's a great opportunity for Saki Mahmood because of that injury that Anderson picked up last week at Seb the School, and because Tom Bailey is still kind of getting back to full fitness with a knee injury. He has the chance to take the new ball to open up with Graham Onions, and yeah, he's made a good start here.
Here he comes again, bounding into the wicket, and Vasconcelos lets a full ball go, just slants across him slightly. Grateful to let anything go, I think, this morning. Vasconcelos, after that opening over there, was just a bit of seam movement, bit of lift for Mahmood. Obvious choice to bowl first here for Lancashire. If it's going to do anything at Northampton, it does it on the first day, as I say, when they leave this decent layer of grass on. But it may just be me, but from this distance this pitch actually looks a little bit drier than some of the wickets we've had here this season. That could just be me. We have had some warmer weather the last few weeks, which may mean this pitch is a bit drier than previous matches, as Mahmood is in again and Vasconcelos forces off the back foot. First stroke in anger really, but mistimes it, runs it away towards point, away to our left hand side, and there is no run.
Well, Lancashire's coaching staff, Mark Chilton, Glenn Chappell, Paul Abbott, who's the cricket director, and Graham Onions all spent quite a long time looking at the pitch this morning, which made me think that perhaps they were a little uncertain as to what to do, because they were giving it a close examination. But when you first get to the ground and you kind of look at what's been left on the surface, you'd feel it was a relatively straightforward call.
Mahmood once again from the far end is in and bowling quite full, and Northampton away here with a single just in front of point. It's a sharp one. Vasconcelos through comfortably enough, and in the third over Northampton off the mark. It's a tremendous start here from the Lancashire opening pair of Mahmood and Onions. Mahmood with the call up to the England Lions squad for the match next Sunday.
Yeah, again another call up for him to the Lions. I mean, he's actually played quite a bit this season for Lancashire, which is excellent, but I mean, there's been times like the last year, 18 months or so, when I felt like he's probably played more for the Lions and more for the age groups in England than he has actually played for for Lancashire, I mean, clearly they rate him at England and want to keep him involved. And his one-day cup campaign kind of speaks for itself this year. He was excellent in the white ball.
Comes into Newton here for the first time, the right-hander. And Newton is beaten by one that goes across him. Just moved away enough. Probably too much, really, to go past the outside edge. Newton was desperately trying to keep the hands and the bat inside the line. But I'll give that one to the bowler. So a cracking start here. Northants won without loss after 3 overs. No toss took place on a beautiful morning in Northampton.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, Alex, he's obviously doing a bit. But the crucial thing at the minute is that they've not edged anything behind. And if he's going to do a bit, you've just got to try and battle through this period for Vasconcelos and for Newton. You've got to, I guess, admit and be comfortable in the knowledge that the ball is going to beat you quite a few times. That's just going to happen. And they've got to hang in there and believe it'll get a little easier as the day progresses. But it's an excellent start. Onions kind of speaks for himself this season. He's been terrific, and Mahmood, as I mentioned, has started nicely at the other end.
So Onions from the wanted road end going into Vasconcelos for the first time. 3 slips and a gully in place, and Vasconcelos drives a full ball through cover point and picks up a boundary out towards the scoreboard away to our right hand side. That was very pleasantly played there, full of length outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos leant into it nicely and steered it away to our right hand side for 4 runs. Nicely timed, and Northants 5 without loss. This position here higher up, it feels like I'm commentating at a different ground. Very strange, because I've been on this television gantry many times. Maybe it's the fact that we've got 2 just about international quality bowlers out there operating, coming off big runs. Bit of a sense of occasion, I think, this morning for some reason. Yeah, there's a bit of a buzz around the ground. Yeah, it's good stuff. This is Onions comes in again and bowls down the leg side this time, and Vasconcelos looks to flick it away and misses, and Villas goes to his right hand side to take it, and there is no run. You've been up at the balcony with me before, haven't you?
I've been here before, yeah.
Up on the gantry.
Well, and you've been down to our right, haven't you? Kind of.
Yeah. Normally I have to put up with an angled view for matches played on the eastern half of the square away to our right, though I am working on a plan to rectify that situation as well.
Excellent.
So watch this space. Onions jumping into the wicket again. Outside the off stump he goes, and not quite as full as the ball previously in the over that Vasconcelos drove away handsomely. This time lets it go through to Villas, and there is no run. So yeah, very excited about my plan that could come to fruition to get behind the arm for matches on the eastern half of the square as well. We're pretty much not quite dead centre, because dead centre would be the 4 pitches to the right of the one on which we're playing, the ones that generally reserve for the T20s, those wickets. As Onions goes in again to Vasconcelos, who's forward, dabbing to cover, sharp single attempted here, they run it well. Good piece of judgment, quickly taken before Al Davis could come into his right hand side to collect from mid-off, and Vasconcelos goes to 6, and that's all Northants runs so far. 6 without loss here in the 4th over.
So Northants fresh from a cracking win down at Sussex then?
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while since Northants have been in action for some reason.
You had a week off last week?
Finished a day early.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, finished last Tuesday, but they have had 4 clear days since that match. Bit of a decent break, as Onions is in to Newton, the right-hander, who drives pleasantly through the covers here. We'll get probably a couple of runs out towards the covered stand to our left. No, just one. They turned down the chance of a second. It was a good scramble by the fieldsman, chasing away to our left-hand side, and they got just a single. But Newton is away, and Northants are 7 without loss. I've been pretty busy as well. Was down in London for a couple of days, and then back up to the East Midlands on Friday night, and then back here today. So it just feels for some reason like it's been a while since Northants have been in action. Hasn't been too long, but I think the players, certainly the bowling coach, have been grateful for Northants to have the extra day off. 4 matches on the spin here for Northants. Played 2 of them, 2 more to come here this week, and then Chesterfield starting on Sunday. Onions round the wicket to Vasconcelos, 1.5 foot wide of the off stump, and the left-hander allows it to go through to Villas, and the over comes to an end. So 4 gone here this morning, beautiful sunny day, and a bit of a buzz around Wantage Road. An exciting start with some good bowling, but so far Newton and Vasconcelos intact. Vasconcelos 6, Newton 1, And Northants 7 without loss, with myself, Alex Winter and Scott Reed.
It's a bit of a statement win, that, wasn't it, down at Sussex? I mean, it looked pretty emphatic looking at the scorecards.
Having been 90 for 6 on the first morning, to win by 390 runs was quite some effort.
Superb. There is Mahmood for like a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Yeah, it was a good win. I was at Sedbergh School last week, so we're keeping our eyes across the different scores, and that looked like a really eye-catching result. And Sussex being hammered at home. Mahmood bowls, and he played forward by Newton, just into the offside, and there is no run. And a win this week for Northants not only kind of keeps Northants very much in touch with not just Sussex in third, but get them within kind of arm's reach of Lancashire as well. So a lot riding on these next 4 days, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of games in succession. We're in this period of now of the season. Lancashire is exactly the same. It's kind of game after game after game before we break for T20. A slightly better feel as to how it'll look at the end of this period. I moved into Newton once more off the back foot, trying to drive it into the offside, but can't get that ball beyond Alex Davis, who's kind of covering two positions at a regulation mid-off and extra cover, kind of floating in between the two. And there's no run. There is Onions at mid-on. Gleeson is at square leg, back at his former ground. There will be a fine leg down below us, that's Keaton Jennings. And then there are three slips, Croft, Jones and Hamid at 1, 2 and 3. Gap to Parry at gully, and then Bohannon at point. Mahmood bowling a ball that's wide of off stump and left by Newton and taken by Villas, Lancashire's wicket keeper. And there is no run. 7 without loss here at Wanties Road, through the first 20 minutes of play on the opening day of this county championship fixture between two sides who will feel as though they've got a bit of momentum going their way. Northants fresh from that win that we mentioned. Lancashire yet to lose this season. Proved to be a little frustrating last week at Sedbergh against Durham, without Jimmy Anderson and Liam Livingston the final day. Couldn't really bowl Durham out. They were depleted in their options. Bowls once more. It's come off an inside edge from Newton up onto his toes, and the ball ricochets down past his leg stump, and Villas comes up from behind to field, and again there's no run.
Yeah, resisted quite well on the final day there, Durham, it seemed.
He did, yeah. I think if Lancashire had a fully fit bowling options, I mean, actually Livingston was just as big a miss in a way as Anderson, because the ball was starting to turn on that final day. So not only did they have Anderson missing, but then they had no spin option. Croft bowled a few overs, but hasn't bowled much this season, and Livingston's offered a good threat with the ball as well. Mahmood in, and Newton flirts with that, pushing forward, and the ball just nips away past the edge and through to the keeper, and there's no run. But yes, it was excellent resistance from Durham, who, again, they were fresh from a good win at Sussex themselves.
Very much so, yeah. It's all got very, very tight all of a sudden, as in Division 2. I'd say everybody is in the mix for promotion. It's quite remarkable how it's turned out. Assume that there'd be one or two of the pre-season favourites might have jumped out and be running away with it, but it is really, really tight.
3 slips away. Newton taps his bat. The mood comes in and bowls, and then just nips back in and cramps him for room, but he brings his bat down in the nick of time. Ball squirts out into the offside. No run. That completes the over number 5 of the morning, and Northants are 7 without loss.
So the round begins this week with Glamorgan top of the table, quite remarkably so, really,
just about,
given pre-season expectations. Played 9, 127 points. Lancashire played a game fewer, 124. Then comes Sussex, played 9, 99 points. Derbyshire played 8, 87 points. Northants played 8, 82 points. Worcestershire and Gloucestershire both played 7, 81 and 80 points apiece.
As Onions comes right on over the wicket to Vasconcelos, but down the leg side. A wonderful take by Dane Villas. That ball seemed to go wide and get wider, and he had to leap out to his right hand side to get a glove on that, and did really well, the Lancashire keeper.
And then Durham, Leicestershire and Middlesex have all played 8 games each. Durham top of that little pile at the bottom, 76 points, Leicestershire 73, and the Middlesex, bottom of the table, 72 points. But you wouldn't rule any of those sides out with how tight it is.
You wouldn't, no. It makes for great fun to watch. This is driven by Vasconcelos to mid-off where Davis fields and there's no run.
So the gap at the moment, third placed Sussex, 99 points, to Middlesex, bottom of the table, 72 points. Pretty much one victory. And Sussex haven't played a game more than Middlesex at the bottom of the table. So it really is up for grabs, these promotion spots.
The Glamorgan turnaround this season has been outstanding, hasn't it? Compared to, obviously, last season, there's Onions balls, again, down the leg side, taken by Villas, and there's no run. Turnaround's been extraordinary.
Yeah, there's been a few factors. Marnus Labuschagne has come in and been excellent, the Australian batsman. Marcin de Lange has been fit. Only played 3 games last season, but came roaring in here at Northampton and bowled a couple of really fearsome spells. Talking to the Northants batsmen, they said it was one of the quickest bowlers they'd faced in their career.
Change of angle for Onions. He comes right on around the wicket, angled in towards Vasconcelos, who punches to mid-off, and Davis does well, tumbling to his right to stop it, and there's no run.
And Billy Root has been in a cracking signing from Notts as well. Raised a few eyebrows when Root, who was pretty much a fixture of the Notts side in all formats, maybe not the Championship last year, but certainly played a lot of one-day cricket for them. But down to Cardiff he went and has had a good season as well. But a change of coaching down there as well. Matthew Maynard has provided a real steal, I think, to them.
Onions bowls, just back of the length to Vasconcelos, who goes up onto his toes and steers it to mid-on, no run.
A new captain there as well. So just a few things have changed, a few key personnel doing well. That's been the key thing. I compare the runs that Labuschagne has scored to the runs that Temba Bavuma has scored for Northants. Both test batsmen, but Labuschagne with a far greater haul of runs than Bavuma has provided so far for Northants.
Onions in the sunshine, bounds his way back in, balls once more, it's wide this time. And gathered again by Villas, who's been busy, darting to his left and to his right so far. Takes it just in front of first slip. It completes the over. It's a maiden for Onions, and 6 have been bowled. And Northamptonshire was 7 without loss. Well, that's excellent, isn't it? Yeah, makes it nice and competitive, makes it good to watch. Lancashire will feel as though, they've had 4 wins this season. Lancashire probably, not been for, well, a bit of rain at Worcester, quite a lot of rain at Worcester when they bowled them out for about 80, and then water under the pitch at Cheltenham for a couple of days. They probably will feel as though they've got 6 wins on the board and a big way back to Division 1, but not the case. Plenty of work still to do. Mahmood starts afresh over bowls, whipped away through the onside by Newton, but went straight to Richard Gleeson, who's just in front of the square leg umpire, and there is no run.
Very handsomely flicked there from Newton, wasn't it?
It was.
Made himself a half-century, second innings down at Hove last week. Well, they gave away the chance of a few more runs with a loose shot out of the tee. It was off the back of a lean run, really. 3 failures for him on return to the side after his groin problem.
Taps his bat now. Mahmood runs in towards us, bowls over the wicket, just flashing forward and pushing out into the offside, out to Bohannon, who comes stomping up from point to field, no run. Newton and Vasconcelos being tested here by Mahmood and by Onions. They'll need a bit of good fortune to go their way. They know they're going to get beaten by a couple. It's inevitable, certainly early on. A bit of green tinge to the pitch and a hard new ball, and 2 bowlers bowling well. A little bit of good fortune to go their way, and be hoping that if they can get through it, it gets a little easier. Mahmood back into Newton, who's squared up. That does come off an edge. It bounces down in front of Stephen Parry, who plays his first game of the season for Lancashire. He's at gully, and he stops the ball just going down to his right-hand side. His last game, first class match for Lancashire, was against Hampshire at Southampton last year. So he's had to wait a wee while for his place in the team. Actually, indeed, as Parkinson. Parkinson played quite a lot of first-class matches at this stage last season, but again, has barely featured so far. I think probably because of the way that Livingston's bowling has developed. They've not really had to go that kind of first choice spinning option. Oh, again that's come off an edge, but played down into the ground. It was almost stopped by Hamid at gully, squared him up, a genuine delivery that squared the batsman open, came off the shoulder of the bat, and Hamid went low down to his right to try and stop it, and the ball thuds into the advertising board down below us. That's 4 runs. A little streaky, kind of moral victory to the bowler, but runs on the ball for Northamptonshire, 11 without loss.
Yeah, very much so. Genuine nick, I thought, and not quite carrying to Hamid. Just maybe playing a touch away from his body so far, Newton, but mindful, as I said before, the one from Onions first up, the nip back, and huge cry for caught behind. Onions was convinced.
Yeah, it was. It was a big appeal.
Massive appeal, wasn't it?
One of those where you can appeal, then you actually go again. Mid-appeal, you start afresh. Mahmood bowls. Oh, left by Newton. And that one's come sharply back in, and Villas rather has had to go down to his left-hand side to get that, and there's no run. 11 without loss.
Yeah, that's the one in the back of his mind there that comes back at the right-hander. Both of these bowlers getting it to go both ways so far, and very skillful operations so far from Mahmood and Onions. And the swing there was rather after it had passed the bat, really, as Newton shouldered arms. It maybe looked a bit more dramatic than it actually was when it was level with the batsman shouldering arms. 11 without loss, and Mahmood coming in to complete the over. Bounds in towards us and bowls back over length. And this is worked away back at a square by Newton. Some welcome runs towards the signal box away to our left-hand side. And they come back comfortably for that second run. And Newton goes to 7 at the end of the 7th over. So a really competitive opening 28 minutes or so here at Wantage Road. No toss took place on a lovely sunny day. There is plenty of cloud around, but plenty of blue sky as well. And plenty of lovely warming sunshine. I've got the shades on at the moment. Vasconcelos is there on 6, Newton on 7, and Northants 13 without loss here at Wantage Road. Elsewhere, a lot of cricket going on today. Big game of the day is down at Canterbury, where England's women are taking on Australia in the 3rd ODI of the Ashes series. For those not familiar with the format, it's a multi-format Ashes series for the women. 3 ODIs, 3 T20s and a solitary test match. As Onions sets off on the Wantage Road, goes into Vasconcelos, playing forward, thick inside edge down towards long leg. They run the first one hard, but one is all they'll get, down towards the bank of yellow seats on the far side of the ground. So Vasconcelos goes to 7, 14 without loss. But England's women have lost the first 2 ODIs there, both were at Leicester, and they've moved down to Canterbury today. England won the toss, chose to field first, and have Australia 26 for 1 there in the 8th over. And you feel that England really need a win, because you get 2 points for winning a one-day match in the format, as Onions goes into Newton, who edges, and well, does it carry to Hamid at 3rd slip? Newton just stands in his crease looking back at the wicket. Onions has his hands on his hips and bends down, looking at the ground in frustration, as if to say that did carry to Hamid. Forward at 3rd slip to his left-hand side. Hamid looking a little disappointed with himself, and Onions slaps his legs again, and I think that may have been a chance to Hamid there. So Newton with a life on 7, I reckon, and Hasib Hamid with the drop. Frustration for Onions, who goes in again past the umpire, and Newton gets one that just nips back this time. He plays from the crease out towards mid-on, where Mahmood does the fielding, and there is no run. So I'll put a question mark next to that delivery from Onions, but by the reaction certainly of Onions, I don't think it would have reacted in quite that manner of disappointment had they felt the catch hadn't carried down low to Hamid. It was a tough chance down low, but I think Hamid just got his hands there as Onions goes in again, and Newton, is beaten on the outside edge this time. It's a beauty. Angled in, swings away, and Newton played it on the walk, was beaten all ends up. High class stuff this from Graham Onions, who once again has showed what a quality operator he's been this season, and almost finding the outside edge once again there of Rob Newton. And Newton really doing well to survive a very, very tricky period here so far. High class stuff from Onions, who goes in again, past the umpire, and Newton gets a wider ball this time here that he's able to let go through to the keeper. And there is no run, 14 without loss. So Onions so far this season, this is his 8th match, and he currently has 32 wickets at 19. So a cracking season for him. Lancashire's leading wicket taker. Anderson not playing here because that injury picked up on the last day at Sedbergh has taken 30 wickets at just 9 this season. Remarkable stuff. As Onion sets off again and bowls 4 but 2 straight and gets whipped away for 4 runs. Out to the big screen away to our right hand side. Northants batting first here, having come off the back of a really fine win at Sussex last week, their first of the season in the County Championship, winning there by 393 runs, a record victory for them to get them off the mark in 2019. And all of a sudden that victory has propelled them up the table into 5th place in Division 2 and very much back into the promotion shake-up. But a big task here this season, playing everyone's favourites to win Division 2, Lancashire, and they're batting first. No toss took place, as is generally the case here at Wantage Road. Opposition first on a green tinged surface, but Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Newton have so far just about got through intact the opening half an hour of play. Rob Newton has just struck a boundary to go to 11. Vasconcelos is with him on 7, and North loss. A couple of changes here this week for Northants. There's no Alex Wakely, who split the webbing on a finger of his left hand, dropping a catch on the final day at Hove last week. And Matt Coles is also back into the side in place of Saif Zaid, the left-arm spinner who came into the side last week and batted quite well, certainly in the first innings, made a vital half-century. But Coles, the man on loan from Essex, is back here to play for Northants this week, and Richard Levy is the man coming in for Alex Wakely. But for the moment, we're watching Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Newton trying to get through a very tricky opening spell here with Sadiq Mahmood, the England Lions bowler, and Graham Onions, the former England Test bowler, are bowling very well so far with the new ball. We're in the 9th over of the morning, and Northants are 22 without loss. Back with you on line, Vasconcelos clipping that away for 4 quite handsomely. Faces Mahmood again, and he drives, not past mid-off, good save by the fieldsman, sliding away to his left-hand side. It was Al Davis in there. Davis, who was injured when the sides met up at Old Trafford back in May. Thumping win there for Lancashire. And Davis joined us on commentary for a period in that game, which is lovely. Hopefully Alex Wakely is going to join us at some point throughout this match. Not involved this week because of, as I say, that injury to his left hand. Dropping a catch he should have taken really on the last day at home, but it mattered not really for Northants as Mahmood comes in again from the far end and goes through Vasconcelos. And Villas can't take it from behind the stumps either because it swung away and dipped on him. But I don't think it was an edge anyway, but it flew through. Good pace here from Mahmood. A bit of sea movement away from the left-hander. And this is excellent, excellent stuff. And how Lancashire haven't struck so far is anyone's guess. Big shout for LBW, but Vasconcelos survived. What we think was a drop catch from Newton the previous over, and a huge caught behind appeal that was also turned down as Mahmood comes in again and bowls outside the off stump. Here it climbs through to Villas, who has to almost retreat to take it up by his right armpit. Really good carry here with the new ball from Mahmood. Often the case, certainly on the first day of games here at Northampton, when grass is left on the wicket to provide that bit of pace and carry, and it's going through really nicely here this morning. That's what everybody needs, a bit of pace and carry just to get the ball to go through. Batsmen like it because the ball comes onto the bat. Nothing a bowler hates more than the ball not carrying through. 22 without loss. As Mahmood comes in again past the umpire, and this is straighter, too straight really, and just touched out by Vasconcelos to Gleeson, away to our right hand side at forward square leg, and there is no rain. Gleeson, who a moment or so ago was just limbering up, so maybe preparing for his opening burst of the day back on his old stomping ground. His wickets back in 2017 almost helped Northants to promotion. Had a cracking campaign. as Mahmood comes in to complete the over, his 5th of the morning. And Vasconcelos driving, and this time it gets past Al Davis at mid-off. And this is running down towards the ice cream van, bobbling away out towards the boundary, going quite slowly, but does reach the rope. A forlorn chase from Onions there, going to his right-hand side from mid-on. And the over comes to an end with a boundary to Vasconcelos, who goes to 15. And after 9 overs, Northants sent in are 26 without loss, with myself, Alex Winter, and Scott Reed.
Well, mentioned before that Northants might need a little bit of good fortune to get through this morning session. I think there was a chance put down there by Hamid. It looked like a dropped chance. So perhaps a little bit of good fortune on that occasion. The ball's done plenty this morning, but crucially for Newton and for Vasconcelos, they are still there. So if they can get through this Onions and Mahmood period, Lancashire's first change will be Gleeson, kind of gone with 3 frontline seamers again, and then the all-round option of Bohannon, who bowls a bit of medium pace, and they'll bring Parry into the equation as well at some stage. But Lancashire should be desperate that Onions and Mahmood make some breakthroughs with this new ball.
So 9 overs gone, 26 without loss. And Onions, with his short sleeve shirt, has still got 3 slips in a gully. Going into Newton, the right-hander. And Newton is forward, driving a little aerially. Was pushing at that, realised the ball wasn't quite there for the drive. Tried to pull out, really, just turned the bat in his hands there. And it looped slightly out towards Gleeson at square leg, but well short of the fieldsman, away to our right-hand side, standing next to the umpire down there. David Milnes and Chris Watts, the men standing down in front of us. Similar builder of this pair, fairly tall.
They are, aren't they? What features do they have that distinguish them apart?
Onions bounds in again, past the umpire, down the leg side. This strikes the thigh guard and goes away to the right-hand side of Gleeson at square leg. So they go through for a leg by, I think it's Chris Watts at this Wantage Road end. That would be my initial guess.
I mean, they're also both
quite broad-shouldered, aren't they?
They are, and wearing identical, have grown identical silver beards as well. Oof. So not only do they kind of physically look alike, they've both gone for a little grey beard, nicely trimmed and shaped as well.
27 without loss. Onions into the left-handed Vasconcelos outside the off stump and let go through. Well, to be fair, I had heard that was the umpire's look of 2019, really.
Well, in that case,
little silver beard.
These two have pulled it off beautifully, if that's the case. If that's the official ECB regulation for 2019, that the umpires must have a well-manicured silver beard. These two are leading the way, setting the example.
Both looking very sharp, both looking very officious. They both look like New York cops, actually, don't they? At the moment, standing there with the sun hats on, as Vasconcelos drives very nicely through cover point, and we'll get 4 runs here. Ever so slightly over pitch from Onions, and Vasconcelos leant on that really well and timed it splendidly. Away to the big screen to our right-hand side for a boundary, goes to 19, and Northants got a 31 without loss.
Yes, a high-class shot, though, isn't it? Because, as you mentioned, he over-pitched, but it's only a fraction. He was a fraction over-pitch from Onions. There's not too much wrong with it, but it goes to show at this level, when if you get it a millimetre or 2 wrong, these guys can put that away, and that is a beautiful shot.
Onions sets off again. With his slightly greying hair nowadays, goes in, bowls just outside the off-stump, well left this from Vasconcelos. It was a decent length delivery, rocked forward, shouldered arms, and again it climbs through the Villas behind the stumps, who takes it around shoulder height.
He's still going strong, Mr. Onions. Had a fabulous year. I mean, lots of attention when Lancashire play this year has been on Anderson for understandable reasons, but actually Onions has been probably the pick of the bowlers so far. He's been absolutely outstanding for Lancashire. I think he drew level with wickets taken with Jimmy last week against Durham.
Goes in again, does Onions. Vasconcelos drives again, this time slightly aerially. There's a half save at backward point by Bohannon, and the ball escapes through for a single, and Bohannon may have a problem here. Well, he stayed down on the ground, and immediately 2 teammates have come up to have a word, and I think the physio is being called on. It was a firm stroke in the air for a time, and the ball bounced very awkwardly in front of him. They escaped for a single. The score's gone to 32 without loss, but Bohannon, I think, has a problem. He's on his back now. Is it a hand? Is it an ankle?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to look here now. He's rolled
He is in some pain,
back, hasn't he?
I don't think it would be a hand, because he's moving his hands and arms around quite freely. It may be a knee here. The Lancashire physio has come out to attend to him, and well, this is quite concerning.
He kind of fell awkwardly, didn't he?
Yeah, and he is on the square there, so a very hard part of the ground. It may be his left knee that he's got a problem with here. 3 Lancashire fieldsmen, including Villas, the captain, are around him here with quite concerned faces, and Bohannon is flat on his back, and the Lancashire physio is attending to his left knee. He went down to his left hand side to try and field that. The ball bounced awkwardly in front of him, and I think leaning forward, hopefully has just jarred his knee. He is now getting back to his feet. He's got his left trouser leg rolled up now. He does roll it back down and is limping around, and I think, yeah, the Lancashire physio has signalled that a substitute fieldsman is needed. He is moving okay here, Bohannon, which is good news. He is limping, albeit off the ground, but he is up walking by himself, so he doesn't need any support, and hopefully he has just jarred his knee here, and the pain and the discomfort will be short-lived. But he is limping reasonably significantly, but from what might have been feared, looks actually okay, I think, which is great news.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's actually walking off the field is encouraging,
Yeah.
not having to be kind of carried off or anything like that. But the concern for Villas will be that Bohannon would be a serious bowling option. He'd be wanting Bohannon to bowl a lot of overs, as I mentioned before, in the way he will look at these bowlers, Gleeson and Mahmood and Onions, and then after that Bohannon would bowl a lot, with Parry making up the rest of the overs as well. So Bohannon has a big part to play with the ball here, crucially for Villas. So that's an option which at the minute has been taken away from him. But as you say, he's at least he's walking off the field and unaided, which hopefully is encouraging. But that's obviously a blow for in the immediate future. That's a blow for Lancashire and for Villas, because that's a bowling option that he's without for a second week in a row. He's lost a bowler and having to kind of piece together different bowling options. We saw Keaton Jennings bowl last week against Durham for the first time this season, again because of the Anderson-Livingston injury. So yeah, he's going to have to, well, first he'll be hoping that Bohannon's okay, and secondly he'll be hoping that he's back on the field sooner rather than later, and he can get him out there and use him as a bowling option. But at the moment he's sat on the balcony in front of the dressing rooms, and he's receiving a bit of treatment. So the first change sees Gleeson replacing Mahmood. Gleeson bowls, goodness me, that takes off, wowzers. Dearie me. And that's Villas going up onto his toes with his gloves above his head to take that. Wow, that soaring, rearing bounce from Gleeson first up to Newton and through to Villas. No run, 32 without loss, 45 minutes of play into the 11th over of the Northamptonshire first innings. 3 slips and a gully awaiting for Gleeson, who bowls straighter ball, worked into the onside by Vasconcelos, apologies. And there is no run. The 12th man, who's currently at point, a blonde-haired young man, is Chris Sanders, who was named in the squad for this game. He's only 19. He's played a couple of second-team games and did well against Warwickshire last week. Picked up 6 wickets in the match against Warwickshire, including the wicket of Ian Bell. So he's been drafted into the squad, currently on his 12th man. There's Gleeson bowls, a wide ball gathered by Villas. And there's no run, but Villas taking it in front of first slip and then goes behind second slip by the time he's finished skipping to his left-hand side. The ball has done plenty this morning. Beaten the bat a few occasions. They've had an edge put down by Hamid. Vasconcelos and Newton are still there for Northamptonshire. Newton on 11, Vasconcelos on 20. And it's the latter on strike. Gleeson turns from the Lynn Wilson end. On the cloudy skies now, but hopefully see the sun emerge again. Ball's in a straighter ball, but onto the pads of Vasconcelos, and that's whipped out through the onside. It might beat the chase of Onions, it does, out towards a wide mid-wicket for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 36 without loss. Vasconcelos moves up to 24.
Yeah, thankfully we've got left and right-handers out here, so to the uninitiated you could just about tell who's who, but the scoreboard, they have had some trouble with it. So at the minute it has Newton on strike, but it is flicking the board over to the correct batsman.
Gleeson in, again that's wide, and again that bounces and through to Villas with good lift once more. That's taken again at kind of shoulder height. He's been busy, Villas, goodness me, he's been the busiest man of the day so far. Ball's leaping up and taking off and spearing down the leg side and moving away quite considerably as it passes the off stump. He's had a busy 45 minutes, Dane Villas. Lancashire's wicket keeper and captain. Gleeson drifts in again over the wicket to Vasconcelos, and that's left by Vasconcelos and just nips back in as it goes past the batsman, and Villas takes it just shaping to his right hand side as well. There's a real mixture of all sorts from that over from Richard Gleeson, and probably saved the very best until the last there, the Lancashire bowler. But Vasconcelos has survived it. He's 24, Newton's on 11, Northamptonshire off 36 without loss.
Elsewhere, Australia 61 for 1 against England down at Canterbury. That's the 3rd women's ODI, a game you feel that England need to win. Already 2 rubbers down in the series, 4-0 on the points tally.
Yeah, it's this multi-format, isn't it? Onions bowling and Newton playing and missing and through to the keeper, no run. There's 1-day internationals, there's 1 test match and a couple of T20s.
Correct,
like
yeah. I think you get double points for the test match, so 4 points if you win the test, 2 points each for a win in one of the 1-day matches. So after this, a test match to come at Taunton, and then 3 T20s. But if England were to be swept in the ODI series, to go 6-0 down already, that would be a long way back from there.
I like the idea of the multi-format system. I think that's quite good fun, that. And it brings a different element to it. And obviously, they don't play a lot of test cricket at international level, the women. There's Onions balls, and Newton going back and defending into the offside, no run. But to introduce that into a series with the traditional kind of 50 over and T20 stuff, I think it's really good.
Yeah, very much so. And a lot of chat about this in women's rugby as well. There's absolutely no reason why the women's game as it develops needs to copy the men's. So the big argument in women's rugby is that you don't necessarily need to have the women's Six Nations as it is replicating the men's Six Nations, because they are not the strongest teams in the world in the women's game.
Onions comes over the wicket and bowls. Oh, that's an edge, yes, and taken by Villas. And that's the end of Newton. He was teased into playing at that shot. It's a beautiful delivery from Onions, just drifting in, pitching and nipping a fraction away, bringing Newton forward, edge behind, Villas tumbling catch to his right hand side, and Onions strikes with a lovely delivery to dismiss Rob Newton for 11. 36 for 1 Northamptonshire, the first wicket down, to the relief of Lancashire, who have, as I mentioned before, have gone past the bat quite a few occasions this morning.
So Newton dropped on 7, can't go any further. It was a loose one, wasn't it? Driving outside the off stump, nicely bowled, full of length, swinging away, thin edge, comfortable catch. But Newton will be disappointed, having survived, got through 50 minutes so far. It was not untroubled by any stretch of the imagination, but reasonably solid opening stand of 36, and they'll feel he's slightly given that away. And it brings Richard Levy out here at number 3 to play his first championship innings of the summer here.
It's Richard Levy,
Josh Cobb
by Imperial Cars.
was preferred to him in the opening couple of matches of the season, and Levy played throughout
Gold Onions for 11, scored off 30 balls.
The 1-day campaign with not a great deal of success, it must be said. He only once went past 50, The score of 48 in there, but quite a few failures. It was a poor campaign for him. Also made a golden duck here against the Pakistan touring side. So a little bit of a leap of faith, it must be said, for Levy to come back here, particularly in at number 3 to replace Wakely, who split the webbing of his finger on his left hand, dropping a catch last week. Has been a fixture of the side already in the Championship, Richard Levy for Northampton for a number of years, but not so this season. And a big challenge here to come out and face a very fresh ball in the 12th over against a high quality attack.
Yeah, not necessarily a fixture at number 3 for Northamptonshire.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, when he first came, he was up the order and then found a role at number 5 generally. Yeah, was trot at the top of the order to start with, but not with a great deal of success. First few years he was here.
Well, here's a little wander out towards square legged as Levy just get himself settled and ready to face his first delivery that Onions will serve up to him. He brings Levy onto that front foot and pushes out into the offside, and Sanders, the 12th man, sprints up from point to field, and Levy's off the mark straight away. A little push and go, gets himself a run and keeps the strike as well. Moves to 1, score advances on to 37 for, well, I think it might be 38. He's got Onions at 5 point. Oh no, that's right, 37 for 1. I apologise to the scoreboard. I hope they've not added the run, but they have.
First rule of gambling, go with your gut.
Yeah, well, if that had been the case, everybody would be a winner. Vasconcelos, he's on 24, so Onions has got 2 balls left of this spell. He's changing his field. He wants Gully, which is Stephen Parry, to position himself at a short extra cover, and 12th man Chris Sanders has been pushed deeper at points. 3 slips, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Onions ball, oh, beautiful delivery. That really is an absolute snorter, and Onions is convinced that's come off an edge. Umpire says no to Onions' utter frustration, almost kind of visible anger. It was an absolute snorter that cut the batsman completely in half, but the umpire said it missed everything. And through to the keeper it went. Vasconcelos survives. Onions can't believe it. He's walking back to his mark and peering skywards.
Well, like you say, an absolute snorter. It's leapt off a good length, hasn't it? Nipped back. And I think, well, certainly in the view of the umpire, it's gone past the inside edge and maybe just caught a bit of shirt perhaps on the way through. If it has done, it's a cracking decision.
It's a belter of a call if it has, yeah. Onions bowled wide this time, just pushed across Vasconcelos and gathered by Villas, and Onions kind of slaps his hand on his thighs and collects his cap from the umpire. End of the over. What a terrific delivery that was, and if he didn't get a little inside edge and it did just perhaps flick the jumper, it's an outstanding call from the umpire as well. 12 overs gone, 37 for 1 Northamptonshire.
Oh, what a great 55 minutes this has been so far here. Some cracking bowling. Vasconcelos and first Newton trying to settle. Now the wicket. And now a huge task ahead of Richard Levy, who last season played 11 championship matches, 492 runs at 26. So a modest return ready for Levy, but that was all down the order.
Levy preparing to face Gleeson for the first time. He's tossing the ball from one hand to the other at the top of his long run-up. Richard Gleeson now glides in and bowls. Again, that's wide with a good bounce and carry through to the keeper, Villas. only into the mid-arm. He's got his hands on the back of his head. He's run his fingers through his hair. He's put his hands on the back of his head. You can tell Onions is still chuntering away to himself, distraught that he did not get the outcome he was hoping for.
He could not believe it, could he?
No.
He was aghast when the finger didn't go up.
Gleeson to Levy, and that brings him forward, nips away and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
He would have been used to facing a bit of this in the nets. Not too often, I don't think, because I think when Gleeson was winding up for a net here at Northampton, a few batsmen would go skulking away for a a gym session or a bit of video analysis.
He's not played for a wee while, Richard Gleeson. I mean, after a wonderful start to the season, as he bowls to Levy, it's wide, and Levy's hopping onto his front foot there and gathered by the keeper. There's no run. He had a stonking start, didn't he? He got wickets against Northamptonshire.
10 of them, I think, in
that's
that match.
correct, yeah. 5 for 63 and then 5 for 50. And then he picked up wickets the following game against Worcestershire, 6 the following game, and then I went into the Gloucestershire match. But he's not played the previous 3 games. He's missed games against Worcestershire and Derbyshire, and last week against Durham. So back into the side. Had a bit of a niggle through that period of time as he bowls, and it's a little uppish off the top half of the bat there, just up towards mid-off. It bounces probably 4 or 5 yards in front of Davis, and there's no run. Yeah, Gleeson getting his chance back in the side because of that injury to Anderson. So he's been carrying a bit of a niggle after setting off the season beautifully. He got 20 odd wickets pretty quickly, Richard Gleeson.
Yeah, 22 at 17 so far, so a really good campaign.
3 slips settle into position. Gleeson running in towards us, balls to Levy, and that's steered down to third man. He's got forward there, Levy, and deliberately, I think, guided that into the ground with a slightly open face of the bat. It's weaved its way between third slip and gully down towards the boundary for 4 runs. I think he's played that quite nicely there, Levy. Score moves on to 41 for 1.
Yeah, got a reasonable stride in, but again, a bit of seam movement away. Plenty happening here with the new ball.
Looking at Josh Barnett to our left on the Lancashire balcony. He's got an ice pack on his left knee. You can see the top of the blue ice pack on his left knee. So just there is a bit of swelling there. I'm just trying to get that under control with Gleeson to Levy. Left, gathered by Villas. And that's the end of the over. 13 ball. We've had an hour's play thereabouts. And Northamptonshire are 41 for 1. Vasconcelos on 24. And Levy on 5.
Thank you, Scott Reed. Alongside myself, Alex Winter here at Wantage Road. Just clouded over a touch, but still very pleasant. Fairly warm. And not much wind to speak of today, which is good news. It was a little chilly for a couple of days here in the last match against Leicestershire, but much warmer this week. And a good crowd in here. And a cracking opening hours cricket as Onion sets off to bowl to Vasconcelos, who's driving and finds mid-off. Davis coming to his left-hand side in there, and there's no run. 41 for 1. Vasconcelos is 24 here. Levy is 5. The man out, Rob Newton, caught behind, having a drive at Onions for 11. And elsewhere, Australia are 92 for 1 after 16 overs against England in the 3rd Women's ODI down at Canterbury. And a host of championship cricket as well this week. Can run you through some scores in a moment as Onions goes into Vasconcelos. Down the leg side, a little flick and a miss from Vasconcelos. Villas to his right-hand side to collect no run. In Division 1 at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire-Warwickshire started yesterday, which was a bit of a surprise, and Hampshire batting first after no toss took place, and it appears the wrong decision because Hampshire have racked up 513 for 7 there. Big runs. Warwickshire have picked themselves up in the last few weeks after a difficult start, but now going quite well as Onions is in again down the leg side, and again Villas takes it very well, this down low to his right hand side. He kept splendidly in the match up at Old Trafford, out-kept Adam Rossington, who was by no means bad, but Villas just that bit sharper, and again there with a good save to prevent what would have been 4 byes. So Hampshire going well at the Aegeus Bowl. The game is starting today. Yorkshire-Essex at Chelmsford. Yorkshire 61 for 3 there. Won the toss and chose to bat first against Essex, who have come with a wet sail the last few weeks as Onions is in again and bowls slightly straighter, very full, and gets clipped through mid-wicket by Vasconcelos, only for a couple of runs out towards the small scoreboard, away to our left-hand side. Gleeson going across to collect, and they get 2 runs to take Vasconcelos to 26, 43 for 1. Somerset, top of Division 1, dispatched Hampshire last week, now playing Notts slightly cut adrift at the bottom of the table, back at Taunton again this week. Somerset 48 for 1 there, won the toss and chose to bat first. Huge favourites going into that game. They want to bat first, make big runs again and control the match. As Onions round the wicket now to Vasconcelos, who flicks slightly across the line here, but with the angle rather, from a full length again down to long leg. And they pick up a single. Vasconcelos goes to 27, 44 for 1. And Surrey against Kent is at the Oval, where there was a delayed start because of some morning rain down in South London. No toss took place, Kent in the field and have a wicket in the first over of the game. Surrey are 1 for 1 there. Division 2 boards. Durham 42 for 1 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, won the toss and chose to bat first. Derbyshire 32 for 1 at Kidderminster against Worcestershire as Onions goes into Levy, who's forward, flicking in the air for a while, but well short of Gleeson at square leg, tumbles down to his left to make the save. And there is no run to end the over. So we've had 14 this morning. And 44 for 1 Northamptonshire. Levy is 5, Vasconcelos 27. And Newton the man out for 11. A very competitive opening hour here. Middlesex Gloucestershire is at Northwood, which I think is Marchant Taylor's school. And Middlesex sent into bat by Gloucestershire 34 for 1. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. A very competitive first hour here. Lancashire in the field, having not contested the toss, and Northampton have lost a wicket in the opening hour. That of Rob Newton, caught behind having a drive at Graham Onions, the former England Test bowler, for 11. But Ricardo Vasconcelos is grinding it out. He's got 28 to his name so far, and Richard Levy, one of 2 changes in the side here for Northants this week, is on 5, and Northants 45 for 1. Those 2 changes, Richard Levy and Matt Coles in the side for Alex Wakely, who split the webbing on his left hand, having dropped a catch at Hove last week, and also Saif Zaid missing out. He was the left arm spinner playing last week but not required this. But Northants competitive in a very tight first hour here. 45 for 1 the score in the 15th over of the morning. Back with you online, and Levy letting one go there from Gleeson outside the off stump. So just to complete those last 2 boards in Division 2, Derbyshire 32 for 1 at Kidderminster. The game switched from New Road because of flooding. Won the toss and chose to bat there, Derbyshire. Middlesex Gloucestershire at Northwood. Middlesex 35 for 1 against Gloucestershire, who did not contest the toss. Gleeson from the far end is in and is driving down the ground. That's nicely played out towards the Wilson stand. Onions is after it and should slide in, just haul it back into play. He does, and they turn and come back for 3. And Onions just stays down here over the boundary's edge on the far side of the ground. Maybe his advancing years here just causing him to take a moment or so before hauling himself back to his feet, but looks absolutely fine, which is great news as they take 3. And Vasconcelos back on strike has 28. Levy now has 5. 45 for 1. Possibly. 48 for 1, I beg your pardon. And Levy is now onto 8. Scoreboard to our right, the big screen, which has had a few gremlins in recent weeks. Just taking its time to flick over there. Does so now as Gleeson is into Vasconcelos, just outside the off stump and well left by the left-hander, shouldering arms. And it's through to Villas behind the stumps. Now, we have an update on Jimmy Anderson's injury. Having picked up at Sedbergh last week. The update is that Anderson has undergone an MRI scan and it's confirmed that he has a low-grade tear of his calf. As Gleeson comes in again past the umpire and Vasconcelos drives backward of point, this will be 4. Runs it away towards the block of white seats towards the signal box to our left-hand side. Wide of the off stump, it was a little risky from Vasconcelos, didn't quite get the weight perfectly into the stroke, but got it away well and picks himself up a boundary, goes to 32 and brings the 50 up for Northants. 52 for 1. So Anderson, with a low-grade calf muscle tear, will now commence a rehabilitation programme with the England and Lancashire medical teams, and he will now miss Lancashire's next 2 championship matches. Obviously here against Northampton we know, but will definitely miss next week now against Sussex as Vasconcelos plays forward to a straighter ball, pushes in front of square leg, and there is no run to end the 15th over of the morning. Northampton's 52 for 1, Levy is 8, Vasconcelos is 32. And this Anderson news continues. He'll be reassessed on an ongoing basis regarding his availability for the first test match of the summer against Ireland at Lord's on the 24th of July, and then the Ashes begins on August the 1st. So Anderson with a low grade calf muscle tear, and won't be seen in the Lancashire shirt for the foreseeable future, Scott Reed, it seems.
Indeed, yes. I think we left Sebba last week, probably believing that would be the case. We knew he'd been ruled out of this game, and it looked inevitable that would be it, really. They would obviously keep him nicely protected for that first test. I mean, the fact that he came out to bat, actually, and he came out with a runner last week, we all felt that maybe it wasn't as serious as first feared.
Mahmood replacing Onions here at the wantage road end. Bowls outside the off stump, and Levy is pushing it with no timing to point for no run.
We're thinking, why on earth would he come out to bat, even with a runner, if he's suffered, serious damage to his calf? Well, obviously he does have a injury of some description, as you've mentioned there, like that tear, low grade tear. But yeah, fingers crossed he'll be all right for in time for the Ashes.
Wish him well. Still 3 slips in the gully here, as there has been throughout the morning, as Mahmood sets off. Goes in right arm over, and Levy again is cutting away towards point. It's half saved by the substitute Chris Sanders in there to his right hand side. The ball bobbles away there for a single, and Levy goes to 9, 53 for 1. So Mahmood's first burst from the Wilson end, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 15. And Onions completing his first spell, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Both of them very accurate, gave little away, caused plenty of problems. But bar that loose drive from Newton, the batting just about up to it so far. As Mahmood goes into Vasconcelos, the left-hander, who's carefully forward here in defence, playing down towards Davis at mid-on. And there is no run. So for Vasconcelos here now, he's gone to 32. There are 2 slips and a gully. And an extra man in the covers here. Hamid has come out into extra cover. There's a backward point. Then mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. As Mahmood turns down beneath a short sleeve shirt, but with an elbow protector on his right arm. Away he goes into the wicket, and Vasconcelos driving, steers it away through cover point. That's 4 more. Has driven the ball very attractively so far this morning. Ricardo Vasconcelos just eased into that, used the pace and pushed it away across the square out towards the big scoreboard for a 7th boundary now, and he goes to 36, 57 for 1.
Yeah, Chris Sanders there, 12th man, who was trying to get after that, but it was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? I was always beating him. It was one of those where he did his best to try and catch up with it, but you never really fancied him to get there.
So they now leave Sanders back at deep point, away to our right hand side, and Vasconcelos just providing 1 or 2 questions here back to the bowlers all of a sudden, as Mahmood sets off again and bowls straighter, but gets pushed away through mid-wicket. This will be 2 more, I fancy, out towards the signal box. Al Davis giving chase away to our left hand side, and they get 2 more to take Vasconcelos now to 38, 59 for 1.
Can I ask a logistical question? So for the benefit of probably mainly Lancashire supporters, because I'm sure you've mentioned it a few times, that we're on this little kind of elevated platform which peers over the top of the sight screen, looking right down the pitch. Cracking view, but to get up to it we have a little metal step ladder to climb.
As Mahmood goes in again past the umpire, and Vasconcelos just forward in defence this time, pushing to Hamid at extra cover, and there is no run to end the 16th over of the morning. 59 for 1 Northants.
Getting up I'm fine with, pretty comfortable at getting up the ladder. Josh Bohannon's coming back on. I
Oh,
think.
good.
Oh, maybe just coming out with a jumper.
Oh, he is actually,
Oh,
yeah.
yes,
He's
yeah.
still moving gingerly,
Yes,
but
he
the
is.
fact that he's moving at all is good news.
Indeed. So climbing up is good. Fine with that. Don't need any logistical advice on that. Coming down, are you going down facing forward, or are you going down with your face into the ladder and climbing it? How are you getting down? What's your preferred option to get down?
I think I have to go facing the ladder. I think that's the
Right.
best way to go.
Okay,
As
yeah.
Gleeson comes in from the Wilson end to Levy, 2 straight, flicked away, past mid-on, not perfectly timed. Onions chasing reasonably leisurely there, out towards the bank of yellow seats, out towards the pub. And they come back for a second run, so Levy into double figures, goes to 11. He hesitates. 61 for 1, indeed. Small scoreboard to our left, flicks over first of all. Yes,
Okay,
normally I
yeah.
go down facing away from the ladder
That's what
because
I've done this morning.
there's a bit of space to sort of jump into. But
Right.
because it's a row of seats directly behind the ladder, it's quite awkward. As Gleeson is in again, and Levy is driving again, this time loosely down towards Davis at mid-off for no run. So you have to be just a bit more careful descending the ladder this week. And I think conventionally down the ladder
Yeah.
in
Okay.
an ordinary
Okay.
ladder descending manner is the way to go.
Well, I shall try that at 12:30. So far, I've gone forward facing down, and it feels like I could just be one false move away
Oh, yeah.
from a broken ankle or something.
It is a little dicey this week, the ladder position, it must be said. As Gleeson bounds in once more. And Levy forward, almost got outside it as it threatened to shape back. He pushes down towards Onions at mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, the television gantry is now tucked in among 2 blocks of white seats up here in this Ken Turner stand. Having before been to our right-hand side, there's a bit of space towards the edge of the stand to our right, adjacent to the Spencer Pavilion over there. The balcony of which is well populated with the live members, and the committee balcony. 61 for 1. And Gleeson moving in again in his short sleeve shirt. And Levy driving. Dive from Davis, doesn't get that, that'll be 4. Out towards the Wilson stand. Firm punch by Richard Levy. And got plenty of it. And Davis scrambling away to his right hand side. Couldn't get across in time with a full length dive. And Levy finds the boundary and goes to 15, 65 for 1. Nice piece of timing from Richard Levy in for his first championship match this summer. Did play against Durham University before the season started, but didn't get too many. And it was Josh Cobb who made a century in that game, and that prompted his selection for the first 2 championship matches. But it's Levy the man back today, replacing Wakely, who's injured, as Gleeson moves in again and bowls, well, a ball down the leg side, and it swings back and beats Villas, who was moving to his left, and it beats Villas off his right hand and goes for 4 byes. That was extraordinary. It was a full length down the leg side. Levy looked to clip it away, missed. Villas was going to his left to take it, and then the ball, having passed the bat, swung back violently to Villas's right and past his right hand and down directly beneath us at the side screen for 4 byes. 69 for 1.
It's been lively this morning.
Hasn't it just?
Dear me.
Gleeson is in again. And Levy looking to flick this away, gets a bit of a leading edge out to Hamid at extra cover, and he goes down now actually. It's not Hamid, I beg your pardon, it's Parry in there, just to his left, but he's back up on his feet in good style. And the over comes to an end, but plenty of action this morning. It's been a really good hour and 15 minutes cricket so far. 69 for 1 Northants sent in. Newton the man out. A loose drive with Onions caught behind for 11. But after that, Vasconcelos played nicely for 38. Levy with him on 15. And Northants 69 for 1 with myself, Alex Winter and Scott Reed.
Yeah, and this is a good hour and 20 minutes, isn't it, for Northants, bearing in mind how much the ball has done. This is just to be 1 down, 70 runs on the ball. Take that. I mean, need a bit of good fortune to go your way. I said it a few times, but you're going to have that as a opening batsman. Certainly when the ball is doing as much as it is at the moment, and this one just pops a little bit on Vasconcelos, who's playing a forward defensive, on top of the bounce. And steering it out towards point, and there is no run. 69 for 1. Fascinating first hour and 15 minutes though. Really intense cricket, and really good to watch. Some high caliber bowling. The ball is offering assistance to the bowlers, both through the air and off the pitch. And a little bit about survival. Well, I say a little bit, almost entirely about survival for Northampton, but actually they've actually progressed at a decent rate. We've got 69 from 17 overs. That one's angled away from Vasconcelos and through to the keeper, and there's no run. So it's not for 4 and over, is it? So that's a good pace. I appreciate there's been a few buys in there, and that most vivid one that was described by Alex Winter a few moments ago, helping the Northants total. But yeah, really lively start to the morning session here at Wanties Road on BBC Northampton, BBC Radio Lancashire and Manchester as well. Opening day of the county championship fixture. A warm day as well. Mahmood into Vasconcelos, and that squares him up and comes off an edge to the anger and frustration of Mahmood. Flashes down in between that gap again. Slip and gully. Off a genuine edge from a batsman, squared up and hopping up onto his toes, and the ball flies down towards the third man boundary. Streaky runs, but they all count, and Vasconcelos has rattled his way up to 42, and Northamptonshire to 73 for 1. Mahmood just runs his fingers through his hair. One or two of the Lancashire bowlers have cut a slightly frustrated figure in this morning session. Alex Davis polishing the ball quite vigorously on his side of his right trousers and hands the ball back to Mahmood. There's 2 slips. I've got that field at deep point. There's also a fine leg. Mahmood comes over the wicket and bowls. Vasconcelos does flirt with that one, with playing and missing, and he's angry with himself, and the bowler's frustrated. He didn't get a nick on that, but pretty much everybody out there at the minute is feeling frustrated. the batsman that he played it, and that Lancashire that he didn't hit it. 73 for 1.
Yeah, it was perhaps as loose as Vasconcelos has been this morning, really. Just followed one that went away. Has left the ball well, has driven the ball very attractively so far. Played well so far for his 42. But he got starts at Old Trafford and rather gave it away both times up there.
Mahmood comes over the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that's angled down into gully where it's stopped by Stephen Parry, and there's no run. Yeah, got a couple of 20s, isn't he? A 23 in the first innings. Northants made 230. And a 22 in the second innings. Lancashire winning that game by 10 wickets in Manchester a few weeks ago. Well, it's probably longer than that, isn't it?
It was, yeah. It was the middle of May.
Crikey.
And we're now here in July.
Where does the time go, Alex Winter?
Yeah. That was a cracking week, that was, up at Old Trafford.
Mahmood balls to Vasconcelos. Oh, and that's pushed across the batsman, who's drawn forward. Bit of extra pace there too from Mahmood, just nipping away off the seam. Gathered by Villas. I mean, that's just a very, very good ball, and Mahmood, a ball perhaps of anger and frustration that he's not yet got a wicket, but Vasconcelos survives. 73 for 1, 18 overs gone. He's on 42, Levy's on 15. Josh Bohannon has shuffled his way back onto the field, so hopefully that is that's good news, and that knee injury is clearly not too severe.
Yeah, he's moving a little gingerly, sort of skipping back onto the field. Maybe he's just come on to see how it goes for 20 minutes or so. He's not looking too comfortable over there, but trying to run it off. But Vasconcelos this season, superb record really, 634 runs at 53.
Ooh.
With a couple of centuries and another couple of half centuries as well in there. So got a pretty good record. I'll put him on, I think, among the higher run getters in Division 2 so far.
You're opening the batting and playing 9 games and averaging 52 is a pretty good season. It's actually where Lancashire have struggled this year. Their top order. Jennings has not really got many this year. He's been scratching around for a bit of form. Hamid likewise. Jennings has done okay, but he'll be feeling as though he's well shy of what he would hope to be at this point of the season. Lancashire's kind of middle order that's been the main reasons why they've got runs on the board, kind of driven on by the likes of Dane Villas, Rob Jones. So it's an excellent return for Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it was Villas's runs in the first innings at Old Trafford that really pushed Lancashire away from Northants, because Northants came back nicely with that second new ball, didn't they, on day 2, and it was pretty much even Stevens until Villas got going really nicely.
Onions replaces Gleeson and bowls a ball that Levy tries to swap through the offside. It plays over the top of it, gathered by Dane Villas, and there's no run. 73 for 1.
Highest run scorers in Division 2 this season. I mentioned earlier on about Marnus Labuschagne's runs for Glamorgan. 1,057 of them already in 9 matches, averaging 70, with 5 centuries and 4 50s.
Onions to Levy. It's pushed to mid-on, no run.
And then among the mortals, as it were, Ben Brown of Sussex, who scored, I think, 3 consecutive centuries, starting with a ton here against Northants back in May, has got 715 runs at 55. And then Dawid Malan of Middlesex, 677 at 68. Nick Selman, also of Glamorgan, 672 at 48. And then Vasconcelos, so he's the 5th highest run getter in Division 2.
Onions comes over the wicket. It's punched into the offside by Levy, but to Hamid had extra cover, no run.
And also in among the top 10, Billy Root there for Glamorgan. So run production has not been an issue for them this season, as it was last year, where they really, really struggled with the bat. But Labuschagne, Selman and Root in the top 8 highest run scorers in Division 2 is certainly a reason why Glamorgan are currently top of Division 2.
Which I suspect is not the reason why Lancashire are second in Division 2. As Onions bowls to Levy and just chopped into the offside, no run. I wonder how far down that list you have to go to find a Lancashire player.
Not too far. Villas 487 at 61. 5 50s, no century for him this season. Is down at where we are here, 14th, 15th on the list. But they would have hoped to have a Jennings, a Hamid, maybe Davis if he'd been fit the whole time, among the top run getters.
Onions to Levy, up onto his toes and pushing into the offside, no run. Yeah, their strength has been in their bowling. I mean, it's not to say, as I mentioned before, they've not got runs on the board this season. They have. I mean, they've got beyond 400 a couple of times, but the majority of that has come from Villas, has come from Jones, has come from the middle order. Their strength has just been kind of blowing teams away, with Onions and Anderson in particular, backed up by Gleeson and by Mahmood. That's where basically they've won games this season. They've just been too strong with their bowlers. Onions angles one into Levy, whips it off his pads out towards wide mid-on, gathered by Gleeson. And there is no run. That is the end of the over. 73 for 1, so 19 overs gone. Onions has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 20. Mahmood wicketless so far, 7 overs for 26. Gleeson's bowled a few overs from that Lynn Wilson end as well this morning. Just a 1 wicket to fall out of Rob Newton, caught by Villas for 11 off Onions. Northamptonshire 73 for 1.
Whereas if you look at the highest wicket takers in Division 2 so far, Lancashire have got 2 of the top 5, and that's the difference, because there's a lot of counties represented in this top list here, but it's only Lancashire. In fact, Derbyshire have got 2 bowlers up there, which is interesting.
There's Mahmood over the wicket and bowling, starting a fresh over, and this is guided down to deep backward point for a couple by Vasconcelos. Takes him to 44, and the score moves on to 75 for 1.
Ollie Robinson with his 10 wickets in the match last week against Northants in a losing cause. It was a real lone hand there for Sussex. Has got 40 wickets at 18. But then you have to go a long, long way down to find the next Sussex bowler. Well, it's Mir Hamza, who's currently injured. Down the list, 20 wickets at 27 for him. Chris Rushworth, 38 wickets at 19. And then Lewis Rees of Derbyshire, 3rd on the list.
Moved over the wicket, bowls. Vasconcelos on top of the bounce, steering it into the ground. Good stop by Parry at gully, no run.
33 wickets at 17. The level with Onions now after a wicket here. 33 wickets at 19 for Onions. Anderson 30 wickets at just 9, which is extraordinary. Ravi Rampal also has 30 wickets. His have cost 26. And then comes Ben Sanderson after his 10-wicket haul at Sussex last week. That in a winning cause. 29 wickets at 23. So after a slightly more difficult start of the season, Sanderson back up the wicket-taking chance.
And Sanders, Chris Sanders, Lancashire's 12th man's back on. Bohannon gave it a go, but obviously he's not fit enough to continue, so he's going to hobble his way around the edge of the boundary rope. Mahmood bowls, foolish ball, driven by Vasconcelos, but stopped by Davis at mid-off, no run, 75 for 1.
Thank you, Scott Reed. Alongside myself, Alex Winter here at Wantage Road. Lovely and sunny again now, actually. The clouds that are rather prevalent so far today. Decent layer of cloud, but quite high and rather fluffy. Plenty of sunshine poking among those clouds, as there are at the moment. 75 for 1. Vasconcelos 44, facing Mahmood, going in right arm over, quite straight, quite full. Wants a single that isn't available, sent back by Levy. Shy at the stumps comes in from Hamid, but I'm pretty sure that Vasconcelos was back there. And the ball flies through to square leg where Gleeson does the backing up. And there is no run. Well, here comes Bohannon down beneath us, limping away. Again, not obviously in too much discomfort, but obviously with a bit of a problem because he's moving gingerly. And this is a sad sight for a young cricketer. Potentially limping out of action here. I doubt we'll see him for much of the afternoon after trying to come back and not being right, it seems, as Mahmood goes in and bowls a length delivery, just touched away by Vasconcelos. The man is back on the deep point fence now. Onions over there, so they get a single, and Vasconcelos goes to 45, 76 for 1. So Lancashire may have an issue with bowling stocks with that injury to Bohannon. If he's not okay to field, maybe okay perhaps if they can get a bit more ice on there, get him right to come out and bowl maybe later in the game, but hopefully he'll be okay to bat as well. But an early blow there for Lancashire with an injury cloud over Bohannon. 2 slips in the gully in place for Levy, the right hand. The deep square is out now as well. Always a good move for Levy as Mahmood goes in and bowls a full wide delivery that is left alone, swings away, and Villas takes it almost off the nose of Stephen Croft at first slip. That was going very quickly towards first slip, and I think Croft was grateful that Villas intervened with a right gauntlet. So end of the over, and we've had 20 so far. 76 for 1 the Northampton score. Newton the man out for 11, having a loose drive at Onions, but apart from that error, Northampton's batting has been very concerted this morning, very careful, but when the opportunity has been there to play their strokes, particularly for Vasconcelos, the opportunity has been collected, and certainly in the form of Vasconcelos, very merrily actually. Lancashire physio has just come on to have a word with Dane Villas there, maybe about the condition of Bohannon, as Onions from the Wilson end comes into Vasconcelos. Length delivery played from the crease down into the gully. Across goes Parry to his left hand side to make the save, and there's no run. So 2 slips in the gully here. Deep point has stayed back. Chris Sanders, the 12th man. Then extra cover, who is Hamid. A mid off, mid on, deep square and long leg the field here. On a lovely morning in Northampton with a nice buzz around the ground. Plenty of Lancashire supporters have made the trip down, it seems. As Onions bounds in past the umpire, down the leg side this goes. Again it climbs through to Villas, but Vasconcelos flicking it in and missing. Taken up outside his right shoulder by the Lancashire captain. You could probably say they've been just a touch short so far, the Lancashire attack here. There's been a lot of attractive deliveries, balls that have gone past the bat, balls that have climbed strikingly behind the stumps. Have they threatened the stumps enough? That's the question, as Onions comes in again, and this is a little fuller, comes back a little bit, but Vasconcelos again able to play it rather from the crease, coming half forward, thick inside edge through square leg out towards Gleeson, away to our right hand side, and they get another run. So Vasconcelos goes to 46 now, 77 for 1. Now it's the turn of the small scoreboard to our left hand side, just to freeze. 2 runs behind at the moment, the ball away to our left. Richard Levy, the right-hander, is back on strike. Deep point goes back for him now as Onions goes in and bowls a full of length delivery outside the off stump, and Levy allows it to pass through to Vias. So 2 slips gully, deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. The man on the leg side up here for Levy, having been back previously. And then long leg away to our left hand side, down towards the players' pavilion, up in which Josh Bohannon now sits. Under some concern from the Lancashire dressing room, as Onions comes in again, and Levy in his crease trying to work this back up the pitch. Onions goes down to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run.
I don't know, Paul Allett looks quite chilled out there, just flicking through the Sunday papers. But yeah, obviously it's a concern for Lancashire. It's second game in a row where Dane Villas is going to be a bowler light, obviously as well as a batsman, but in terms of what is happening at the minute today, does not have that option of going to Josh Bohannon.
Gleeson in past the umpire, full of length, just outside the off stump though, and Levy able to rock forward with his yellow bat handle and allow it to pass through to Villas behind the stump. So end of the over, 21 gone this morning, so a little behind on the over rate, which currently says -1, but we have had a significant delay for treatment to Josh Bohannon, who's off the ground again now. But 77 for 1, and having been sent in against this attack, Northampton will certainly take this position, Scott.
Oh, without question, yeah, and actually they've scored at a good rate too. They've ticked along quite nicely. I mean, I suppose he's got to admit that you're going to get beaten. Ball's going to go past the edge, both inside and outside, as we've seen this morning. You're going to get some good balls. You need a bit of good fortune. You might be put down, but actually, runs have come pretty freely too, and they've ticked along quite nicely.
Mahmood from the Wantage Road end to Vasconcelos, moves away gently, but Vasconcelos is forward to play out to Hamid at extra cover, and there is no run.
Forecast is good, isn't it, for today? I think it is a slight question marks over, perhaps.
Yeah, we're not totally clear for the full 4 days at the moment, but there's a lot of time to go, and that forecast can certainly change. But certainly I think for today and tomorrow, forecast looking pretty good. Yeah, sunshine around, no rain at all really in the forecast. Yeah, next couple of days, plenty of sunshine around too. Pleasant temperatures as Mahmood is in. Oh, outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos just trying to chop it away. Gets a bottom edge past his stumps, down to fine leg for 4, and it raises a quite impressive half century here for Ricardo Vasconcelos. The 5th time this season he's passed 50. He's had to work
for Ricardo Vasconcelos,
perhaps harder here,
balls and including 8 fours.
more than his other half centuries, but a really valuable knock for his side.
And the way he got to it kind of sums up, I'm sure, what would be frustration for Lancashire with that inside edge that could easily have been dragged back onto his stumps, and just chops it wide of his off stump. And not only that, he goes for 4 as well.
70 balls, 9 boundaries here for Vasconcelos. 81 for 1, and he's forward here, playing through point. Man is back on the fence, so there's an easy single available almost all the time now. And Vasconcelos jogs through for the run and goes to 51. He was a little lazy with that previous poke. He just tried to use the pace and the angle to chop it away. It was a bit handsy. Didn't quite get into the right position. And enjoyed another moment of fortune. But against a high-class attack, against the new ball, with a bit of help from the wicket, you're going to need a bit of fortune.
Absolutely, yep.
It's certainly favoured Northants so far, but having got through, they've got to make sure that they take advantage. So it can all change pretty quickly as we move towards lunch. Mahmood into Richard Levy, the right-hander, outside the off-stump and moving away, and Levy allows it to pass through to the keeper. So Vasconcelos here building on his 88 in the second innings down at Hove last week. Played very nicely, failure in the first innings. It just come off a lean trot, 25 and 12 against Leicestershire here in the previous match, and then failure very early on. Went in the first over of the match at Hove, but played well in that second innings, and now among the runs here on this first morning against Lancashire as Mahmood sets off again, right arm over, and Levy playing forward on the bounce out towards point. Good sliding save is made in there by Jennings, who's up saving the single probably for the first time today. He's been lingering out on the boundaries so far, but he's up here and does well there to cut that one off.
Yeah, I think trying to keep him out the firing line, he picked up a finger injury last year. It's like the walking wounded at Sedbergh last week. Livingston got injured in it, Anderson got injured in the game. Jennings went off to hospital for an x-ray on his finger because he picked up an injury in that match as well.
Where was the nearest hospital from Sedbergh?
Lancaster.
Oh, right. Mahmood in and brings one back to Levy. It was too high for the LBW appeal, but it nipped back quite alarmingly, beat the inside edge. Levy rather caught in the crease, but it was too high, and the ball runs away towards gully. Parry down to his right to collect, and the over comes to an end, 82 for 1, with 22 minutes to go here until lunch.
Yes, it might have been quicker to hire a helicopter to get Keaton Jennings to the X-ray machine last week than the winding roads of Sedbergh.
Looked a cracker though.
Beautiful.
That setting at Sedbergh.
It was lovely. Yeah.
Looked really, really nice. New first-class ground, and seemed like the school put on a good show, and the weather was fairly kind for 4 days, and he got a contest that went right to the end.
Absolutely.
So really pleased for the school there as Gleeson, Onions, beg your pardon, from the far end comes into Vasconcelos just outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos allows it to pass through. Well attended, good crowds up there.
Cracking, yeah. Probably 2,000 on the first day, something similar on the second day. Kind of eased off on days 3 and 4, but I think all in all good numbers. I think there's something like kind of 6,000 across the 4 days. Yeah, it was a good week. I enjoyed it. I think players enjoyed it. I didn't speak to anybody in the ground, Lancashire supporters, who didn't enjoy their trip.
Onions again right arm over, and Vasconcelos playing forward just to the right of Hamid at extra cover, and there is no run. I'm sure the spectators enjoyed it when they got to the ground.
Well, indeed.
Because if you care to take up the tale, quite the story, wasn't there, from a bus coming up from Old Trafford on the first day.
Well, Lancashire offered this service of a free bus shuttle from Old Trafford to Sedbergh every day, and on the first day didn't quite go to plan.
As Onions bounds in from the far end again, and Vasconcelos lets one go outside the off stump.
The version I've heard is that because it was free and people had reserved place on the bus, but because they'd not paid for it, some people didn't turn up.
Okay.
So the bus was late setting off anyway because it was waiting for people that didn't come. So anyway, off it went up the motorway, just the 90 miles up to Sedbergh, and when it got there, unfortunately for the bus driver, he couldn't find a way into the school to park to allow people off the bus.
Onions again, and Vasconcelos in his crease here, playing a ball from just back of a good length, off a thick inside edge through square leg for a single, goes to 52, I believe, 83 for 1 indeed.
So instead of just basically pulling up outside the ground and just allowing people to get off the bus, we saw buses do that. The school kids were coming back and they were just being dropped off outside the ground. But anyway, he or she decided to plough on and try and find somewhere to park up to allow the spectators off. But anyway, I think about 45 minutes later, he was still going down the country roads and couldn't quite find anywhere. Anyway, he managed to swing it round, get back to the ground, and eventually trot people off.
Deep square drops back here as Onions comes into Levy, who's forward, playing it slightly on the walk, slightly across the line, but pushes to mid-on for no run.
So yeah, it was teething problems on the first day. Thankfully, again, from what I've been told, they got there pretty much in time to watch the start of the game. But I think it improved as it went on. And they also had a shuttle bus. In fact, they had 3 of them going to the train station and back as well at different points throughout the course of the day. So, I mean, they did their best to get people there. They were struggling to get there for obvious reasons because public transport is limited around that part of the world. But yeah, 1 or 2 teething problems on day one.
Onions in again, past the umpire he goes, full of length and driven away by Levy. There is a sweeper out to our right hand side, but Richard Gleeson cannot get there because the timing was so good from Richard Levy. Using the pace of Onions, it was full and wide, and he leant into it and steered it away all the way pretty much across the square there, out towards Andy, the photographer, the lone photographer, sat just over the boundary to our right hand side, and the ball kicked up over the boundary, and he just had to duck slightly to get out of the way, and the ball sped away towards the advertising hoardings for a boundary to Levy, who goes to 19, and Northant's excellent morning continues, 87 for 1. So quite the adventure for those spectators on the shuttle bus from Old Trafford.
1 or 2 reports that maybe the bus had gone to a local farm and into a field, but they're unconfirmed.
I'd heard that he was heading back down the M6 at one stage.
I think at one stage he may have gone back down the M6. Mahmood bowls, and Vasconcelos just turns it up to mid-on. There's no run. It's a bit of a fuss. Look, I'm sure it was very frustrating for the supporters on the bus, but I think everybody got there, watched pretty much all the cricket on the first day, and I think it improved on days 2, 3, and 4. But why on earth wouldn't you just allow them anyway?
Just stop and open
the door. That would have, which I think eventually is what happened. But why it took a 55-minute detour down the M6 to do that, I'm not quite sure. Mahmood in again, and it squares Vasconcelos up, and it comes up off a leading edge and squirts out to mid-off as he shapes to play it through the onside.
I mean, we have all done it. We've thought, nah, I've got a better idea here, and charged off to do something else, when in reality the simple option is almost always the best one.
I can understand. I mean, the road going past the ground was quite narrow. I mean, if you'd never been there before and you're in charge of a bus with 50 people on board, maybe you'd be a little bit concerned. Mahmood to Vasconcelos. It's worked off his hip into the onside. Shuttles his way through for a good single. Excellent running. Ran it hard too. Moves to 53. The score advances to 88 for 1. But it was when I heard about this, and then I was watching throughout the course of the day as the school kids were going off to various different activities, and the coaches were just rolling up, parking up on the road just for 5 minutes. Kids get off go the coaches. That's obviously what just happens because there's nowhere else really for the coaches to go. Anyway, hopefully those that got there enjoyed their day. And I am absolutely aware that some Lancashire members aren't happy and didn't go and think it was a terrible idea. Ball banged in short by Mahmood, and Levy rather ducks underneath it and gathered by the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, it did prove controversial, didn't it? The selection.
It was a controversial selection, it was, yeah.
But if a good week was had by all, then hopefully
there's a chance they'll be going back.
Well, yes, definitely, yeah.
88 for 1. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep square leg, there's a fine leg. Levy taps his bat, and it's Mahmood bowling over the wicket, a ball that's pitched wide of off stump and zips away, gathered by Villas, who again is having to skip in front of first slip, and he's been busy. Through the offside, down the leg side. Been a busy man, Dane Villas, this morning.
I mean, taking games outside of the historical county boundary is not a new thing.
No.
Northants have taken plenty of games outside Northamptonshire down the years. Luton, Milton Keynes, their regular spots of recent years, last couple of decades.
Mahmood balls fullish, driven, and well stopped by the 12th man, Chris Sanders, tumbling down to his right at extra cover. And that's the end of the over. 88 for 1, Levy 19, Vasconcelos on 53.
Middlesex take games to Richmond, don't they, which is south of the river, so in Surrey. Lots of examples.
Lancashire to Liverpool.
Well, yes, I suppose it's historic county.
Yeah.
We work in historic.
Well, why not?
Historic lines, don't we, really? Because technically now Bristol is its own authorities and technically in Gloucestershire, but to all intents and purposes, it very much is.
We're all friends.
We are all friends.
We're all friends.
Traditionally, Bristol was the small port town of Gloucestershire.
Was it really?
When Gloucester was the main industrial city of the county, before all the shipping got going.
Very good. Stephen Parry, meanwhile, will be coming into the attack for the first time. So a bit of Lancashire's slow left arm from Stephen Parry, whose opportunities have been few and far between.
I think if Yorkshire ever took a game outside their county, then we'd have a problem, wouldn't
And
they?
a new bowler from Lynn
Because
Stephen Parry.
They can't find somewhere within Yorkshire.
Yorkshire is pretty much half the country anyway.
Yes.
So.
Well, Lancashire were keen to point out that the game was in Cumbria and not Yorkshire. As Parry comes over the wicket and bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends, and there's no run. It is in the Yorkshire Dales, but they were keen to point out again that that is not a county, that's a national park. So officially it was Cumbria. Oh crikey, everyone got very excited by it. Parry comes in and bowls, and that's turned into the onside by Vasconcelos out towards mid-wicket, no run.
But a good time was had by all.
It absolutely was, yeah. As I say, for those that were in the ground, the spectators that went, plenty of Lancashire fans were there. They enjoyed it. It is first run off Parry's bowling, which is just turned off the pads by Vasconcelos out towards deep backward square leg. He moves up to a 54. The score moves on to 89 for 1, brings Levy on strike. So Parry now in a conversation with his captain, who's the wicket-keeper. They're both pointing here, there and everywhere. There's one slip in place. There's a short extra cover. In fact, Croft at short extra is going to stay at short extra cover. There's a bit of... For a second he thought he was moving out towards maybe mid-wicket, but no, we're going to shuffle back to short extra cover. And Onions, who was at leg gully, is now coming out towards short mid-wicket. And a backward point, deep point, mid-off and mid-on. A deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. Parry's happy now. Comes twirling in, bowling left arm around the wicket. A quickish flat ball to Levy. That's whipped into the onside just in front of square where Jennings comes up to field. Levy moves to 20. The score moves on to 90 for 1. With around 11 minutes remaining of what has been an eventful session of cricket. Just a one wicket, plenty of runs, plenty of chances. Ball's done a bit. Vasconcelos gets forward and defends back to Parry, and there's no run. 90 for 1. Parry brushes in past the umpire again, balls. Vasconcelos off the back foot. Will force it through the offside, but straight to mid-off where Mahmood fields. So that's the end of Parry's first over of the season in the county championship. Gone for a couple of runs there. And Northamptonshire on 90 for 1, and then having been asked to bat first by Lancashire, that looks like a healthy scoreboard for Northants. 90 for 1.
Very much indeed, yeah. Elsewhere around the country, Australia won 6-2 for 4 against England in the third women's ODI down at Canterbury. So a little comeback there by England. In the Championship, Hampshire, this game started yesterday, made 5-3-9, and Warwickshire at the start of their reply, 14 without loss.
And as Mahmood starts his 11th over of the day. Driven quite emphatically through the covers by Levy. Just one little shuffle down the pitch and then absolutely nails that cover drive. for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. He moves to 24, 94 for 1.
Yorkshire 117 for 4 at Chelmsford. Won the toss, chose to bat against Essex, who have come really well in the last few weeks up the championship table. But the table is topped by Somerset, who were 107 for 3 at Taunton, playing lowly Nottinghamshire, who have got a real challenge to try and get out of bother there. It's been a miserable season for them.
Mahmood in the sunshine. Balls to Levy. This has worked off his hip into the onside, to the right of mid-on, where Davis scampers across the ground to field. Levy gets a run. He moves to 25. Scored to 95 for 1.
At the Oval, delayed start, but underway now. Surrey 21 for 1, playing Kent, who did not contest the toss. At Grace Road, Durham are 65 for 5 now. They won the toss and chose to bat first, but Leicestershire have enjoyed a really good morning there. Kidderminster, game moved from New Road this because of flooding. Derbyshire 53 for 3 against Worcestershire. Chose to bat first there, Derbyshire. And I think at Marchant Taylor's School, Middlesex 60 for 2 against Gloucestershire, chose to field first.
Mahmood to Vasconcelos, who's probing forward, and he's beaten and taken by Villas, the keeper, who stands there, the Lancashire captain, with his gloves on his hip. Double teapot from Villas, another one that's gone past the outside edge. Vasconcelos, carefree, wanders out towards the square leg umpire and twirls his bat, content with life.
Yeah, that game definitely is at Marchant Taylor's School, which is in Hertfordshire, just continuing our theme of taking games outside traditional county boundaries.
Don't mention that to the Lancashire supporters. Mahmood with Vasconcelos on strike. Steered down to gully, where it's stopped by Stephen Parry, and there's no run.
Yeah, of late, Northampton's done it more often than not, because it's not the biggest county, Northamptonshire, so to take a game really sort of away from Northampton to spread the gospel, you have to go outside the county, really. And yeah, Milton Keynes was the last outground they used, and I believe there are considerations to try and get an outground in use again. Luton is also very much a possibility, very much outside Northamptonshire, down the M1.
Mahmood balls, Vasconcelos.
Oof.
He's beaten once more. Just playing kind of half forward, but that ball angled across Vasconcelos, just moving away from the edge of the bat and through to the keeper.
Also taking games to Stowe School in recent time, that's just over the border in Buckinghamshire. And traditionally there was outground used in Peterborough, which is now in Cambridgeshire. Traditionally was in Northants before they decided that Cambridgeshire it needed a bigger place.
Oh, absolutely.
So they just gave them Peterborough, really.
Well, why not?
It was a bit like Dorset, who just inherited Bournemouth from Hampshire back in the day.
I think it's a lovely, generous, spirited thing to do. I'm in favour of that. Mahmood onto the pads of Vasconcelos, and this run through mid-wicket. Chase on for Sanders. Ball bounces and bobbles its way towards the boundaries. Quick, Sanders, but the ball was quicker. And that's 4 runs to end the over. And Vasconcelos moves to 58. And Northamptonshire are now 99 for 1, with 6 minutes thereabouts to go until lunch. Healthy looking scoreboard for the home side. 99 runs on the board. Just that wicket of Rob Newton. So far so good, with a slice of good fortune along the way, mind you, for the home side.
Also supposed to be a tour match this week between Sussex and Australia A at Arundel, where beleaguered Sussex are trying to pick up a bit of form, having lost to Durham and Northants pretty heavily in the last couple of weeks, but no play there before lunch because of rain.
Parry around the wicket, balls. It's pushed up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, what on earth has happened there at Sussex? I mean, remarkably, they're actually still third, even though they've been battered in their last 2 games.
Absolutely, yeah. Still very tight. But yeah, some very gloomy faces down there last week.
To Levy, plays forward, defends, no run. Quite strong comments from Jason Gillespie too, wasn't there, after that defeat?
Yeah, they were missing some key personnel. Mir Hamza, the Pakistani bowler, hasn't been fit the last few weeks.
Parry in, Levy forward. And that's worked out through deep extra cover for 1 to bring up the 100 for Northamptonshire. 3 figures on the board. Levy moves to 26 and the score to 100 for 1.
They also lost Chris Jordan on the morning of the game last week because of tonsillitis,
Oh, right.
which didn't help.
No.
Stian Van Zyl, one of their higher run getters this season, was injured as well, so he didn't play.
Parry balls. Vasconcelos reaches forward, plays it back to the bowler, no run.
But by and large, they just haven't had that many fellas in form. It was only really Robinson that showed anything with the ball. There was no support for him whatsoever.
Parry to Vasconcelos, play back down the ground, gathered by Parry, no run.
Without Robinson, who knows what the scores would have been last week, because he initially put Sussex in a pretty good position on the first day and then kept them in the game.
Parry skips in and bowls and turned into the onside out to mid-wicket by Vasconcelos, no run. That completes the over. 100 for 1, 27 gone in this morning's session with 3 minutes to go until lunch, so probably just time for that one more over. Oh no, not from Mahmood. Going to be a bit of Rob Jones and his leg spin to ball what could be the final over before lunch. Vasconcelos on 58, Levy on 26, 100 for 1. So mitigating circumstances perhaps behind the Sussex
and it
struggles.
is just 2 bad weeks at the end of the day. It's not a complete disaster. They are still third. They got a good haul of points on the board. They have played a game more than everybody else, which just perhaps puts that third place maybe into context. But they're thereabouts, and when they get a full team back, I'm sure that they'll be challenging come the latter part of the season. But yeah, very much some convalescing for Sussex to do this week against Australia A before they're back into championship action next week up at Old Trafford, which
Indeed,
will be a real test. Here's Jones then from the Wantage Road and bowls down leg side first up to Levy, trying to sweep it away and misses. There were hands to heads from behind the stumps with Levy almost falling out of his ground. It was a really good take from VS, who had the bails off in a flash, but Levy survives. 100 for 1 Northants. There's Jones in right arm over again down the leg side. Oh, this gets past Villas, and this will run away out towards the Wilson stand. It will be cut off, but they are able to come back for a second bye. Umpire Chris Watts will turn and signal to the scorers over our left shoulders at the top of this Ken Turner stand, and a little wooden shed really away to our left, little wooden window perched open there. 102 for 1. Jones floats one up on the leg stump and Levy flicks to short mid wicket for no run. Deep point and deep square are both back here. Mid on and mid off are lingering a little deeper than orthodox, as is customary really for the spinners. Should never quite get first thing. I want them up saving the single. Do not allow them to just run one to those fieldsmen, as Levy tries to do here, but gets a thick inside edge that runs back at a square and needs to be cut off by Hamid to his left hand side. But they get a run. 103 for 1. And now for Vasconcelos, the left-hander. Now the men square of the wicket will both stay out, deep square and deep point, and the field actually will stay pretty much the same with a slip in place, backward point, short extra cover, short mid wicket, mid on and mid off, and a backward square leg. Jones remains over the wicket. Vasconcelos, he's forward to one that goes across him, doesn't turn an inch. I doubt it was a deliberate slider, just goes through without turning there. Vasconcelos propping forward and missed it by a long way actually, through to Villas, who had the bails off in a flash once again. And Jones quickly stepping in once more here. Full toss, a low one outside the off stump, driven away by Vasconcelos, out to deep cover, away to our left hand side, and they get a single. So Vasconcelos will go to 59, 104 for 1, and I think because Jones has skipped through that over in good style, even though my watch has just flicked to 1 o'clock, we are actually going to get another over in, are we? Umpire Milnes comes in to the stumps at the far end, but no, decides that we have reached 1 o'clock, so that will be lunch. And that is a fine session for Northamptonshire. Sent in this morning against a high quality attack, and they reached 104 for 1 with Vasconcelos 59, Levy on 27, the only man to fall, Rob Newton for 11, Onions with the wicket. But otherwise, particularly with the injury to Josh Bohannon, a frustrating morning for Lancashire, and Northants will have really enjoyed themselves here on this first morning at Wantage Road. So that's lunch, and myself, Alex Winter and Scott Reed back in 40 minutes time. Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winter, for the start of the afternoon session here between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. And Northampton enjoying a really good morning session. They'll be delighted with their progress to 104 for 1 in the opening 28 overs of play. And Ricardo Vasconcelos here, having gone past 50 for the 5th time this season, is resuming on 59 not out. Richard Levy with him on 27, the pair sharing 68 until the break. And it's going to be Stephen Parry to get us back in the way from the the Wilson end, the far end. Comes in, bowls on the off stump, and Vasconcelos able to go back here and punch away towards mid-on. Hamid is there, there's no run. It's not Hamid, he's had that extra cover. Also a backward point and slip in place on the offside as Parry comes in again. Bit more air on this, brings Vasconcelos forward, and this time he plays out to Hamid. Just comes into his right-hand side to collect, and there's no run. There's a backward square leg, almost a 45 really, down to our right, a deep square, short mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, and a mid-on as Vasconcelos again brought forward. Plays this time to the left hand of Hamid. That extra cover. There's no run. Richard Gleeson is kicking his legs around out at mid-wicket, so maybe he's going to open the bowling at this end as this is down the leg side and well taken by Villas. Quick hands to his right. Just snuck down the leg side. Wasn't a million miles away from the leg stump. Elicited some oohs and ahs from around the bat. As Parry, left arm over, moves in again and again, brings Vasconcelos forward to play out towards mid-off. And there is no run. Rob Jones here, the solitary slip fieldsman, who bowled an over of his part-time leggers to get us to the break. Parry to complete the first over of the session, and Vasconcelos is back and working this away towards short mid-wicket. Stephen Croft collects, and the over comes to an end. So the afternoon session begins as the morning session began with a maiden 104 for 1. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, well, fascinating morning session that was. It was really enjoyable to watch. It was some, at times, genuinely kind of high-class bowling. Ball doing enough, perhaps doing too much at times. Bit of good fortune for the batsman from time to time, but then Vasconcelos kind of rode his luck a little bit. Levy offered some good support. Those two batted well, scored nice and quickly, and I think Lancashire, when they were tucking into their lunch downstairs, would have been a tad frustrated.
So Richard Gleeson, it is to open up from the Wantage Road end. Bowled us 4 overs in the morning, 4 overs and none for 22, so the figure's looking a little expensive. But he, like Mahmood and Onions before him, threatening with the new ball. But coming back here to bowl the 30th over with 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Richard Levy, the right-hander, and Levy gets one down the leg side first up that he tries to flick away and misses. The ball catches the pad and bounces before it reaches Villas, going to his left-hand side, and there's no run. There's a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a bit tighter. Al Davis to our right, and square leg, and almost a fine leg, really, almost a bona fide fine leg. Normally everyone says fine leg, but it's actually long leg. But here, it is verging on fine leg down in the distance as Gleeson sets off again, and again bowls down the leg side. Then Levy looks to flick it away, again misses, and Villas fumbles it behind the stumps, going to his left-hand side to take it. Had a lot of work to do in that morning session at Dane Villas, who was going here and there, left and right with the ball seaming and swinging around. Most alarming set of 4 byes with the ball down the leg side. Villas went to his left, and the ball swung to his right-hand side
ridiculous.
And went away to the boundary. It was extraordinary.
It's crazy. What's going on?
104 for 1. And Gleeson bounding in again. Bowls very straight. There's an appeal for a leg before here. I think he hit it.
Must have done.
Must have hit it because it was dead straight. And I think the only hope for Lancashire was that it was pad before bat. But I think it was pretty clear there was a thick inside edge into the front pad there. But that was a quick, straight delivery from Richard Gleeson. Northampton supporters well used to watching him charging in and almost getting through there.
Yeah, I guess for him, maybe a few little butterflies in the stomach. You're coming back to your former side, aren't you? You want to do well back in the side. Want to impress against your former teammates. Had a terrific spell here, didn't he? Great couple of years.
He did, yeah. Coming in here for his home county and bowling a touch too straight and getting work down to that fielder in the distance, who I think we can safely say is a fine leg down there. I think he is fine enough towards the Wilson stand to call him a fine leg, a bona fide fine leg. And Levy, to that fieldsman, takes the first runs of the afternoon, goes to 28, 105 for 1. Yes, played 20 first-class matches for Northants, took 73 wickets at 23. And, well, a few of the spells he sent down were unbelievable. He bowled a spell at Grace Road where he essentially bowled quick leg breaks. And it was ridiculous. And he ran through Leicestershire and Northants bowled them out in a session. It was remarkable. Puts deep square back here and deep point for Vasconcelos and goes outside his off stump. Vasconcelos lets it go, and again, for the second time in the over, Villas spills it behind the stumps. His keeping was exemplary in the morning, but a couple of spills here just after the break, maybe lingering on that spotted dick dessert.
Well, indeed. And if you linger too hard, I'm not going to complete that sentence.
Gleeson in, past the umpire. Oh, and goes past the outside edge, nicely bowled. A decent length, just shapes away from the left-hander, but maybe just a touch too short. That was perhaps the criticism maybe of Lancashire in the morning session, that they were maybe just a little short. And the ball, as Scott was saying, was doing a bit too much to go past the outside edge. Looked good, looked threatening, but maybe just doing a bit too much from that slightly shorter length, as that delivery did there. But it looked good, certainly. And one from the first over for Gleeson after lunch. 105 for 1.
I see Bohannon's come out as well after lunch. He's out there on that cover boundary, so that's encouraging. If he's, I mean, it was a slightly bizarre thing because he came back on and lasted 10 minutes and then limped off again. But maybe he's spotted Dick at lunch, has worked a treat, and it's helped his knee recover. It's good to see him back out there.
Very much so, yeah. Here is Parry round the wicket to Levy from the far end. Levy forward, playing with the inner half of the bat to the right of the lithe figure of Mahmood. Mid-wicket just moving swiftly to his right-hand side to collect in there, and there's no run. Slip in place, deep cover, and deep backward square out here for Parry as Levy pushes towards deep cover. Away to our right-hand side, runs it across the square. And they get a single, 106 for 1. Key feature of that morning's cricket was the speed of the outfield. I think it's in the best nick it's been in all season, really.
It's quick, wasn't it?
We've had a period of dry weather here, and the ball really was racing away as Parry bowls to Vasconcelos, who's back and pushing down towards mid-on for no run. And the ball seemed to go really quickly off the bat as well, so the pitch definitely playing well. Nicely onto the bat, good value for your strokes, it appears. As Vasconcelos waits again and goes back and works this slightly flatter ball out to mid-wicket. Croft goes across and fields with a left boot to make the initial stop. And Mahmood at the deeper mid-wicket position steps in to collect, and there's no run. Parry quickly in again from that far end, floats one up, and Vasconcelos forward, playing away towards Croft's right hand this time at that short mid-wicket position. And there's no run. You often see mid-wicket and extra cover in quite tight here with a spinner, but extra cover is very much orthodox on to our left-hand side here. As Parry bowls quite straight and Vasconcelos works this around the corner with the angle, just wide of onions on the 45. And we get a single to end the third over after the luncheon interval. Vasconcelos is 60, Levy is 29, and Northants are 107 for 1. Also today is the Under-17 National Cup final. And Northamptonshire are involved, which is great news for the club, really. They're playing Hampshire, and Harry Goldston has made 100, and Northants Under-17s have posted 255 in their 50 overs.
Excellent.
So good luck to Northants today. Not quite sure where that game's being played. If someone in the Northants office is listening, do let me know.
There is Gleeson to continue. Comes over the wicket and bowls to Vasconcelos, who hurtles his way down the pitch 2 or 3 yards, sent back by Levy, and Bohannon, almost hopping up and down on one leg, is the man to field at extra cover. And yeah, he's far from moving freely.
Well, that didn't look right, did it?
Well, not really. I mean, he's quite visibly hobbling here, so I'm not quite sure what the reason why he's continuing to field in pain. I don't know quite, I mean, it's not like he's a top order batsman and needs to be on the field so he can bat in his usual position. Gleeson in, that's a good ball again, just angled across Vasconcelos and gathered by Villas, and there's no run. He's flexing his knees, is Bohannon. I mean, he did actually, I watched him during lunch interval, he did bowl a little bit, but he just kind of jogged in off 4 or 5 paces and turned his arm over, and he was hobbling then and he's hobbling now, is Bohannon.
Well, at the minute, it's difficult to see why he's on the field.
I agree, yeah.
Because he's looking like a club player who's doing his best to make up the numbers for his side. Feeling that left knee.
Indeed he is. And there's Gleeson bowling, and Vasconcelos gets forward, just jabs the ball down. It comes off the inside edge of the bat, runs down to Villas.
The under-17s national final is at Kibworth Cricket Club in Leicestershire, which is Josh Cobb's home club.
So someone was listening for you.
They are.
People are always listening, aren't they?
They are indeed.
But always be careful about what you say.
Yeah. Big Brother is watching.
Well, indeed. Indeed. 2 slips, gully, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, deep square leg. Gleeson bowling, worked off the hip by Vasconcelos down towards long leg for a single. A little nudge off the hip, and he gets a run. And moves up to 61, not out. 108 for 1, Northamptonshire. The morning session rattled along at a good pace. It's good to watch. I suspect a little frustrating for Lancashire, but Northants balcony would have enjoyed watching it, for the most part. And Levy, he's on strike now. Gleeson in the sunshine. It's the shadow cast in front of him. He comes stomping his way back in to bowl into Levy, just dabs it down into the offside, up to cover point. Keaton Jennings is there to field for Lancashire, and there is no run. Puts his hands behind his back, does Jennings, as he wanders back to his fielding position. No longer required in the slips, because I think he's nursing a little bit of bruising on his finger, an injury picked up against Durham last week. So Croft and Jones are the 2 slip fielders. Croft at first, Jones at second. Parry at gully. 3 on the offside. Jennings, Hamid and Onions at point, extra cover and mid-off. Some balls. Forward goes Levy. A solid front foot defensive push right into the covers. And there's no run. Gleeson collects his cap. Over number 6 complete for him. 108 for 1. Levy has 29, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is unbeaten on 61.
Have you had the chance to speak to Keaton Jennings much this summer? His Ashes prospects?
Little bit, not a huge amount. As you well know, you kind of tend to speak to the person that's enjoyed the best of that particular day's play. He's had a couple of decent knocks, but not a great deal of chat with Keaton Jennings. Vasconcelos plays defensively into the offside, no run. I'm certain if I did ask him about it, he would give me the answer that he wasn't really paying a great deal of attention towards it, just trying to get some runs for Lancashire. Oh, a little skip down the pitch. Vasconcelos plays it uppishly. Davis for a second at mid-on thought he was in the game there. In the end, he's just having to put a dive into his left-hand side to try and stop the ball reaching the boundary, which he did. And they've come back for 2. He's a total on to 110 for 1. Vasconcelos moves to 63.
Yeah, a little loose, wasn't it? First time he's advanced at the spinner. Didn't get much of it.
Parry over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who stays in his ground this time and dabs the ball back down the pitch. And there's no run. I noticed this morning that Trevor Bayliss, the England head coach, was asked about Jason Roy in the Ashes.
Yeah, I was listening to that interview on the way down.
Parry skips in, and then Vasconcelos turns it into the onside, just underneath the body of Croft at short mid-wicket. It's a good single, that. It's well backed up by Levy. Vasconcelos made the call, put a bit of pressure on Davis coming round from mid-on, who didn't pick it up cleanly. And they managed to sneak in a very cheeky single there. All the ones are on the board now, 111 for 1. Vasconcelos moves to 64, Levy back on strike, 29 not out. The response from Bayliss would suggest that Roy is very much in consideration for place in the Ashes squad. As Levy drives back down the ground, gathered by Parry, no run.
Yeah, it was very warm, wasn't he, about Roy's prospects of playing later in the summer. Suggested he might bat at 3.
Parry to Levy. And goes back and works it to the onside. Out to Mahmood at mid-on, end of the over. Parry collects his sunglasses and his cap. Score remains at 111 for 1.
And the argument goes, and I've read it a few times this summer, that if you are as good as Roy appears to be in international cricket, regardless of what ball it's against, you should be able to adapt your game. And certainly if you're looking towards a toss-up between a Jason Roy or a James Vince, you'd maybe be more inclined to give Roy a turn in his international form.
Gleeson bowls to Vasconcelos. It's a wide delivery, left alone, taken by the keeper, no run. Yes, it still doesn't solve the ongoing issues of 1 and 2, does it, really?
No, it doesn't. I've thought for a long while that our best batsman, Joe Root, should be batting at 3. Looking to fill, it's easy to fill middle order spots, isn't it?
Gleeson over the wicket bowling. Oh, that will be 4 runs by Vasconcelos. As he just leans into it, comes off the edge of the bat, down to the ground, and again that gap between second slip and goal. There's been a lot of runs down there today, and 4 more of them there. Vasconcelos moves to 68, and Northamptonshire are 115 for 1. The 34th over.
Root not keen to bat at 3, it seems.
No.
Plenty of arguments to say that, well, he's the captain, he can bat where he wants, and he's got a great record at number 4. I just think if you've got a guy who can clearly bat at number 3, you should let him do the job. Many a great down the years has filled that number 3 spot.
Gleeson for Lancashire bowls. Forward goes Vasconcelos. He's playing not fully committed, but enough for him to be frustrated with himself there, and punches it at the bat. Just kind of half forward, just a little nibble outside the off stump.
Yeah, he knows he should have let that one go.
A little cross with himself. Almost sense he's still chuntering away to himself, twirling his bat around.
He's got the natural angle for a lefty with the right arm over bowler. Anything sort of around the off stump you can generally let bypass.
Gleeson to Vasconcelos, bit leg side this time, and that's deflected off his hip down to backward square leg for a single. He's still chastising himself there, isn't he? At that little naughty shot playing outside the off stump. 116 for 1.
Yeah, not often, but just a couple of times he has had a little flirt outside the off stump, but in general has left the ball well enough, I think, so far.
Three slips into position. Levy's back on strike. Sun burning through. It's quite warm now. Levy gets forward, just jabbing the ball off an inside edge. Out into the onside, but for no run. I'll have to go and retrieve the sunglasses when I disappear for the next update.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice indeed. Started a bit rainy yesterday morning, which is a big surprise after such a lovely week. Cracking weather down at Hove last week, last Saturday. was a real, genuinely hot day, 30 odd degrees. It remained very pleasant all last week. A little bit of rain around yesterday morning, but yesterday evening became very nice once again. And also this morning, very pleasant indeed.
Gleeson bowls and Levy's defending with an angle bat into the onside, gathered by Gleeson off his own bowling. No run. End of the over. 116 for 1. Levy 29. Vasconcelos on 69. The 12th man's back on, but it's not for Bohannon, who's still hobbling about. It's Alex Davis who's disappearing for a wee while. I guess the journey down from Manchester today was very pleasant. Came down this morning. Very nice little journey over the Pennines. Beautiful, bright start to the morning.
All right, you came across and down rather than down and across.
I did. I did, yeah. Mixed it up this morning.
Avoided those M6 roadworks past Coventry.
Like the plague, I avoided them. No, it was very nice. Nice little trip. 2.5 hours down this morning. Wasn't too bad. In fact, now we've now got a 12th and 13th man on because Gleeson's had enough for the time being, and Matt Parkinson's has come onto the field.
Here is Parry, far end bowling to Vasconcelos, who whips this in his crease. Takes it from around the off stump to short mid wicket. Croft is there, just down quickly to his right hand side, and there's no run. Quickly back to his mark is Parry, steps in left arm over and bowls quite straight and gets whipped away by Vasconcelos out the deep backward square, away to our right hand side where the hobbling Bohannon comes to his left. He's moving a little freer now, but still not quite right down there as the board flicks over to 117 for 1. Vasconcelos has 70 of them now, going very well. Played well at Hove in the second innings to put Northants well out of reach as Parry bowls again, and Levy is driving, gets it past extra cover. This is running away towards the boundary. I think will be cut off by Bohannon. It is. It's a good scramble with his dodgy left knee coming round to his right there. And Croft annoyed with himself at extra cover because he felt he should have made the save there. Allowed them to pick up a couple of runs. So Levy to 31 now in his first knock of the season in the Championship. 119 for 1. As Parry bowls again, floats one up and brings Levy forward. Just running it back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. Identical field here with sweepers out on either flank. Cover away to our right, deep backward square to our left. And Parry coming in again, flatter this time, and almost catches Levy in the crease, but he just pushes at one and steers it away through the covers. Left of Croft, and they get a run. Levy to 32, 120 for 1 here, Northants. And these two building a really smart partnership. As Parry bowls to Vasconcelos once more. Very full delivery this time, just smothers it out away to extra cover. Jennings is there, and the over comes to an end, 120 for 1. And the change was immediate because Gleeson now is quickly back on the field. And popping off the ground once again is Parkinson to our left. Parkinson, who had a shoulder injury over the winter, is that right?
He did, yes. He had a rather unfortunate winter because he was picked by the Melbourne Renegades, I think, to play in the Big Bash this winter, but suffered a shoulder injury. I think he may have had a slight stress fracture as well. So yeah, a little bit of misfortune did Matthew Parkinson over the winter with injury.
Away goes Gleeson. 3 orthodox slips here to Levy the right-hander, but down the leg side, that flicks something and goes out to the Wilson stand for 4 leg byes, signalled by umpire Watts. With the tap of the right knee and a flourish of the right arm to the scorers over our left shoulders, a nod of the head to acknowledge a little light that flicks on over there above the scorebox, their wooden window which has been hoisted into position. It's a fabulous old system, that. Tug on the pulleys and the thing creaks into action to open the window to allow the fresh air to be drunk in over there.
Lovely.
Very, very old light bulb on top of the window there to acknowledge the umpire's signals. 124 for 1 with those 4 leg byes. And Gleeson running away from us again. Into the wicket he goes, and Levy in his crease is pushing from a fourth stump line to backward point. Jennings with the fielding, no run.
It doesn't look like one of those energy efficient light bulbs.
Oh no, far from it.
No.
Far from it. I think that one uses up quite a significant amount of energy to get that one going, actually.
The problem, I suppose you couldn't use an energy efficient one because they take a while to heat up, don't they?
They do,
And
yeah.
you're only flicking it on for him.
Yeah, you'd have to have your finger on the button for a good 20 odd seconds
You
to
are, yeah.
acknowledge a simple signal of leg by.
Yeah.
Gleeson in, and Levy driving smartly, but a good save from the bowler down to his left hand side, and there is no run. Yeah, old score box, probably the oldest part of the ground, I dare suggest, this Ken Turner stand. Well, the old pavilion to our left hand side is the oldest part of the ground. There was the old dressing rooms over there, but certainly just feels up a little bit smarter than this Ken Turner stand. The claret paint away to our right. Very traditional as Gleeson moves in, and Levy is beaten pushing forward. One angled in, moved away. Levy perhaps done for a bit of pace as well, though. That zipped through. Nicely bowled by Gleeson. 124 for one. This stand was mid-70s, I think, when it was opened. Named after the former Northampton secretary, Ken Turner. Did an awful lot of work for the club. Instrumental in bringing a number of quality players here to Northampton throughout their history. As Gleeson goes up again and brings Levy forward, this time to play out towards Onions at mid-off, just coming to his left-hand side, and there is no run. The newer pavilion, the current players' dressing rooms, and the club offices there to our left-hand side, I think erected after this Ken Turner stand. Not quite sure of the opening date of that stand over there. And the latest addition would be the bank of white seats away to our right hand side. They were installed maybe 6 years ago now, actually. As Gleeson sets off with a deep square into Levy, bowls him a bumper here, but it's down the leg side, and Levy gets beneath it comfortably, and Villas goes to his left hand side to take it. 124 for one. Levy is 32, Vasconcelos is 70, so a steady 25 minutes or so for Northamptonshire. Since lunch, one wicket fell in the morning session out of Rob Newton, who was caught behind driving at Onions for 11.
Yeah, it's a really well-appointed ground, isn't it? And that sun trap in front of the Lynn Wilson end, which every time I come here, even if it's not sunny, people are sat there with no shirts on. It must get pretty warm when the bright light reflects off the white seats.
Parry from the far end bowls to Vasconcelos, who had a shimmy down the wicket before playing to mid-on for no run.
There are a couple of guys there, aren't they, on the back row of that stand in front of the indoor centre, who have
always do
removed their shirt. They've got plenty
Yeah.
of cream on. Oh, actually, one chap's just bring some more cream on now.
Parry flatter this time, and Vasconcelos from the crease is playing with the angle here to work this through square leg, and picks up a single, goes to 71, 125 for one. He's now passed 2,000 first-class runs, Ricardo Vasconcelos, so a little milestone for him here today. He's had a really good record in, well, just over one season really so far for Northampton, as Parry is round the wicket to Richard Levy, who's forward, playing to short extra cover. Croft is there, no run. Came into the side midway through last summer, made such an immediate impression. It was obvious he was going to be a fixture of the side for a while to come. And runs have continued to flow for him as Levy here dribbles this up to the bowler's right hand for no run. It's quickly become apparent that definitely the classiest player in the Northampton side, really. A lot of ability. Parry in again, very full, a little straighter, allows Levy to clip to short mid wicket where Hamid is stationed. Collects and fires the ball back to Villas, who lobs a catch back in the fieldsman's direction. 125 for one. Parry to complete the over outside the off stump and cut away with quick hands by Richard Levy. Steers it across the square to Bohannon away to our right-hand side for a single. So 37 overs have gone, and Northampton sent in this morning are going pretty well at 126 for 1. Vasconcelos there on 71, and Richard Levy on 33. The second wicket stand here is worth 90.
Parry could be in for quite a lengthy afternoon, because if Lancashire, as it appears, are a bowler light. I mean, Bohannon is out there, but I don't know, it doesn't appear like he's in much condition to bowl, so Villas doesn't have Bohannon as an option. So if he's going to keep his three frontline seamers, Gleeson, Onions and Mahmood fresh, then Parry has a big part to play with the ball. Gleeson will continue. Here he comes over the wicket and bowling, and it's just jabbed down into the offside by Levy. Just cramped for room a little bit. It just moved back in from Gleeson. Levy trying to work it leg side, just in the end having to force it out into the offside, and there's no run. I mentioned that Keaton Jennings bowled last week against Durham at Sebba School. First time he'd, in fact it was his first wicket for Lancashire last week. He bowled 11 overs in the second innings, 7 in the first because of problems for Anderson. Gleeson bowls, it's a wide ball left alone by Levy through to Villas, no run. So Jennings is a bowling option for Lancashire, as indeed is Croft. We've already seen a little bit of Rob Jones, but I think Parry could be in for quite a lengthy afternoon. Might see a lot of Stephen Parry's overs, and then Villas can keep Gleeson and Mahmood and Onions fresh for little bursts here and there on a pretty warm day. You can see that the sweat just forming on the forehead of Richard Gleeson, the Blackpool man, who's striding back in to bowl once more and left alone by Levy, and through to Dane Villas.
Has he moved back to Blackpool, do you know?
Don't. Actually, he has, because he mentioned in interview, and I didn't ask him about this, but he mentioned he got a career best. Actually, it was early this season. In fact, it may be against Northampton.
I think it probably was, yeah, that 10 for.
That's right. And I said, how are you going to celebrate tonight? And he said, I'm going to be on the M55 battling the traffic. So heading back on the M55 towards the Fylde coast in Lancashire. So yeah, he must have moved back that way. Gleeson balls, that's come in, and just off a little inside edge onto the pad of Levy for the second time since lunch. Just a little inside edge, a little wood on that, and that's kept Levy there. That appeal started and quickly died away as Lancashire realised he's got an inside edge onto his pad.
Fallen straight again, and Levy rather done for pace, just slow to come out to that one.
Yes, not too dissimilar to the previous appeal, which again was unsuccessful because he hit it. Gleeson to Levy. Oh, it's a good shot out towards deep square leg, just off the pads, and clip out towards the deep square leg boundary by Levy for a single. He moves to 33. Northamptonshire to 127 for 1. One ball left for Gleeson in his 9th over, the 38th of the first innings. Now Vasconcelos is on strike, and this little duel's been quite good. Gleeson to Vasconcelos. He's sewed a couple up just outside the off stump, and on one or two occasions he's not resisted the chance to try and play a shot there. Not really sew up this time, well, it's onto the leg stump, and work down towards fine leg for a leg by, I think, by the looks of it. Yeah, just off the thigh pad. Gleeson perhaps struggling there with the left hand right hand combination, and having pulled into the little left hander, he's just got it wrong, and he keeps the strike. Remains on 71. It's the end of the over, 128 for 1.
And it remains a beautiful day, doesn't it?
It does.
In fact, there is a slightly ugly cloud directly above the ground, but a real rarity this afternoon because it's beautiful here in Northampton. Plenty of cloud, but plenty of blue sky as well, and we've had plenty of sunshine to warm everybody up.
Bit of Parry continues to Vasconcelos, who defends no run. Bit of World Cup news for you. You mentioned that injury to Jimmy Anderson, which yet could have a bearing on the Ashes, as he will be assessed. If you missed it earlier on, he has a calf muscle injury. Parry balls to Vasconcelos. Dabs it into the onside, no run. So he's missing this week. We knew that. He's also missing next week for Lancashire against Sussex, and they'll assess him before the Ashes start. And an injury which will be of interest to England supporters is that Usman Khawaja has been ruled out for 3 to 4 weeks with a hamstring strain. Parry to Vasconcelos, who comes dancing down the pitch and works the ball into the onside, and Hamid's at a short straight mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. 28 for 1 it remains. So Khawaja will be out of that semi-final on Thursday against England. Parry over the wicket. Forward goes Vasconcelos, drives to mid-off where Mahmood fields, and there is no run. On 28 for 1.
Does that leave the door open for a Marsh to come in on Thursday?
Parry moves in, balls, Vasconcelos defending. No run. Be interested if Smith goes up the order to bat at 3, as many think he should do.
Yeah. It would seem most sensible, wouldn't it, than fill in the middle order.
Parry to Vasconcelos. It's worked again across his pads out into the onside. Just a fraction in front of square out towards Josh Bohannon, who's now hobbling around in the deep end of the over. 129 for 1.
In fact, I mentioned Marsh. Wasn't one of the Marshes injured? Wasn't Sean Marsh injured as well? I'm sure I read something about that in
yes, I think he
the
was.
last few days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just check this. Yeah, Sean Marsh ruled out of the Cricket World Cup. This is 2 days ago with a broken arm.
Oh.
And he's also signed the deal to play for Glamorgan in the T20 alongside Mitchell Marsh. So suddenly Australia a couple of bodies down there in their squad to take on England at Edgbaston on Thursday.
Yes, it wasn't quite the semi-final lineup that most people were predicting. Gleeson bowls a full ball on off stump, and Vasconcelos defends, and there's no run. It appeared to be looking like an England-India semi-final at Edgbaston, with Australia against New Zealand at Old Trafford. I think the management at Old Trafford are pretty pleased with the way things have worked out.
Yes, indeed. Will be a tremendous Indian following up there.
Gleeson loops around at the top of his mark. And balls again. Vasconcelos leans into it and guides it out into the offside. Just for 1. So he moves to 73. And the score ticks along to 120, correction, 130 for 1 to bring Richard Levy back on strike. After a very busy morning session where so much was happening, there's a sense, 40 minutes into the afternoon session, that things just a little calmer. Northamptonshire will feel as though they're ahead in the game, in a good position here. Happy for it to be becalmed. That's a loose-looking shot from Levy. Playing and missing at 1 that was just served up outside the off stump by Gleeson, gathered by Dane Villas. No run.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It was the wrong length. Lent into it. Hint of width, but not too much. It was very loose.
Those 3 slip fielders, their eyes would have lit up there as they saw Levy playing that shot. All 3 of them in play. Let that come off the edge. They settle down now into their positions because Gleeson bowls down the leg side, stopped by Dane Villas. And there's no run. On 30 for 1. Levy on 34. Just that wicket of Newton, the only one to go. And these two put on 94. 94 runs in 28 overs.
Very, very good stand so far against the new ball with the bowlers fresh. Getting Northampton deeper into the innings. That's what about first-class batting is about.
Gleeson playing for an inch short to Levy. Ducks underneath that and then quickly spins around to see just exactly where the ball had carried to. Well, the answer was Kind of up to Nave Villas's left shoulder. He got the glove on that. It's jagged back in.
Yeah.
Good bounce as well through to the keeper.
Yeah, did tail a little bit. Well directed bumper.
Well, he's probably the quickest bowler on show, isn't he? Well, I mean, Mahmood's quick, but I suspect Gleeson and Mahmood certainly in the Lancashire camp. Perhaps Gleeson just edging it. He's bowled a couple of fierce spells already this season as Richard Gleeson. It's a much fuller ball on off stump, and it brings Levy forward, just driving down into the ground. Bounces to Onions, who's at mid-off. And there is no run. 130 for 1. Levy has 34. Vasconcelos is unbeaten on 13. And I'll go and do a little update and rejoin you shortly.
Thank you, Scott Reed. Alongside myself, Alex Winter here at Wantage Road. Lovely sunny day. Northampton in a really good spot. 130 for 1. Vasconcelos there on 73. And this stand now into the 90s. And it's Vasconcelos facing up to Parry from the far end. Left arm over. Vasconcelos drives up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Mid-off there. I think it's Chris Sanders back on the ground. A substitute fieldsman. As then comes Parry again. Floats one up and Vasconcelos drives in the identical direction. And there's no run. Also extra cover. Backward point. Slip. Then backward square leg, deep square, a very straight short mid-wicket, a deeper orthodox mid-wicket and a mid-on as Vasconcelos plays forward up to the bowler's right hand. And there is no run. Graham Onions limbering up here to our right at backward square leg. Richard Gleeson has got through 6 overs of a spell after lunch from this Wantage Road end as Vasconcelos plays forward back to the bowler for no run. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Have been a number of leg buys during that period as well, so not quite as economical as it sounds. As Parry comes in again, this is driven away for 4 runs by Vasconcelos. Afforded just a hint of width, and he opened the blade really nicely on the cover drive and timed it well out towards the covered stand, away to our left for his 12th boundary of the day. And goes up to 77, 134 for 1. Nicely steered from Vasconcelos. As Parry just pauses into his 7th over here after lunch and bowls on the off stump, flicked in the air. Oh, straight to mid-wicket, he's gone! And Parry has the wicket. It's a complete misjudgment from Vasconcelos, who has just chipped one in the air, and it is the tamest of dismissals. And all Vasconcelos' hard work comes to an end here. He's gone to 77, played really well, but has got himself out with a misjudgment. Just looked to flick one leg side, just turned the bat too quickly. A leading edge is looped up in the air, and it's the simplest of catches for Stephen Croft. And Northants lose their 2nd wicket in most disappointing fashion. And from absolutely nothing, Lancashire have a wicket. Vasconcelos walks off here to good applause because he's played very well. Gone past 50 for the 5th time this season. But he has to go now. He punches his bat as he walks off. He's furious because he knows how hard he'd worked. And he knows what a good position
he's
got himself and his side into. But he has to go.
Ricardo Vasconcelos called Croft, bowled Parry for 77, scored off 136 balls.
Final numbers there for Vasconcelos. But such a tame dismissal. And the Northants dressing room will be so disappointed with that partnership ending at 98. Played really well, but having got in, always the really good players go on to make a biggie. And Vasconcelos not able to do that here today, but has played well. And he's got himself a 3rd 50 of the season, but he becomes the 2nd wicket to fall after Newton fell for 11 in the morning session. Vasconcelos now gone for 77. So it brings Temba Bavuma to the crease with 297 runs at 27 in the 6 matches he's played for Northants so far. So a little haul of runs, but nothing overly significant so far. Made himself a smart half-century in the second innings against Leicestershire here in the previous match, but yet to make a century. Now work to do to try and get Northants going again here this afternoon after a really good, pretty much 45 minutes there. Just checked back with that wicket. Gleeson to continue for the one-two road end outside the off stump of Richard Levy. Allows it to go through to Villas. 1-3-4 for 2 then. Levy still there on 34. And Bavuma limbering up at the non-striker's end. Has generally got himself going in all his innings so far. Just the 2 single-figure scores. First innings against Sussex and first innings against Glamorgan, where he both made 8. But apart from that, he has got in every time. Generally got himself to 20. But has yet to go on and make a real biggie in his first stint in county cricket. Gleeson in and goes past the outside edge of Richard Levy. A quick delivery around the off stump that seamed away and meet the bat. And the oohs and the ahs have a bit more volume about them now. Scott Reed, with the breakthrough having been made.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bonus, that, wasn't it, for Lancashire? Frustrating way for Vasconcelos to bring to an end to what was a pretty enterprising innings. But real bonus for Lancashire to have got Vasconcelos out in that fashion.
Whiff of grass in our nostrils here as Gleeson goes in, bowls full and gets hammered away for 4 by Richard Levy. It's a beautiful stroke, full of length, and Levy waited and then steered it away with great timing out towards the covered stand to our left-hand side. He picks up his 5th 4, goes to 38, and Northants 1-3-8 for 2. The breeze just came in our direction. And have you got that as well? Just
I did.
Little whiff of grass, which is most pleasant on a summer's afternoon.
Oh, it's lovely. Very nice.
I was attempting, well, I had thought about cutting my lawn yesterday morning.
Oh, right.
But it was raining.
Ah.
So I had to put that on hold.
Yes.
As Gleeson sets off again. And Levy just in defence this time, playing out to Hamid, coming to his left-hand side from extra cover. And there is no run. We have quite a long, reasonably thin lawn, and so I need the extension lead out to get the fly mow all the way to the back of the garden, but wasn't able to attempt it yesterday because a bit of drizzle had fallen.
Is it not the perfect shape for a cricket wicket?
It is. Very much is. The fences either side are a little small, so premium on strokes along the ground. As Gleeson sets off past the umpire, bowls a bumper, doesn't really get up that actually. Levy was ducking beneath, but that rather looped over the batsman's head and bounced in front of Villas behind the stumps. 1-3-8 for 2. But there's quite a lot of foliage either side. If it was up to me, they'd be coming out tomorrow.
Yes.
I'd get a big skip, get it all up, just fresh turf, the entire thing. You have a good old wicket.
Well, our colleague who covers Surrey, Johnny Barrett, he has a bowling machine, doesn't he? in his rear gardens.
Gleeson again, full of length, driven in the air, corner point, and Gleeson has struck, and Northants have lost 2 wickets in quick succession here, and both set batsmen who are going really well have now fallen, and both have given it away. First, Vasconcelos caught at mid-wicket, and now Levy driving at 1, full of length, that just moved away a touch perhaps, and took a thickish outside edge that looped straight up towards point. Simple catch for Keaton Jennings, and Levy now goes for a well-compiled 38, but a couple of wickets here just moved the day back onto more of an even keel. 1-3-8 for 3 Northamptonshire, with 2 real bonus wickets for Lancashire.
It's quite a strange dismissal, that, wasn't it? It's almost like he kind of got through the shot a little early, like it perhaps just held up a fraction on the in the pitch, and he was almost through it perhaps, and it came off maybe more the top half of the bat, because he looked a little puzzled there, did Levy, with the nature of that dismissal, and kind of was looking back down the pitch to suggest that maybe it did, and because he was through it to a fraction early, maybe just off that top half
the
of the bat
batsman is
and the
Rob
ball,
Keogh, sponsored by
top
Daniel
of
Granger
half of the
and
bat,
John
and the ball went
White's
out towards Jennings at point.
Richard Levy called Jennings, ball Gleeson.
Bonus again for Lancashire to have
38
picked up
runs, scored off
a couple
86
since
balls.
the luncheon interval, and crucially the two batsmen who were not out at lunch as well, two batsmen who were really well set, to have got Vasconcelos out, to have got Levy out, and now to have two fresh batsmen there is excellent for Lancashire from their point of view.
Very much so, yep. Suddenly two fellas on naught, and Northants have it all to do again to get going here this afternoon in such a good spot. 1-3-4 for one. Vasconcelos and Levy going really well. Stand of 98 for that second wicket. But with it all to do once again as Parry bowls to Bavuma, who's working this through square leg. An easy starter for him to get off the mark. Just dribbled away towards the edge of the square to our left. And the score was to 1-3-9 for 3. So a big partnership this for Northants to try and get going. Always the challenge to get into bonus point period with plenty of wickets in hand. Got a really good start. As Parry bowls to Keogh, and Keogh is forward, playing out towards extra cover where Croft comes across to collect with the right hand, and there's no run. There's been a real criticism of Northants batting in recent years. Too many freebies out there as Keogh plays forward, back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. They have been better this year. They had a bit of a relapse against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago, where there were some loose dismissals, particularly in the first innings, and a couple of poor ones here as Parry bowls flat outside the off stump, and Keogh in his crease is pushing away through cover point to get off the mark. Out to Bohannon in the deep, away to our right, and Keogh is off the mark. 140 for 3. Lancashire will feel a couple of quick wickets into the middle order. A chance to really get going here this afternoon. But this pair, if they can share a partnership and push Northants towards that batting bonus point, we're back in decent shape as Parry comes into Bavuma with a slip in place, and Bavuma is forward. Wants a single in front of point that Keogh refuses. Probably the right call, because Croft was coming across to his left in good order to collect. Bavuma very quick between the wickets, sometimes too quick for his partners, as he plays forward here to a flat delivery. Out to Hamid at extra cover, and there is no run. So a really good period after lunch for Northants. 45 minutes or so has become a very bad 10 minutes, with the wickets of Vasconcelos for 77, caught a mid-wicket, trying to chip or flick Parry away, really, one he just misjudged. And now Levy gone for 38 as well, chipping to point, a dismissal that looked very ugly indeed. So 140 for 3. As I say, the day back on a bit more now of an even keel, Scott Reed.
Yes, indeed. A good start for to the afternoon for Lancashire. I mentioned they've been a little bit frustrated at lunch. Well, they'll feel a bit better about things at 2:30 than they did at 1:30, I think. So, Gleeson then will continue with Keogh on strike. So 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. There's Gleeson. He's in over the wicket bowling, and that's punched nicely. That's 4. So gorgeous looking shot by Keogh out towards the point boundary. Lovely looking front foot punch square the wicket for 4 runs. He moves to 5. Score moves on to 144 for 3. With Bavuma and Keogh, the 2 new batsmen. I should be pleased to have 2 new batsmen to bowl at. That's a good start by Keogh. Gleeson comes back in once more. His first wicket of the day. Balls to Keogh, going back and just clipping it down towards the fine leg boundary. Mahmood for Lancashire. Saqib comes round to field. He's been called up by the Lions this week or this weekend. That confirmation. Saqib Mahmood will be away with the England Lions. They're playing an Australia team. Australia A, I think it is. So he'll miss next week's match against Sussex. So Lancashire without Anderson and Mahmood and Bailey for that game at Old Trafford. So the likes of Gleeson and Onions got a lot of bowling ahead of them. Here comes Gleeson. This is wide, and the umpire perhaps even considering it to signal as a wide, but it was just in those guidelines. Through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, Sussex for Lancashire next week at Old Trafford, and Sussex will be without their best bowler, Ollie Robinson, because he'll also be involved in that Lions match down at Canterbury, as Scott says, to play Australia A. The full Lions side is James Bracey of Gloucestershire, which is a slightly eye-catching selection, but has deserved it with some good runs this season. Zach Crawley has been in excellent form. Ben Duckett also very much short of runs this season for Notts, but he's there.
Mahmood bowls wide again, left by Bavuma through to the keeper, no run.
I think he made 1 century, Duckett, in the second innings at Edgbaston, but that's been pretty much it for him this campaign. It's been a real struggle for Notts. Ben Folkes of Surrey is in the side. Lewis Gregory has had a tremendous campaign for Somerset this year. I think he's the leading wicket taker in Division 1. Jack Leach, also of Somerset, is in the side. Mahmood, Sam North East of Hampshire, Jamie Porter, the Essex seamer, Robinson and Dom Sibley completes the 11.
Gleeson bowls straight to delivery. Bavuma does play and has to, and drives straight to extra cover, no run.
But I've always questioned the wisdom of these mid-season Lions matches, because I suppose you are bowling against better players, but I don't think you can learn a great deal more about that 11 there that you don't know already in county cricket, and you are robbing your county of, or certainly in the case of Sussex, an absolutely essential member of their attack. I mean, I think Mir Hamza is going to be fit for next week, which is good news for Sussex, but to lose Robinson, 40 wickets this campaign, is a disaster.
Richard Gleeson swinging one in towards Bavuma. He's worked it off his pads into the onside for 1 run, just to the right of mid-on, and that completes the over. 146 for 3. Bavuma 2, Keogh 6.
I often criticise the England setup, don't they? The counties for not trusting the county system, and that's what that smacks of, really. Don't think your county form's good, but doesn't count for too much, and we want to see you do it for the England Lions under our noses, as it were.
I agree. It's frustrating, isn't it? Because you feel as though they probably would get more by playing county cricket. Yeah. But clearly England like the idea, as Parry comes around the wicket and bowls to Bavuma, who defends, no run, of kind of getting these players together and taking them into a different environment, and seeing what they can learn and watching them at closer quarters. They obviously believe they can. That is ultimately more beneficial. Parry into Bavuma. Good stride, isn't it? I know he's only a short man, but he's got good stride in there, Bavuma, pushing it out towards the fielder at point, no run. At
least they have only picked 11. They haven't gone silly and picked a squad of 14 to travel to Canterbury for a week, and 3 fellas are going to carry the drinks.
No, fair point. Flatter, quicker ball. Bavuma has flicked it pretty nonchalantly off his back foot through mid-wicket, to the left of Gleeson, who's at short mid-wicket, to the right of Mahmood at mid-on. And 4 runs, just a little rock back into the crease and a flash of the bat through the onside to bring up the 150 for Northants. 150 for 3. Bavuma is now unbeaten on 6.
Almost the shot of the day, that, wasn't it? Went back and just whipped it away with great wrist, and the timing was impeccable.
Slip in place, Parry's bowling, Bavuma's forward and defending. To Hamid at mid-wicket, no run. Villas towers above his countryman, who's rocking back and muscling one more through mid-wicket. 1 bounce and then into the advertising boards for 4 more. Slightly more power on this shot. The previous one was a flash, a stylish looking whip through mid-wicket. That one was a rock back and muscle it out towards that leg side boundary. But the result is the same. It's another boundary. He's moved up to 10. And the score to 154 for 3. As Bavuma settles back into his crease, Parry's what his response will be. He's bringing Bavuma forward and playing it into the offside, nicely stopped by Stephen Croft at extra cover. And that completes the over. 45 gone. Bavuma 10, Keogh 6, 154 for 3 here on the BBC Sport website and app, and via BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequency back up in the northwest of England, 8:55 AM for that. It's the opening day of the Specsavers County Championship fixture. Northamptonshire against Lancashire in Division 2. Scott Reed and Alex Winter perched on the gantry above the sight screen on quite a pleasant Sunday afternoon. Very nice it is.
With a bit of jazz.
Oh, what an afternoon. I mean, just beautiful. Just a little bit of Yaz in the background. Where's that coming from?
I think it's somewhere on the Clark Road. Often is the case on a Sunday afternoon. You do get that saxophonist
Oh, that's quite
playing
magnificent.
away.
It's worth the entrance fee alone just for that. Keogh clips this next delivery from Onions, who's back into the attack, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, ever since I've been covering Northampton, it's the best part of 5 years now, pretty much every Sunday afternoon you get the sound of a saxophonist.
Oh, that's beautiful. I suspect on T20 nights that sound is completely dwarfed by the razzmatazz of a T20 fixture. As Keogh gets forward and punches into the offside, no run. Even on a Sunday afternoon T20 match, I suspect.
Yeah, the music and the fire and
all that malarkey.
everything else
will
get in the way.
Well, it's been quite pleasant to hear that, just tootling away in the background.
Yeah, very pleasant. A few more T20s on Sundays, it seems, this season than in previous years. Northants have 4 fixtures on Sunday afternoons.
Onions comes over the wicket and bowls. Keogh defends with an angled bat to mid-on, and there is no run. I shall be back in a minute.
28th of July, Yorkshire the visitors here to Wantage Road. And the 11th of August, Northants visit New Road. 18th of August, the return fixture against Worcestershire here. And then a trip to Edgbaston on the 25th of August. As Onion steps in again. Edged, oh, is it the pad? Oh, he's bowled him in fact. Keogh has gone. It's a beauty from Onions. Squared Keogh up, has clipped the top of the off stump, and Lancashire have another wicket. And that was a genuine good delivery that nipped away and just flicked the op bail. It's a classic Onions delivery, really. I tell you, as a youngster, to hit the top of the off stump, and that's just what Onions has done there. One that seamed away, squared Keogh up, and flicked his off bail. So he's gone for 6. And the Northants slide continues all of a sudden from 1-3-4 for 1 to 1-5-4 for 4 now. And always the danger when you give away a couple of wickets, open and end up. A couple of genuine wicket-taking deliveries later, and he can be in big trouble. Not quite there just yet, but Northants very much on the back foot all of a sudden at 1-5-4 for 4, but a real goodie there from Onions, who has his second wicket of the day. Picked up Newton
Adam Rossington
in the morning session, first wicket of 4.
sponsored by Shoesmith.
But deep into the middle order now with Rossington out at number 6.
Onions for 6 runs off 9 balls.
Still got Luke Proctor, recognised batsman to come, but then down to the bowlers, Hutton, Coles, Buck and Sanderson. So for the moment, Northants with some work to do just to push themselves up into bonus point period in decent shape. Mentioned that Keogh Bavuma partnership was a crucial one, and it hasn't provided too many. Only added 16 there, but a cracking delivery from Onions. One that was angled in and then nipped away, clipped the off bail, and Keogh is gone. So all of a sudden, Northants under a bit of pressure, and Lancashire with 3 wickets in the session and 3 wickets inside 20 minutes or so here. Very much got this match back on an even keel. Adam Rossington, the new man then. As Onions goes in, just the 2 slips in place. Rossington is back and across to defend from the crease down towards mid-wicket for no run. Don't have a perfect view on the replay because the camera is too... Actually, it's not bad, actually. And yeah, it's squared Keogh up, all ends up really. Trying to defend from the crease, the bat comes down at an awkward angle, that's why he's missed it. Enough movement to beat the batter. Good delivery, but perhaps Keogh could have played that a little better there. Gone to a poor position as Onions goes in again. The ball's full and Rossington is driving. No timing. Down towards Jennings at mid-off for no run to end the over. So more success for Lancashire here in a good period for them. Have taken 3 wickets for 20 here inside 5 overs. And Northants all of a sudden with some work to do to try and get going again at 154 for 4. Still in a decent spot, but having got through that new ball, got into a really good position against the older ball, with 2 batsmen well set, they can't cash in and really make the most of their opportunity. And that is the key to good batting in the county championship. As Parry bowls to Bavuma. Bavuma is forward, running this back up towards the bowler for no run. Elsewhere today, massive game at Canterbury. England women taking on Australia in the 3rd ODI, and Australia have made 2 6-9 for 7 there, so good runs as Bavuma defends to extra cover for no run. England really need a win there today to get back into the series, because they're 2 rubbers down already. We lost the first couple of ODIs. As Parry bowls full and Bavuma drives with good wrists here through the covers. Away to our right hand side, out towards Bohannon in the deep. Bavuma to 11, 155 for 4. In the championship, Hampshire put up 5-3-9, again that started yesterday at the Ageas Bowl against Warwickshire. They're 37 for 1 in reply. At Chelmsford, Yorkshire 201 for 8 there against Essex. Chose to bat first, did Yorkshire, but Essex going well with the ball. As Rossington comes half forward to defend Parry back up the crease for no run. Taunton, Somerset, top of the table, under some pressure, 145 for 6 against struggling Notts. But Notts do have Ravi Ashwin in their side. As Parry bowls on the off stump, Rossington is back to play quickly away towards mid-off. But Davis does the fielding there, no run. And at the Oval, a delayed start there, but underway now, and Surrey 82 for 2 against Kent, who won the toss and chose to bowl first. As Parry goes outside the off stump, and gets cut away past point, but will be cut off in the deep. Away to our right hand side by Bohannon. And they take a single to end the over. 156 for 4. Rossington is off the mark. Bavuma is 11. In Division 2 of the Championship, Durham are 112 for 7 at Grakes Road. They won the toss, chose to bat first, but Leicestershire right on top there. At Marchant Taylor's School, Middlesex 101 for 4 against Gloucestershire, who won the toss, chose to field first. So Gloucestershire going quite well in the field. And Worcestershire dominating at Kidderminster. Derbyshire chose to bat first, but they're 108 for 9. As Onion sets off, goes into Rossington, the right-hander, who plays carefully back up towards the bowler for no run. And still no play, Arundel, between Sussex and Australia A. They're inspecting roundabout now, actually, for a second time down there. Overnight and morning rain has delayed the start of that tour match. And in fact, they may have got a toss in there. No, not yet, actually. Did say play to start at 11:30. As Onions goes in, bowls full at the pads of Rossington. Appeal for LBW, surely sliding down. Yes, says umpire Watts. Always looked to be leg side. There was another furious appeal by Graham Onions for the 3rd time today, really. Really begging the umpire for the decision, but always looked to be leg side. Behind the bat, they didn't really get involved as much as those 2 appeals in the morning session that Onions could not believe were handed to him. And denied again, Graham Onions. With a couple of wickets in the day for him now at 2 for 36. He sets off again. Jumps into the wicket, bowls on the off stump, brings one back slightly. Rossington driving down towards mid-on. No run as far as Davis, just moving to his left-hand side. Just getting the ball still to seam around here, Graham Onion, Scott.
He is, yeah, and he's done well not to let his frustrations get the better of him. Sometimes I guess you can let your disciplines go when you're so frustrated and eager to do well. But he's such an experienced guy, isn't he? He's bowled superbly, 2 for 26. But yeah, I suspect a bit of frustration in there for him as well.
Onions in again, and Rossington carefully forward to play down towards Al Davis again at mid-on for no run. Derbyshire are now all out actually at Kidderminster. That game moved from New Road because of flooding. Some incredible pictures of New Road a few weeks ago when the water slowly encroached across the ground and then smothered the whole thing, and it was well up into the stands. Really sad to see. But Kidderminster putting on a good show. Staged the match against Sussex a few weeks ago and now hosting Derbyshire, but Derbyshire 108 all out as Onions goes in. Bowls back of a length this time, and Rossington back to play down towards mid-off, I beg your pardon. Jennings there, no run.
Yeah, Lancashire were at New Road the few days just before that flood, and when I left the ground on the Thursday, speaking to one or two of the guys at Worcestershire, they were getting a little anxious about the forecast and the possibility of it flooding, and they kind of feared the worst, and unfortunately it did happen.
2 slips in, deep square out as Onions goes wide on the bowling crease here and gives Rossington a little bit of width, and he pushes again without timing really down towards Jennings at mid-off, and there is no run to end the over. So 156 for 4, and that run of 3 wickets for 20 runs in 4.5 overs has brought Lancashire right back into the afternoon now.
Richard Dawson on Twitter asked a question with regards to the Lions. He said, why couldn't they play the Lions game during the T20 period of the season? Is Richard's point. Just highlighting the fact that next week a number of counties will be weakened by the call-up of certain players.
Parry is left arm round, Bavuma is forward, playing back up towards the bowler for no run. It's a very good point. I would imagine it's dictated by the Australia A schedule, because they, I think, are going to play the Australian main team as well before the Ashes, as Parry fires one in and Bavuma is back to pull it away out towards mid-wicket, all the way for 6. The third time Bavuma has latched onto anything slightly short from Parry. The first time to whip it away, Caribbean style really through mid-wicket, and then a pull up over mid-wicket for 4, and now one that's gone all the way out to that bank of yellow seats for a maximum. So Bavuma has got himself going again now. He's on to 17, 162 for 4. As Parry comes in again, gives this more air, brings the right-hander forward, smothers it back up towards the bowler for no run. But that would be a very sensible suggestion to play that Lions game. Just move it back a week to ensure that players aren't taken out of championship cricket. As Parry bowls again, Bavuma back to defend out towards extra cover for no run, because the players selected, well, some of those aren't going to play, certainly aren't key T20 players for their counties. Parry in again, floats one up quite straight, and Bavuma forward to defend back up the wicket for no run. But as I say, I reckon it would have been the date of that fixture dictated by the Australia A schedule, as Parry bowls a similar ball, quite full, quite straight, quite quick, and Bavuma runs it back at the pitch to the bowler's right hand side for no run. 162 for 4 Northants. Rossington 1 and Bavuma 17.
Yeah, and there's obviously that much cricket going on at the minute with various different competitions domestically and internationally. I mean, it must be trying to piece together the fixture list as it is a job that I wouldn't have for all the money in the world. Yeah, trying to find windows to get these games in can't be easy. That suits everybody anyway.
Onions in to Rossington, down the leg side it goes, and Rossington looks to flick it away and misses, and it's taken to his left hand side by Villas behind the stumps. 2 slips in place here, point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 back on the leg side at deep square and long leg. Yes, do get in touch. Love to hear your thoughts at _ Alex Winter and at Scott Reed 16.
Indeed.
Jolly good. Sun has just gone behind a cloud as Onion steps in again, and Rossington, has a flirt at one outside the off stump, that bounced a bit and seamed a bit and went past the outside edge. Again, good carry through to Villas, and first slip, Stephen Croft ends up on his backside. Not for the first time today, with the ball climbing in his direction, praying, I think, that Villas is going to stick out a gauntlet to collect. Eventually he does, and spares his slip fieldsman.
Yeah, Croft is thinking, oh my word, it's coming at me again.
Onions again. Down the leg side again, and clipped away this time by Rossington for an easy single to Bohannon at deep square away to our right hand side. 1-6-2 for 4. Villas hasn't had to turn to Bohannon just yet, because he's been able to keep Parry going from one end and then rotate the seamers at this Wantage Road end. So he's sort of got away with the 4 bowlers so far.
The interesting dynamic to that will be just exactly how Bavuma continues to play against Parry. He was going quite nice and tidy and not going for too many, but Bavuma's taken a bit of a shine to Parry, and maybe trying to force Villas into making a change and trying to at least prevent him settling into a long period at one end.
Onions again outside the off stump, and Bavuma was moving into a position to cut it away and then allow it to pass through, and again it climbs nicely through behind the stumps.
Like a bar of soap, isn't it, for Dave Villas? Don't envy him, goodness.
His keeping was really, really sharp in the morning session, but just a few spills in the afternoon.
I mean, the ball. I mean, he's been busy, hasn't he? He's not quite sure where the ball's.
Had a hard time of it.
Absolutely, yeah. It might shoot up to your shoulder. It might wobble through the air. It could do all sorts.
Onions again, very full and driven really nicely by Bavuma, but straight to Jennings at mid-off. Splendid piece of timing, but the fieldsman quickly across to his right-hand side to make the save in there, and there is no run. 1-6-3 for 4.
So yeah, the Parry-Bavuma contest could be quite could be quite important. Villas will want Parry to try and see if he can keep an end nicely tied down and make life difficult, and he can, as you mentioned, rotate the seamers, but Bavuma perhaps has other thoughts.
Onions once more, down the leg side. There was a touch of something past Villas. Bat it was. That was half a chance, but diving to his left-hand side, Villas couldn't get across, and Bavuma picks up a streaky boundary and goes into the 20s now. The latest time he's reached 20 in his stint here for Northamptonshire. He's got to 21 now. 1-6-7 for 4. Mentioned that he's got a good record of starts so far. His full record is 39-15, 8-23, then 8-34 and 43, then 20, 68, 14 and 25. So a lot of starts there. No genuine failures, apart from those 2 scores of 8. But not quite piecing it together to make a real biggie. Might today be the day?
Parry skips his way in and balls to Rossington, who's getting right on top of the bounce there and just pushing into the offside. He leans into it, plays it out towards short extra cover, and there is no run. 1-6-7 for 4. Rossington taps his bat again, slip in place. Parry around the wicket. Oh, he skips down the pitch and launches Parry over mid-on out towards the boundary for 4 runs. I think this is a good ploy, this, by Northampton, to try and have a little pop at Parry, because they'll know that potentially Villas is a bowler light without that Bohannon option to bowl because of a knee injury, it looks like, and he's been struggling. Villas will want Parry at one end, rotate his 3 seamers from the other. Northampton's just trying to force the captain to think otherwise. Parry brings Rossington onto his front foot and just dabs his way into the offside, again to short extra cover, no run. He's just dropped mid-on a little deeper. That's Mahmood. He's not quite at long on, but he's kind of 3/4 of the way back towards the boundary. Parry to Rossington. He's going back and playing it out into the offside, no run. And his 2 fielders pretty tight in on the leg side and need a short straight mid-wicket. The 12th man at deeper mid-wicket and just being pushed back a yard or 2 as well now. 1 slip in place. Rossington forward, driving, not timed, straight to short extra cover. Croft is there for Lancashire. And then Davis is at mid-off with Onions at point and Bohannon sweeping round on the cover boundary. 1 slip and in place, and the keeper behind the stumps, and Rossington's forward and playing into the offside, but to mid-off, and there is no run. That completes the over at 171 for 4. Mark asking a question on Twitter: is Tom Bailey injured? Yes is the answer, Mark. He has got a knee injury and has had that probably for a week or two, maybe a little bit longer than that now. So yeah, the reason why Bailey's not involved is because of a knee injury, and I don't think he's going to be fit for next week neither. Might be wrong, but impressions I got that he probably would miss that game against Sussex as well, but we'll see. There's Onions over the wicket, ball into Bavuma. He's defending it into the offside, and there's no run. Remains unbeaten on 21, 171 for 4. We start over number 52 of the Northamptonshire first innings. If you've just joined us, it was a very lively morning session where Northants got to lunch just a 1 wicket down with 104 runs on the board. It did plenty. It was difficult, certainly, as Onions comes in and bowls, but a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, and Bavuma just steps away, and Onions stands there with his hands on his hips.
I think it was the fault of a chap in a yellow t-shirt. He's just gone wandering into the press box, actually. He came wandering from our right-hand side, almost directly above the side screen. We'll be very careful in this Ken Turner stand this week.
Yes.
But for the record, it wasn't us.
We kept still.
We did.
We kept still. Onions won't be happy with that, oh dear. If you're the man in the yellow t-shirt, avoid eye contact with Graham Onions. I'm making out like he's a grumpy old sod, but he's not really. Onions back in and ball into Bavuma, who's forward and defending, and there's no run. 21 to him, 171 for 4. So yes, what was, and it is a well-stocked seam department for Lancashire, is being tested because of that Anderson injury and Bailey's injury, and Gleeson just coming back from injury, and now Bohannon with a little niggle as well. Onions bowls, and Bavuma attempts just to whip the ball off his pads and does so, but he's come up against a solid piece of fielding and reactionary fielding at short mid-wicket by Parry. He's gone cartwheeling out towards his right-hand side to stop the ball. And there's no run. 171 for 4 it remains. Onion just turns his collar down. It just flapped up above the back of his neck. Tucks it back down. Receives the ball from Davis. Bavuma waits. Onions bowls, and that's clipped off the pads. Oh, and Bohannon, who I suspect might well be hampered slightly by a knee injury, has not been able to get round and cut that off, and kind of got to it, but maybe just a little bit of hesitation because of the fact he's struggling with his knee. The ball just disappears underneath his body, and really it shouldn't have done. 4 runs there for Northamptonshire. Bavuma moves to 25. And the score moves on to 175 for 4. 2 balls left of this over from Onions. He's bowled 14 so far today. 2 for 35 his figures. He comes back in once more. Squad number 99. Bowls to Bavuma, who moves into it and defends with an angled bat, just pushing square of the wicket, where it's fielded. And there is no run. Keeper and first slip having a bit of a natter. Stephen Croft, Dane Villas. One current captain, one former captain. Jones is at second slip. Plenty of scratchings of the chin, isn't there? Croft is kind of scratching his chin there at first slip, and Jennings at mid-off doing something similar. Onions bowls. Bavuma goes back, plays it neatly, calmly, safely. Right into the offside. No run. That completes the over. 52 gone for the day. 175 for 4. Bavuma 25. And Rossington is unbeaten on 6.
So this partnership just beginning to develop. They added 21 so far, but that collapse of 3 for 20. Really checking Northants after a really good start. 134 for 1 they were. The loss of both set batsmen Vasconcelos and Levy, and then Keogh cheaply just brought Lancashire back into the day.
Parry comes around the wicket, ball to Rossington, who's going back, playing it back down the ground, stopped by Parry off his own bowling, no run. Keeper squats down behind the stumps. Parry's in, Rossington's forward. Just pushing up to mid-off, gathered by Davis. Hands the ball back to Stephen Parry. He's skipping his way back in and bowling around the wicket. Rossington gets forward, defends. Again, there's no run. 2 wickets for Onions, 2 for 35. 1 for Gleeson, 1 for 41 his figures. Parry picked up 1 for 41 into his 15th over. Balls flatter, quicker. And Rossington again back, and chopping it out into the offside, mid-off. He's there to field, and there's no run. On 75 for 4. Gets through them quickly, Parry. Hop and a skip, and in he comes once more. And Rossington going back, so playing late and going into his crease, and a few oohs and ahs as a result, but safely steering it to the offside. Croft, it's short extra cover. This muscular looking figure of Stephen Croft creeping in now as Parry's bowling a little flatter to Rossington, who plays a nice forward defensive back down the ground. And there is no run. That completes the over. 175 for 4.
Yeah, been reasonable this season. Rossington entered the game with a steady record, 442 runs at 49. A couple of not outs just inflating that average. 4 half centuries for him. Made some decent battling runs for his side last week against Sussex, when Northants were really struggling at 99 for 6. Made some decent runs. Saved a game here against Sussex a few weeks ago.
Onions bowls. Bavuma clips it into the onside. Parry fields, no run. We had that one big partnership in the game, that Vasconcelos and Levy partnership. A couple of quick wickets, 3 in total, as Alex mentioned, and now Bavuma and Rossington trying to establish another partnership for Northamptonshire. Peter Jones is asking on Twitter, with Bunny Onions, as he described him here, as he comes into bowl to Bavuma. Oh, he's not offered a shot there. It's hit him on the pad. Big appeal from Onions. Oh, he can't believe it. He's getting grumpier and grumpier, and that visible signs of anger from Onions. The umpire shakes his head, and now the two of them are probably going to have a conversation, because Graham Onions is old enough and wise enough to know that can't really react like that.
Yeah, that was disappointing from Onions, really.
Yeah.
It really has allowed its frustrations to boil over there. There's a big sort of slash of the right arm at the ground when that appeal was turned down. And yeah, Dame Villas is being called over here to the umpires, who are going to issue what appears to be some kind of serious warning here. I mean, I think at the very extreme level, penalty runs are available for dissent, and I suppose you have to think here that would be a consideration if the umpires are getting together, because it would have been noted that Onions had reacted excessively, I think, to having been declined an appeal earlier in the day, and you could argue that's a third discretion. They've had a word with VS.
They have, yeah, they've had a word.
Hopefully that's a team warning. Umpire Watts coming back to the Wantage Road end. No signal, so I don't think there's anything more serious than maybe a final warning here now. I mean, It did look very close, the LBW appeal, it must be said.
He did. Onions comes bowling to Bavuma. He's driving off an inside edge to mid-on, and there's no run. I think that was the third sustained appeal for LBW. And of the three, that looked the best shout of the lot. And it looked never looks great when you don't offer a shot as a batsman, which he clearly didn't.
Yeah, height and maybe leg side were considerations.
Yes. Onions to Bavuma. It's nicely driven. Yeah, it was a good shot, but Hamid was at extra cover to field, and there's no run, straight to extra cover. There's all sorts of different penalties which can be handed out for different breaches of things, both in these new regulations. So it looks like perhaps umpires have just had a little word with the captain to say it might well be your last opportunity to show a bit of frustration. As Bavuma's driving to Davis, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. 175 for 4. He clearly feels like he's not had perhaps a look of the bounce, so to speak, there, Graham Onion, so far today. But crikey, he's played enough to know that
not quite.
You're going to get days where it goes for you, you're going to get days where it's not going to go for you.
Yeah.
But it's easy said and done, isn't it, when you're up here in the middle of the battle, so to speak. Short ball by Onions, bangs one in. Heard the yelp from the Lancashire bowler. Collects his cap from the umpire, and that is the end of the over. 175 for 4. Bavuma on 25. Rossington unbeaten on 6.
Would have been a few notes taken by Stuart Cummings, who's the cricket liaison officer here this week. We can see him in one of the television boxes in the Wilson stand opposite from us, who notes anything and everything down, really, that goes on in the game. Has regular meetings with the umpires, and that will certainly be a conversation to be had later on.
Parry bowls. Rossington plays forward, and there is no run.
And often in instances of dissent, the umpires can issue penalty points that go on a player's record that I think stick around for as many as 3 years.
Skipping forward comes Rossington. Has he got enough on that to clear Davis? He has. And out towards wide mid-off. He might even get 4. He does, Rossington. And it'll skip down the pitch or two. It was a bit more of a slash than a control kind of lofted drive, in truth. Got enough to clear Davis, who's running out towards the wide, long off boundary. And he's got himself 4 runs as well into double figures. He moves to 10. And Northamptonshire now 179 for 4. Barry is in to Rossington, who's sweeping down to the boundary at fine leg. He might get 4. Can Jennings get round and cut it off? He can. Excellent work from Jennings. And he's saving a couple of runs there. Said 2 of them, because that was swept down into the ground, down towards the boundary at fine leg. And Jennings is at deep backward square, so he's probably got 30 yards to make up, and did so well. Rossington moves to 12. Score advances to 181 for 4. Barry in to Rossington, who drives, partially stopped by the fingertips of Parry. Low down to his left, and his hands and his knees there, Stephen Parry. In the dirt. Muddy patches now below his knees and on his whites. Twirls his way back in. Rossington takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays it safely into the covers. Stopped by Croft. No run.
He's having a really sweet time with the ball, Rossington, but hasn't quite found his touch here so far. Skip down to lift Parry over the top was just slightly skewed, wasn't it? And there again, it's not finding the meat of the bat.
Flatter and a little quicker from Parry. Rossington with a step down the pitch is slashing the ball into the offside. No run. I think Graham Onions might be being given a breather. I wouldn't be surprised if the captain decides just have yourself half an hour and come back from the other end. 181 for 4.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, because Mahmood is going to take over here. Onions burst there. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. So pretty good stuff. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 35 today for Onions. And now it's going to be back to Sadiq Mahmood with only 9 overs to go until tea. We've skipped through them quite well. It was an extended afternoon session. We only got 28 in the morning because of the injury to Bohannon, among other things. So an extended afternoon with 36 overs to send down. We've got through them in pretty good order, with Parry bowling unchanged from the top end. He's bowled 14 overs on the spin now, 1 for 47. So here is Mahmood with 2 slips going into Bavuma, who's got 25. And Bavuma is in his crease, just nudging one out on the onside and considering a single that Rossington quickly refuses. A month ago against Sussex here, Bavuma actually ran himself out trying to take a single with Rossington at the other end. He worked one down the ground and went scurrying through as he's lightning between the wickets. Rossington blatantly refused the single because he had to wait to make sure that the ball got past the bowler, whereas Bavuma was halfway down as this was taking place. And then there was no time for Rossington to set off when the ball had passed the non-strikers and Stumps. So Rossington turned, screamed no, and realised that Bavuma was well advanced. Bavuma had to turn, get up the other end, and then the Stumps were thrown down by David Visa. Bavuma was run out.
Absolute carnage.
It was. 181 for 4. And Mahmood going in, right arm over, and Bavuma opens the face here and gets 4 to third man. It looked a bit laboured there all of a sudden from Mahmood. Bit of width on offer, back of a length, and that was an easy steer for the South African to the bank of yellow seats on the far side of the ground. So Bavuma picks up his 5th boundary. There have been an awful lot of boundaries today, it feels like. Might go and top them up in a moment, because the boundary count has been very high. 185 for 4 then. So Northants 15 runs away from a first batting bonus point. And with that stroke, a gully is coming in. Mid-wicket has come into gully. Parry in there, and deep square. Bohannon is up to mid-wicket. As in goes Mahmood and bowls a straight line, or straighter line. It's worked away by Bavuma. Out towards point for no run.
I mean, it's 27 boundaries.
All right,
I
good
think.
stuff.
If my maths
Yeah,
correct.
It is. Well done. Good work.
Can I just make a note of this? This 3:15 on this Sunday, I managed to add something up correctly.
Live on the radio, it's very difficult. Mahmood in, and just outside the off stump he goes, and Bavuma lets it go, and again Vyas is forced into a bit of evasive action behind the stumps because it really climbs towards head height, and he has to sway inside the line and get his hands right up with fingers pointing towards the sky to take that. There's been some good pace and carry through from this pitch so far today.
It's been a cracker, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good cricket wicket so far. We saw some pretty quick pitches here for the T20s last summer, and they were generally bang centre of the square, and this pitch isn't too far away, so it may be of similar ilk. It's been good to watch the cricket today. 185 for 4 as Mahmood sets off once again and bowls a little further outside the off stump, and Bavuma lets it go through again, and it carries again nicely through behind the stumps at around diaphragm height. And Vilas just going to his right hand side to take this on this occasion.
Need a good diaphragm to play that saxophone that we can hear in the background.
You do.
You need to control your diaphragm.
You need to control your diaphragm very well. You know, I've never really had any experience of playing wind instruments. I think I gave the corner a go very briefly as Mahmood goes in and Bavuma is driving to the left hand of Gleeson mid-off, and the over comes to an end. So we've got 8 scheduled before the tea break is taken, and it just passed 3:15, and with a spinner bowling, that's pretty good stuff. And the over 8 in fact says +1 now. It was -1 a short time ago, but now +1 on the board away to our right. 185 for 4, Rossington 12, Bavuma 29, and the men out today, Newton in the morning session for 11, and then after lunch, after a stand of 98 for the second wicket, Vasconcelos fell for 77, Levy for 38, and then Keogh for 6.
It's been quite a good day, hasn't it? Nice little. I mean, this morning belonged to Northants, and then the fight back by Lancashire since lunch with those 3 wickets. I mean, there's clearly quite a lot of frustration amongst the Lancashire players. You could tell that by the way that Onions bowled that his last over, and that LBW that didn't go his way. But yeah, it's been entertaining day's cricket so far. We're going to see just exactly how bad Bohannon's knee is now, because he's going to come in. Well, he has come into the attack to replace Stephen Parry.
Here he comes to bowl to Rossington with a slipper and a gully in place, and it's full of length and driven back firmly to the bowler's right hand for no run. If you weren't with us earlier on, Bohannon went down very awkwardly to his left hand side at point to field a ball, and clearly jarred his knee because he was feeling it a lot in the morning session. Had to go off the ground immediately, then came back and has been sort of lingering gingerly in the outfield ever since. But now he's given a chance to bowl. He comes in past the umpire, and Rossington on the back foot is clipping him away to deep square away to our left hand side for a single, and goes to 13, 185 for 4. And he's just reaching down to feel that left knee here, Bohannon. You can understand why he's keen to give it a go, but if there is something wrong with him, there's no point trying to force it and potentially making himself a little worse. Bavuma takes guard here. He's got 29, and they consider the field but leave it the same. So slipper in a gully, deep cover point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, deep square and long leg. And Bohannon, fair head, comes in from the far end and bowls to Bavuma, who's back and across, playing away to Hamid at extra cover, and there is no run.
He has a slightly peculiar gait at the best of times, as Josh Bohannon. So I mean, he does. Yes. So he does look. I mean, he does look like he's hobbling a little bit, but he kind of wobbles when he's walking anyway. So it's difficult to tell how much of this is a limp and how much he's actually struggling.
Moves in again, right arm over, and bowls way outside the off stump. A ball that gently goes away from the right-hander, as Bavuma pays no attention at all. And it's through to Vias, just moving to his right-hand side to collect. 186 for 4, Northants.
But I think it's reasonable to assume that he's obviously struggling with it. It's not 100% clearly, and he does keep rubbing it and flexing it as well. So I suspect he's pushing through the pain a little bit.
Bowls again, much straighter, a gently swinging delivery that Bavuma has to watch carefully and just nudge back at the wicket. Bowler leans down to his left-hand side to collect again. And again, there is no run. With a bit more cloud just moved over for the moment. Been plenty of cloud around today, but plenty of blue sky as well. We've had a lot of sunshine, been nice and warm today actually as well. Been a really pleasant day for cricket this. As Bohannon comes in again, and Bavuma on the back foot here is gently, very gently dropping a ball into point, and they're able to go up for the most comfortable of singles imaginable to end the over. And we have had 57 in the Northants innings so far, and they're going pretty well at 187 for 4. Bavuma is up to 30, Rossington is 13, and this pair have just picked things up after the loss of those 3 wickets, where Northants were plunged into some real pressure. And both set batsmen, Vasconcelos and Levy, who were going along really, really well, fell within quick proximity to each other in the space of 5 overs. But we have 7 overs to go until tea.
And Peter's reminded me on Twitter, as Mahmood comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's left alone by Bavuma and there's no run, that I started to read his tweet out and then stopped. I think something must have happened. I tell you what it was that LBW decision which didn't go in Onions' favour, but this is the tweet that Peter puts. With Onions bowling as well as he ever has, what are the chances of Lancashire signing him for 1 more year before his coaching career begins? Well, I think he is out of contract at the end of the season, but and he has done a little bit of kind of coaching as well at Lancashire with the different younger age group, so he's kind of started his path, so to speak, with that. Mahmood bowls a wide ball to Bavuma through to Vilas, and there is no run. But I suspect that if he's keen on playing again and playing on, I don't see why Lancashire wouldn't offer him a another deal if he's keen on it. He's bowling well. He reckons that actually he's done about 18 months or so out of the game when he was at Durham. Towards the end of his time with Durham, he was missing for a period because of injury, and he thinks actually that's kind of extended his career a little bit. And we moved into Bavuma just onto the pads. That's flashed through the onside. Davis scampering after that, slides down on one knee, scoops the ball up. Nice piece of work by Alex Davis. Bavuma's come back for 2. So he moves to 32, 189 for 4. So yeah, there could be a chance, Peter. Let's see Onions bowling again into his 38th year, I think. I think he's 37 now. So yeah, why not? Mahmood for Lancashire. Balls Bavuma is going back, defending, guiding the ball out to point where Jennings fields, and there's no run. 189 for 4.
Yeah, you can think of plenty of examples of cricketers who have had a bit of a break and it's extended their careers. It was talked about when Alistair Cook retired end of last summer that had he been given a bit of time off, maybe a couple of years ago or so, and just maybe gone back to county cricket or just had some time completely away from the game, he may have been able to come back refreshed and play on for a bit longer perhaps.
Saqib Mahmood bowling. Bavuma whipping this next delivery to the leg side, but to Bohannon at mid-wicket, no run. Well, his head coach, Glenn Chappell, is still bowling in the county championship at the age of 40, so he's got a few years to go before he gets to that. But he has, and I spoke to him a few times this season, Onions, and he has been saying how much he's enjoyed it and how much he does feel as though that enforced break had actually helped prolong his career a little bit. And I'm sure he won't want to finish off the season as Mahmood comes into Bavuma. Turning to the onside again, there's no run in Division 2. He moved to Lancashire because he wanted to prove himself again in Division 1 and take wickets in the top division. So if Lancashire were to win promotion, then I guess that desire would still be there for Onions. That was the end of Mahmood's over. If Bohannon is to continue, which it looks like he will do, he's going to require a little extra strapping on his knee. It's a Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, has come out. He's that nosying over his shoulder. Stephen Parry's having a little nosy to see what's going on, but out comes the bandage, and that knee's been strapped up pretty firmly, his left knee. All right, Josh Bohannon. So he is going to continue, but needs a bit of extra support on the knee. 89 for 4. Dane Villas, the keeper and captain, does a few yoga stretches on his while he waits for Bohannon to get himself strapped up.
Looked more like Pilates actually.
Did it? I stand corrected. Villas for a few Pilates. Bannon bowls a wide ball to Villas, and it's taken by the Lancashire keeper. There's no run.
As a lot of people are, my family members very keen on yoga and Pilates and the like. And I was reading it, I think it was one of the no, it was in the Times actually the other day, the main Times newspaper, and there was a quite extraordinary picture.
Okay, Bannon to Rossington wide through to the keeper, no run.
It was of Emily Maitlis,
oh yes,
the BBC television presenter, doing some yoga. He says, flicking back through his messages, trying to find it, and she was doing yoga with a goat leaning on her back.
I beg your pardon. Bohannon to Rossington. That's muscled out through the onside. He's whipped that away off his back foot. As Rossington, and Jennings does well to get across the ground and stop the ball. Good piece of fielding by Keaton Jennings. Excellent work. 2 for Rossington. He moves to 15. 191 for 4. What on earth am I looking at here? What's going on?
Emily Maitlis in her gym gear with a yoga mat in some kind of yoga pose, and a goat is behind her, leaning on her shoulders.
Why is it doing that? Bohannon to Rossington, he defends into the offside. There's no one. Is she aware of the goat? Is it a goat that's part of the family, or is it just a wild goat?
Apparently, advocates of the method of goat yoga
Right, I'm going now.
say the method of the animal's antics help to release happy hormones, and their involvement has a calming effect.
Bohannon balls, Rossington defends. There's no run. It's approaching 3:30, and on that note, I have to go and do an update.
They may not have heard of that type of yoga up north. If anybody listening in Lancashire, or anywhere north of Chesterfield, has ever attempted goat yoga, or even heard of goat yoga, do drop us a note. As Bohannon comes in, right arm over, Rossington drives nicely, but a good save from Hamid, coming to his right from extra cover, and there is no run to end the over. So we have 5 more scheduled until the tea break, and Northampton are 191 for 4, and in some better shape now, because 154 for 4. They were just struggling, but this pair here, Bavuma and Rossington, getting this innings going once again here as we move towards tea. But important, you would think, for Northants to try and take this partnership to the break. Elsewhere, England are really struggling at Canterbury in that women's ODI, already 4 down in the series. 2 points for a win in those matches as Mahmood goes into Bavuma, outside the off stump, driven away, just wide of point, and he finds the boundary. But having one man caught at point already today, it would be utterly criminal to lose another, but almost there. Bavuma, like Levy before him, holding out the point fieldsman, but steered just wide of the fieldsman and away to the covered stand for 4 runs, but leaning a long way away from his body there to drive that away. But he finds the fence, goes to 36, 195 for 4 Northants. 2 slips in a gully in position as Mahmood sets off again, and Bavuma in his crease, pushing down towards Gleeson at mid-off for no run. England are now 18 for 5, in fact, chasing 270 to win. They're in the 9th over there, and that game is pretty much over. And England are going to be swept in the one-day series, and are going to have to win every remaining fixture, the Test match and the T20s, 3 of them to come, to regain the Ashes. But that series looking almost over before it's begun, ready for England, as Mahmood goes in again, and Bavuma again in his crease, playing down the wicket, this time up past the non-striker's end stumps, and across comes Davis from mid-on to collect for no run. In the Championship, Warwickshire are 73 for 2, replying to Hampshire's 5-3-9 at the Aegeus Bowl. At Chelmsford, Yorkshire won the toss, chose to bat, bowl out for 208, and Essex are 11 for 1 there, beginning their reply. At Taunton, league leaders Somerset are 182 for 6 against really struggling Notts. As Mahmood goes in again, bowls full, nicely driven by Bavuma, controlled stroke this time, past mid-off. Charging after it is Gleeson out towards the signal box to our left, and they get a couple of runs. 197 for 4, and Bavuma goes to 38. At the Oval, it was delayed start this morning, but well underway now, and Surrey are 111 for 3 against Kent. And in Division 2 of the Championship, some of these games already quite well advanced, because at Grace Road, just up the Welford Road from here, Durham fired out for just 117, having chosen to bat, and Leicestershire are 16 for none as Bavuma plays forward again out to extra cover. Across comes Hamid to collect no run. And at Kidderminster, Derby, who also chose to bat first, have been fired out for just 108, and Worcestershire 23 for 1, beginning their reply there. And the other game going on is at Marchant Taylor School at Northwood, where Middlesex are 123 for 6 now against Gloucestershire, who chose to field first. So a good day there for the Gloucesters. And Sussex against Australia Ray at Arundel, that game is going to get underway belatedly at 3:40. as Mahmood is in and Bavuma is forward. Late across to that to play in front of point. Jennings goes to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run to end the over, so 6 runs from it, but a loose drive from Bavuma almost costing him, but he's still there on 38, and Northants are 197 for 4 and moving towards a first batting bonus point here. Scott Reed with 4 overs to go until the tea break.
Andy Stevenson, who's listening back in Lancashire, has sent me a link to a story on the BBC website with full video analysis and descriptions of goat and yoga.
There we go. Bohannon, far end is in. Rossington squared up thick edge, but it runs through a vacant point region and out towards the point boundary for a single to parry over there, moving in 198 for 4.
The video, yeah, there's a collection of men and women surrounded by goats, all getting involved in the yoga session there.
There we are.
People have absolutely lost their minds.
Bohannon to Bavuma, back of a length and whipped around the corner. Should just be a single towards the covered stand to our left. It is. Jennings there, quickly to his right hand side, returns a good throw to Villas, and they get a run, so 199 for 4 Northamptonshire.
It's a pretty shocking score, isn't it, coming from that Ashes match?
Oh, it's almost over, isn't it?
It is, isn't it, basically?
The Ashes are almost lost.
Dear me.
As Bohannon bowls to Rossington, I beg your pardon, back and punching down towards mid-off for no run. Yeah, Elise Perry has taken 4 wickets there. Oh, it's got even worse. England 21 for 6. Good God.
Crikey.
Pack up and go home and think about the Test match.
Indeed, yeah.
Which England will now have to win. A draw will be good enough for Australia to retain the Ashes before the T20 is extraordinary, as Rossington whips around the corner here down the long leg, and that brings up the Northants 200. There would have been a lot of fears coming into this game about how Northants would fare in this first innings and how many batting points they might be able to pick up against this much vaunted Lancashire attack, but they've done very, very well here, I think, to reach 200 for 4.
Yeah, fear not. Excellent stuff by Northants today.
Bohannon to Bavuma, playing from the crease, thick edge towards square leg, but they get through for the run before Gleeson can get across. The score goes to 201 for 4, and Bavuma is going pretty well yet again. 40 to him now, but can he go on and make that big match-defining score that Northants have been, I think, expecting from them? I think if you bring an overseas Test batsman, I think you expect match-defining scores from them. As Rossington here flicks away, not past mid-wicket, good save from Gleeson, tumbling away to his right. And there is no run to end the over, so just 3 more to come now until tea. And Northants 201 for 4, Bavuma 40, Rossington 17.
I watched Bavuma reach a century for South Africa in Cape Town. I was at that Test match. It's the same game where Bairstow and Stokes.
Yeah, Stokes double century.
That's right, yeah. Bairstow got his first Test century that in that game. Bavuma with a ton for South Africa as well. I'm pretty sure that at the end of that series, I think Villas played for South Africa. I'm sure that was. I don't know how many caps he's got for South Africa. I'd have to check, but I think he came in for the final Test match of that series, Dane Villas, for South Africa.
He's played 6 Test matches and 1 T20 international. And yeah, he did. He played in Johannesburg.
It's Keaton Jennings who does come into the attack. We thought we might see him bowl today. He serves one up outside the off stump, which Bavuma drives out towards the point boundary for a single. 202 for 4. Bavuma moves to 41. Brings Rossington back on strike. So will be Jennings that Dane Villas is having to turn to. Bohannon clearly is battling with an injury. And Jennings comes over the wicket and bowls a ball which is left alone by Rossington and gathered by Villas, and there's no run. Skipping in front of first slips. We're approaching tea on the first day here at Wanties Road. Alex Winter, myself, Scott Reed, perched over the sight screen, peering down the shoulder of the umpire, watching Jennings, who's a tall man, squad number 1, fair hair, coming and bowled, full of length, whipped off the pads though, and Rossington adds an extra run to his total. He moves up to 18, 203 for 4. Stephen Parry out on the deep mid-wicket boundary there for Lancashire to field. 2 on that leg side boundary, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Richard Gleeson, tall lean figure out on the point boundary. Slightly stockier Stephen Croft is at first slip, and Rob Jones at gully. As Jennings bowls to Bavuma, turned to Bohannon on the onside, no run. 203 for 4. Davis, chief shiner of the ball. He's got bits of red patches on his left and right thighs, now using the top and bottom of his shirt to polish the ball before handing it back to Keaton Jennings, who's stomping his way back in and bowls. And Bavuma nicely forward and beautifully timed. Beats the dive of 2 fielders. Hamid first up at extra cover, couldn't get to it. Davis at mid-on, he couldn't get to it. Beautifully weaved in between those 2 fielders for a lovely looking forward cover drive for 4 runs. And Bavuma moves to 45 from the score now to 207 for 4. Lovely punch through the offside by Temba Bavuma.
Splendid timing, wasn't it? And weaved was the word, because he's quite straight there at extra cover, Hamid.
Davis retrieves the ball, hands it back to Jennings, and Bavuma leaves his next delivery, taken by a keeper, and that is the end of the over. So we've got 2 to go until the tea interval here at Wantage Road. Well, it's been a busy day. It's been good to watch. The morning session was absolutely fascinating. So much going on. A slightly slower tempo to the start of the afternoon session, but Northants were ahead of the game, so perhaps we're quite content to play a slightly slower style and rate. Behind them balls to Rossington, who's chopping into the offside, but for no run. Then that little glut of wickets for Lancashire, 3 pretty quick wickets. And now another partnership is being established. This time between Bavuma and Rossington, trying to steer Northamptonshire to tea. Just the 4 wickets down. Behind them bowling, Rossington defending, a ball that just moves back in a fraction. Clipping it out into the onside. Jennings is at mid-wicket to field. And there is no run. Good contrast out in the middle in terms of the physical attributes of the 2 players as well. Rossington's a well-set man, much taller than Bavuma, shorter and stockier, South African at the non-striker's end. And turning one and into the onside, and just angle back into him from behind, who then turns around and slowly rocks his way back to his mark. And we to try and battle on, carrying a knee injury of some description. His left knee is pretty firmly strapped up. And the wicket to Rossington, who's just going back and guiding the ball into the onside, gathered by Jennings at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Twirls his bat a few times there to Rossington. And Bavuma at the non-striker's end with a few shadow defensive shots. Croft whispers into Villas's ear at the keeper. As Bohannon bowls wide, gathered by Villas. Again, there is no run. Hands it to Croft. Croft up towards Hamid. And Gleeson out in the deep. And nattered one or two of the Northamptonshire supporters. And the covered stand squared the wicket. It's slightly faded yellow seats. Bohannon to Rossington wide and ignored by the batsman. And that's taken by Lancashire's wicket keeper and captain. No run. So 33 overs remain in the day's play, which means tea will be taken after this over from Keaton Jennings. And a session which has ebbed one way and gone the other. And good stuff to watch. So Jennings will bowl the final over of the afternoon session. Bavuma on strike, unbeaten on 45, and he makes that 46 now as he plays this one out towards deep point where Gleeson fields, and there's one run.
In very good order here. 3:43. Well, 28 overs in that morning session. I feared a very long afternoon, but all those overs that Parry has sent down, 16 of them, have skipped the overhead along in good order, which is great news.
These two have now put on 54 runs for this wicket. Rossington going back and defending.
Yeah, it's sort of moved back Northants back into the ascendancy again, I think, here, because they lost 3 for 20 in 29 balls earlier on, sort of 45 minutes after lunch, and at 154 for 4. Lancashire had their tails up, but this stand have moved Northants deeper into the afternoon and in decent position now.
Jennings over the wicket to Gleeson. And just flicks that one out through the onside for a single. Yeah, I agree. Decent partnership put together. That little flurry of wickets have all settled down. Day's advanced, as Alex mentioned. Plenty of overs from the spin of Stephen Parry. 16 of them, which helps. And slip waiting. Jennings bowls. Oh, down the leg side. Oh, and a drop there by Villas. That ball run its way down towards the boundary. We'll come back for 2. Yeah, it's come off a little edge there, hasn't it? Just glanced down towards fine leg off at the inside edge of the bat. Villas leaping to his left. Got a glove on it. Just wouldn't stick in the webbing. Burst out. Down towards the fine leg boundary. Score ticks along to 211 for 4.
It would have been a horror dismissal because it wasn't a good delivery, was it? Fallen way down the leg side.
Jennings to Bavuma, who's walking forward and punching to mid-off where Davis fields no run. You know, it would have been an ugly way really to end the partnership, to bring to an end his innings and indeed the session. It would have been a really fortunate way for Northants, but it would have been a real bonus for Lancashire, mind you. Didn't stick. Here we go, final ball then of the afternoon. It's wide and it's carved through the offside. Probably going to be 4. I mentioned the pace of the outfield here. Even though Gleeson only had maybe 15 yards to get across, he couldn't cut that off. And that's a lovely way to bring up a 50 as well. On the stroke of tea, Temba Bavuma is 52 not out. It's banged in short and wide, and it was slashed pretty emphatically through the offside for 4. And that gets Northamptonshire to tea at 215 for 4. Bavuma unbeaten on 52 and Rossington on 19. And for the benefit of our listeners in the northwest on 855 AM, we're going to rejoin FM programmes.
And to bowl first in his last session will be Josh Bohannon, bowling from the Linwells men.
Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winter, where the sun is shining here in Northampton for the evening session. Northampton resuming here against Lancashire, 2:15 for 4, and it's Josh Bohannon to get the play back and away, bowling to Rossington, who is driving down to mid-on for no run. So Northampton in a pretty good spot here, sent in this morning. We're going really, really well at 134 for 1, around 45 minutes after lunch, but both set batsmen, Vasconcelos for 77, Levy for 38, both fell. And then when Keogh went for 6, Northampton had lost 3 for 20 in 29 deliveries, and we're just wobbling at 154 for 4 as Bohannon comes in again, and Rossington drives firmly back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. But this partnership here, Rossington alongside Temba Bavuma, have moved Northants back into the ascendancy, sharing a stand worth 61 that took Northants to tea, and resuming here with 32 overs to go in the day. In a pretty good spot in the game. Certainly, maybe more than they would have thought about being this morning when they were sent in, as Rossington drives down to mid-on once again, and Onions is there and there is no run. I think with the bowling attack, well, even the bowling attack that Lancashire have got here, I think perhaps one batting point might have been beyond the ambitions of many, but they've got one on the board already, and they're well set for at least one more. And I think they would certainly like 300 plus from this position as Rossington drives again and again just finds mid-on. And there is no run. Good afternoon, Scott Reed, who's tending to his tea.
Good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm sure. Kind of minimum looking at 300 now. And plenty more than that from this position. Been a good day for Northamptonshire with the bat. Bit of good luck along the way.
Bohannon in, a little straighter, and worked by Rossington down to mid-wicket for no run. Gleeson in there, coming to his left-hand side. Yeah, that mid-afternoon wobble, you thought this could go a little pear-shaped, but this pair steadied. And they can get going here and take Northants towards the second new ball. Still a long way away, 15 overs after this. They'll be in a pretty good spot as Bohannon comes in again. Rossington off the back foot is punching down to mid-on for no run. And the over comes to an end. The afternoon begins with a maiden. 2:15 for 4, Rossington 19. And Temba Bavuma, who went to a half century, to the last ball of the afternoon session, cutting Keaton Jennings away to the boundary away to our left-hand side. His second half century for Northants in his... This is the 7th game of his 8-match stint, just one half century before here, but he got there in 69 balls with 8 falls and a 6.
Yeah, he's been quite bright and breezy, hasn't he, Bavuma? But perhaps just the ideal way to come out and bat. I mean, he had the luxury of being able to come in with that Levy and Vasconcelos partnership, which had rebuilt, slightly exaggeration, but I put together a very solid platform for Northants. And he was able to come in with a little bit of freedom. He's played really well for his 52 off, I think now 69 deliveries, something along those lines, and some good support by Rossington, who's played his own game. He's a little bit more conservative, a bit more careful and considered from Rossington, but he's allowed Bavuma to press on.
Here's Parry from the Wantage Road end, going in to Bavuma, who works one around the corner. Just goes to the right hand of the man on the 45, who actually throws down the striker's end stumps. But they were through very comfortably for the run. The first of the evening session, Bavuma goes to 53.
Quite decent that Proctor. I mean, still to have Proctor to come in at 7.
Yeah.
It's pretty healthy for Northampton.
Very much so. 2:16 for 4. The Proctor really struggling for form last couple of games. Okay. Yeah, has had a good season, but he's just been stalled the last 2 or 3 weeks. He has been really fighting. Hasn't got himself going at all. As Parry bowls to Rossington with a slip in place, and Rossington driving back to the bowler's left hand. No run. We've got a slip in place here, backward point, then deep cover, extra cover, mid off halfway back, mid on 3/4 back, then short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and now a man at deep backward square leg as well. As Parry is in, and Rossington is down the pitch here, pushing a ball to short mid-wicket. Hamid is there, no run, didn't get to the pitch as Parry dragged it down slightly, but Rossington adjusted well, so nudge it away for no run. Parry quickly back to his mark. With his dark hair, steps in past the umpire and bowls short, and Rossington stuck on the pad. Huge appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Watts. Probably going down.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with you.
Did scoot through a little bit, but perhaps wasn't quite as short as Rossington was expecting there as he leant back to wind up for a big pull stroke. And there's a man back there at deep mid-wicket to our right. Would have been a terrible way to go, but Rossington survives. And he goes back again this time to just push away to Croft an extra cover, and there is no run. A couple of very cheap dismissals mid-afternoon. Vasconcelos is cueing a leg side turn against Parry, lobbed a catch to mid-wicket, and then Levy driving to point. As Parry floats one up and Rossington drives past extra cover, gets it past mid-off as well, and it runs away towards the players' pavilion for 4 runs. What a handsome stroke that was. Offered just a little bit of width to free his arms, and he got a good stride in and timed it splendidly out through those 2 fieldsmen and away for 4 runs. Rossington's first of the evening session goes to 23 and Northampton to 220 for 4.
Is there a slight slope coming this way or not? The ball seems to gain momentum when hit down to this corner of the ground. But I mean, we mentioned that the speed of the outfit, and it is quick. That was beautifully timed as well. There's some glorious. I mean, as much as there's been some good fortune on the way, and there has, and there's certainly this morning plenty of balls beat the bat countless times, and LBWs which may have gone one way, and this, that, and the other. In the middle of all that, there's been some terrific shots.
Bohannon to Bavuma, lets one go just outside the off stump. Yeah, there's a very slight incline down the slope here, but very slight. Nothing Lords, Hove, nothing like that at all. Nice. Very subtle, but yeah, it does come slightly down from Abington Avenue towards the Wantage Road. So towards us, but yeah, very, very, very gentle. Slipping a gully in place as Bohannon makes his way in. Also an in-swinger down the leg side though, and it's got past Villas and down to the boundary for 4. All runs given by the umpire here, so a little feather down the leg side from Bavuma again. There was one of those in the over before tea. There was a genuine chance, you have to say, to Villas. It was a stiff one because he was diving full length to his left, couldn't cling on. But I don't think that carried. But Bavuma gets himself another boundary, goes to 57, 220 for 4.
No, I don't think it did. I think that had he got something on it, I think it would have been an outstanding stop from Dame Villas.
Bohannon in again, outside the off stump, and Bavuma rocks forward, lets it go. He's got deep point, deep square, and long leg out here. So a few boundary riders out, but with the boundary riders comes the opportunities for easy runs, and that was a big criticism of Sussex last week. They gave Northants far too many easy singles as they made a smart comeback on the first afternoon. Bohannon in again, and Bavuma in his crease here, just pushing gently back up towards the bowler's right hand for no run. 224 for 4. 99 for 6. Northants were just after lunch on the first day this time last week. Before they rallied really well to post 273. Proved the way Northants bowl, and particularly caught, to score well over par as Bohannon bowls again, and Bavuma works this gently down to the long leg away to our left hand side, where Mahmood just runs away from the players' dressing rooms to collect, and they get a run. Bavuma goes to 58, 225 for 4. So Northants fairly quickly here, up towards sort of halfway point towards the second batting bonus point. Bohannon is in again. Rossington is back to punch smartly down the ground, but will be cut off by mid on this, and indeed is by Alex Davis to end the over. So 225 for 4. 28 overs left in the day, and the over 8 plus 4 with all those overs sent down by Parry. So they've skipped through them in very good time indeed, which is always good to see. And we're nicely on time.
Indeed, well, everyone needs to get back home for their Sunday dinner.
Of course they do.
You don't want to be late for that, do you? You need to be back home for that. So.
Parry is left arm round, and Bavuma is back, pushing away to the left of Croft at extra cover. Just shovels away there to his left hand side with his sun-baked cap there, Stephen Croft. He's had that on a few years. Stark contrast to Richard Gleeson's, which is bright navy, deep navy. As Parry is in again, towards middle and leg this time, and Bavuma was initially lining up a leg side turn, but just nudged it back up the pitch in the end for no run. The deep mid-wicket has stayed back here for Bavuma, but unlike for Rossington, the deep square is up. As Parry steps in again, and this time it is worked leg side by Bavuma. It's gone through square leg, and they should be able to get back for 2 here. They do, because mid-wicket has got a long way to come to his right-hand side out there, Graham Onions. And Bavuma with the brace goes to 60, 227 for 4. Onions safely dispatched into the deep after his behaviour earlier on. Got a bit of a ticking off on the umpires as Parry bowls again short, and Bavuma is back to work leg side again. Just be a single this time though. It's running quickly and almost straight to Onions there. Running away from the groundsman's building. 228 for 4. Bavuma is 61. If you weren't with us, a mighty cry for LBW against Bavuma, one that nipped back and Bavuma shouldered arms. There was a giant LBW appeal from Onions. He was baying for the decision to be given as Rossington is forward here and also works one through mid-wicket. Just to the right of Hamid. Had to scamper through for the run, but they did get through comfortably. 228 for 4. And then Onions, having seen the decision turned down, thrashed a right hand at the turf. And the umpires got together and called Dane Vias, the captain, over to inform them of some kind of warning as forward comes Bavuma, pushing to extra cover. Croft comes across to collect, and the over comes to an end. 229 for 4, Northants. Bavuma 61, Rossington 24. So there'll be very much something for the umpires to discuss, undoubtedly, with Onions and Villas at the end of the day's play when they gather in their room with Stuart Cummings, the cricket liaison officer.
Indeed, there's nothing wrong with being enthusiastic and seeing passion and a desire to do well and to win and such like, but there are boundaries as Bohannon bowls to Rossington, and that's flicked down to the fine leg boundary, speaking of which, for 4 runs. Just a little glance off the hip by Rossington, and he moves to 28, and now Northamptonshire to 233 for 4. But, hopefully, I'm sure it'll all pass. I mean, he's been around so much, Graham Onions, hasn't he, that the two umpires, I'm sure will say, come on, you know a little better to do that. Bohannon to Rossington. That's driving off that front foot again, forcing it through the offside. I think Hamid just got a little touch on that. Take the pace off the ball and then allow Davis to mop up from mid-off. And there is no run.
Have you seen anything like that before from Onions?
I have not, no.
All right.
No.
Just having a bad day. Got up on the wrong side of the bed. His eggs are overcooked this morning.
It's enough to make me angry. There's Bohannon to Rossington into the onside. No run. But I mean, not since he's been with Lancashire. I don't know whether... I can't account for Durham, but... I don't know what... I don't know what it was. I mean, I remember it was a culmination of different things, wasn't it? I mean, he clearly felt as though he probably should have had a couple of decisions which didn't go in his way. But I think more than just the individual, it's Bohannon to Rossington, who's defending no run. I think it's just Lancashire as a team I think they were just frustrated. I mean, you mentioned that perhaps he didn't quite bowl the right length in the morning to benefit from what movement was there. Maybe it was just a general feeling of, you know what, this is an opportunity that has gone by. We've wanted Northants to bat first. The ball's done plenty. We've only got 1 wicket in that morning session. But Bohannon to Rossington, it's taken well down leg side and there is no run. So maybe it's a culmination of all those different things. But,
yeah, there was a lot more in it than 104 for 1 at lunch, wasn't there, really?
Yeah.
I have to say. I think Northants would have been grinning merrily in the rooms at the break, having got through only 1 down and through that new ball period.
It's Josh Bohannon to Adam Rossington. And there's a single there, just in front of square, out towards the tall figure of Keaton Jennings. And Rossington adds another to his total, and he keeps the strike. The end of Bohannon's 7th. He's got through 7 so far, Bohannon, and he's sprinting out. Well, I say sprinting, jogging, with a slight limp still. So he's still not entirely comfortable, but Villas is at least managing to use Bohannon and not flog his seamers to death. There will be a new ball due in 11 overs time, so he might want to ideally keep Mahmood, and Onions back for that, for a little burst before the close of play with that new ball. 2-3-4 for 4.
You think of the sides that Lancashire have blown away in recent times. Worcestershire at New Road, Derbyshire at Derby. That incredible low scoring affair, wasn't it? That was wrapped up pretty quickly.
Parry left arm around the wicket to Rossington, who plays it into the offside and sends Bavuma back. No run. Yeah, there was that sequence of games, and including Gloucestershire in that as well. to not quite the same extent as Worcestershire and Derbyshire, but Anderson and Onions were absolutely unplayable. This is back down the ground by Rossington and stopped by Parry. There's no run, and they went into these games with 3 frontline bowling options because they just kind of almost knew that Anderson and Onions would just do the majority of the work, which they did. Rossington back again, playing it back down the ground, gathered by Parry, no run. 2, 3, 4 for 4. Rossington in the sunshine here in Northampton. He's waiting for Parry, skipping down the pitch and cracking the ball up to Davis, who's a little deeper at mid-off. And Rossington moves his personal score to 30. The team are up to 235 for 4. Brings Bavuma back on strike. Rossington comes down, towering above Bavuma. And has a few words to say, or maybe it's a little bit of advice, or perhaps he's spotted something. And Bavuma listens, goes back to his mark, waits for Parry, and he plays a little forward defensive. His bat in front of his pad, and squeezing the ball out into the offside. Crofts at short extra field, no run. Jennings with his hands tucked in behind his back on the point boundary, having a little wander, a little natter to some spectators. As he watches Bavuma play another forward defensive. And there's no run. End of the over. Jennings is not. It would be unusual territory for Jennings, out grazing in the deep. He's normally at slip. If Lancashire have a slip, it would be him. But he's obviously got still a little bit of a slight concern over his finger, an injury which he picked up last week. So he's been dispatched out into the deep, and he has just a few Northamptonshire supporters for company. End of the over, 2, 3, 5 for 4.
And one of them's Wendell over there.
Ah, lovely. Resident
vocal supporter here at Wantage Row, waving his mighty flag around, giving advice to anyone with an earshot.
And bowls. Rossington defending, no run.
There is flag over there. Is quite a few of the old 2020 flags stitched together to make one big flag.
Ah, I see. That's
and
what
it's
he's
got
done.
One hell of a flagpole on the end of it as well. Always brings it along.
It's a very enthusiastic wave, isn't it? Bohannon to Rossington, whipped into the onside, but not beyond mid-wicket, no run. Yes, he's swishing that around. You just see the shadow of the flag encroaching onto the outfield. And he's just given a few batting techniques to Keaton Jennings here as well. I just saw him saying, Keaton, you need to play a bit more straight. It was just Bohannon to Rossington. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, he's always got a word of advice down there, Wendell. I'm sure he'll be telling Jennings how to get his place back in the England team down there. You can always hear Wendell before you see him.
Is he wearing his Northamptonshire white floppy sun hat as well? He's got his white hat on. I think it is a Northants cap, that as well. Big beaming smile on his face. Bohannon to Rossington. He rocks back into his crease and swats it through the onside out towards Keaton Jennings, who's called into life from that boundary rope. Just the one for Rossington, so he's up to 31 and scored 236 for 4. 2 balls left of Bohannon's 8th. Bavuma waits. Bohannon bowls. Just a little step down the pitch and a push back towards the bowler. And there is no run. Alex Winter is rooting around in his little pencil case here. What are you doing?
There's a slight buzz coming from one of the ports.
Bohannon to Bavuma. A little shot clipped into the onside and a tight single there. Pick up and throw from Gleeson towards the keeper's end. Rossington, I think, for a moment or two was a little concerned, but they got through safely in the end for a single. 237 for 4. Bavuma 62. Rossington on 31. So you're looking to something to try and ease the buzz on the line, are you? Right.
Something's wedging.
Oh. Ah, that's very good. I think you, when you were a kid, had a blue Peter badge, didn't you?
There's always a solution.
That's very good. Well, if that little buzz on the line was starting to irritate you, you have Alex Winter to thank for rectifying the technical problem.
Generally, I think it's only in our ears, but
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Bavuma's unbeaten on 62, and Stephen Parry comes twirling back in. Flatter ball, Bavuma shuffles back, works it through the onside, gets up to the non-striker's end, sees his total on that electronic scoreboard to our right, tick along to 63. Score moves to 238 for 4. The score in green, the batting and bowling figures in white, and the last wicket in kind of pale blue on that scoreboard to our right. There's a couple of food outlets, one that just says chicken. Well, that is closed for today. As Parry drops a little bit short, and this is smacked up to mid-off. Rossington gets through for 1. He moves to 32, 239 for 4. I'm not sure what they sell at that food bar that says chicken. And a little brown hut next to it. That's Frank's. That's Frank's bar, isn't it? So you can get your chicken, and then you can go to Frank's and get yourself a little drink to go with it. Quite nice little setup down there.
Yeah, that second bar does a very, very good burger.
Ah, Parry to Bavuma, who's forward and pushing out into the offside, and moving through for 1 run, and takes the score to 240 for 4. I think we're down here, aren't we, for the T20? I think Lancashire play here for the
It
T20
is, yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
And then you don't come to Old Trafford, do you?
Correct.
So I'm presuming that Frank's bar will be open for business T20 evening.
Always is, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Get a skip from Parry as he bowls to Rossington. It's punched into the covers. No run. 240 for 4. There's 2 short extra covers, one a little shorter than the other. So Jones is close in on the offside, and then Croft about 10 yards over his left shoulder. And Rossington just drives it down the ground. Mahmood comes up from deepish mid-on to field. Rossington gets 1. Score now to 241 for 4. Parry to Bavuma. Forward in defence. Out to Croft. Completes the over. 72 gone of the Northamptonshire first innings. So 24 remain in the day. 8 until a new ball will become available for Lancashire to use. Can Bavuma and Rossington be there for that new ball?
Yeah, that's the big question here in the next 8 overs, isn't it? Can they get 2 set batsmen there to try and deal with the second new ball? If they were to lose 1 or 2 now, just before this period, the lower order will be exposed.
Rossington muscles it through the onside, plenty of height, and clears Jennings, who threw up his right hand. 6 for Rossington off the back foot, and hiked through mid-wicket. Jennings, who's tall, put the jump in, reached up one-handed. I think he got something on it, but in the end I think just a fingertip to parry it over the bar, so to speak. 6 runs for Rossington. Takes his total to 39, 247 for 4. Bohannon to Rossington. That's played along the ground down to fine leg. Mahmood comes up to field. Rossington moves to 40. Northamptonshire edging nearer to 250, and another batting bonus point. 1 on the board so far for them. 2 more runs away from making it 2 batting bonus points. Bohannon to Bavuma, who's just up onto his toes and pushing the ball defensively to extra cover, and there is no run. Bohannon slowly walking back to the Lynn Wilson end where the indoor school is. The little yellow ice cream van parked up by the side. As Bohannon bowls and Bavuma step down the pitch, plays it with a straight bat into the offside, no run. There's a little yellow ice cream van as nestled its way in between the indoor school and the stand to the left as we look. Bohannon turns round, drifts back in. Bavuma trying to just work it leg side this time. It'll jab into the onside. At least that was the plan, but ball comes off a thick leading edge and pops back down the ground, gathered by Bohannon. No run. Very still day today, isn't it? Not too much wind. There's flags on either side of the groundsman's building to our right hand side, the Lancashire flag and the Northamptonshire flag, but both pretty limp. So Bavuma plays a lovely shot down to deep backward point for 4. That'll bring up the 250 for Northamptonshire. Just that little lean into the ball and then just slicing it down to deep backward point. Lovely looking shot. He looks in good touch, doesn't he, Bavuma now? 68 to him. And Northamptonshire 252 for 4. And Alex Winter saying this afternoon that maybe today could be, or this game could be the day where Bavuma turns his good starts into a good score. Well, he's got 68 so far. There's a real chance of going on and getting a good total for his side, but perhaps crucially making sure he's there to try and see off that new ball when it arrives in 7 overs time. Parry around the wicket to Rossington for a single this time. Underneath the body of Hasib Hamid. Moves to 41, the score to 253 for 4. Bavuma looks over his left shoulder out towards the leg side. 2 short mid-wickets in place. Parry bowls to him, drives, but not beyond Croft. Extra cover. Fields the ball there, Croft hands it back to Parry. In again, Bavuma going back. Playing it to the left of extra cover this time. Through for a single. And that must be the century partnership between Bavuma and Rossington. And that is excellent. And the 2 players come and shake hands, and rightly so. It's a terrific partnership between these two. After that little flurry of wickets when Lancashire picked up 3 quick wickets, these two have stopped the rot and put 100 runs on since then. 254 for 4. Good stuff by Adam Rossington and Temba Bavuma.
Yeah, tremendous effort. Just take things along nicely, quietly here after tea as well, haven't they? Against the older ball. And a really good stand this. Often in the sunshine in the afternoon against the older ball, as generally the case most places, but particularly here at Northampton, things can get quite flat.
Parry to Rossington.
Hasn't got completely flat here, I don't think. There's been the odd delivery doing a little bit. There's been enough to keep the bowlers interested, but by and large things have settled and these two have cashed in well. But now, like the pair earlier on, they're set. Can they go on?
Skip down the pitch by Rossington and working it into the onside. Enthusiastic stop by Hasib Hamid, and so enthusiastic his sunglasses fall off his cap as he's scrambling on his hands and knees. Off behind the umpire to stop the ball as it hit back down the ground. Rossington this time, little into-out shot, but nicely played. And Davis swings around from mid-off to field the ball. End of the over. 255 for 4. Rossington 42, Bavuma on 69. I wonder if that may have been, I mentioned this morning when I got to the ground and looking at the Lancashire coaching staff, and they were on the pitch and looking at it pretty long and hard and clearly thinking about what the best thing to do was. It felt like the obvious thing was to bowl first, but I wonder whether or not that was in their mind, that if it gets a little easier into the afternoon with the older ball, if you can get through that morning period, maybe bat first.
Would have been the brave choice, certainly.
And Bohannon into Rossington. Clipped off his toes, but straight to mid-wicket.
I mean, it could have been all so different, couldn't it? Because a few of those plays and misses this morning for Northampton, Nick, a few of them,
yeah,
totally different. And I think also, I've mentioned it before as well, had Lancashire bowled a bit better in the morning session. I don't think they were quite at their best in that morning session with the ball.
Bohannon to Rossington. Just dabbled into the onside out towards Jennings at deep mid-wicket for a single.
Could have done a lot more damage earlier on, and Northampton now could have been 200 for 7 maybe, and sort of scrapping around with the lower order and thinking that second new ball was going to finish things off.
Bohannon to Bavuma, playing forward, back down the ground, stopped by Bohannon, no run.
So it's always the classic, how you play justifies the decision, isn't it? Because if Lancashire had chosen to bat first and Northants would have bowled really well with the new ball when a bit was happening, they could have been 5 down at lunch and everyone would have gone, what the hell have they done?
One slip waiting, Bohannon bowls, carved away through the offside by Bavuma, but Onions gets across the ground from point to extra cover to field.
Always, whatever you do, you've got to back it up. That England-Australia game at Lords in the World Cup, a perfect bowling morning. England won the toss, chose to bowl first. Yes, this is the right thing to do, and they didn't go and do it. Didn't quite bowl well enough in the first 10-20 overs. Ended up losing what at the time appeared to be a pretty crucial defeat, but not quite so.
Bohannon to Rossington, driving back down the ground, stopped by Bohannon, no run. Yes, it was panic stations, wasn't it? That World Cup defeat to Australia.
I was really down that evening. I was.
Were you?
I was really, really down. I thought we'd blown it.
So that was it, Kurt?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Bohannon finds Rossington on the front foot once more, turning to the onside, but to mid-wicket, end of the over. So 5 to go until that new ball is there for Lancashire to use. 257 for 4. Rossington 43. Bavuma is unbeaten on 70.
Yeah, I was quite confident that England would beat New Zealand because I think New Zealand's position in the table has slightly flattered them a bit. But I was not confident at all that England were going to beat India, given both sides' form coming into that game this time last week. But fair play to them, produced a couple of decent performances. The semi-final now awaits against Australia on Thursday at Edgbaston. England to play New Zealand at Old Trafford on Tuesday, as Parry is in left arm round the wicket to Bavuma, who's forward, playing out to extra cover, to Croft for no run. 257 for 4 here, Northants. A very similar position in terms of the partnership as to where they were just after lunch, as Bavuma tries to work a single out here on the offside but steers it too close to point, and there is no run. Earlier on they had Vasconcelos on 77, Levy in the 30s. Here Bavuma is in the 70s, Rossington is in the 40s. Can they get a guy through to a match-defining score, as one just bounces here from Parry and takes an outside edge that goes backward of point for a couple of runs. There was just a little bit of grip there, and Bavuma pushing at it. Got a thick edge, no slip in place now, and that ran away down towards the bank of yellow seats for 2 runs. But a bit of encouragement there for Parry. Bavuma now 72, 259 for 4. Parry steps in again, and Bavuma this time does steer a single out on the offside. Away towards Jennings at deep cover, out to our left-hand side. Bavuma goes to 73 now, 260 for 4.
They've done that well, haven't they? They've rotated the strike quite well, taken, the 1s and 2s have been good, just kept it ticking over.
Field retreats slightly here for Rossington, who comes forward and just pushes Parry back up towards his left boot for no run. He's immediately, in that first innings he played at Old Trafford, that was evident about his game. He was just able to nudge and go, nudge and go. Get a single for doing nothing as Parry bowls again. Rossington well forward here, running it back up towards the bowler's right hand. And there is no run to end the over. So we have 4 more now until the second new ball is available. 20 overs remain in the day. So the over rate is excellent. The official over rate is +4. And Northampton's 260 for 4. Rossington 43, Bavuma 73. The partnership here for the 5th wicket worth 106 so far.
It's so important, that, isn't it? Because I mean, aside from the obvious feeling of you're putting runs on the board, it's just frustrating for the bowler too. If you think your ball in quite a decent, tidy line in length, and actually the batsman's able just to almost milk it, get on top of you. And if you can put your good ball away for a single.
Bohannon in to Bavuma down the leg side. Half a save from Villas. I think this was thigh guard behind the stumps. And no byes given by umpire Mills at the far end. And just slipped down the leg side, and he's had, well, a bit of a torrid day, Villas, behind the stumps. The ball has been seaming and swinging about. He's had plenty of work to do. He'll be a tired fella at the close of play.
I found that watching, I mean, you get that obviously a lot with guys that have played at the top level at Test cricket. And last week, the game between Lancashire and Durham.
Bohannon to Rossington, almost caught in the crease, but pushes down to mid-wicket for no run. 2-6-1 for 4.
The two standout players with the bat were Dane Villas and Cameron Bancroft. Again, both guys that have played international cricket. And it's not that they found it easier to bat on a pitch that was doing quite a bit all game for the bowlers. It was just that ability to keep ticking over, just keep the score ticking over at ones and twos.
Rossington again almost caught in the crease. Well, he plays it as if the ball slipped through a little bit low, but could have been forward here a couple of times, Rossington, and almost caught in the crease.
Did well to keep it out, didn't he, in the end? He just got himself all tangled up there.
He did, misjudged the length. Bohannon, fair head, runs into him again. And this time he is able to go back to a bit more of an effort ball this time from Bohannon. It was nudged away out towards Hamid at extra cover. And there's no run. Rossington just wanders away towards square leg to have a little think, and then returns to the wicket. Touch of both pads, touch of the helmet. Settles over his bat in quite a crouched stance, and then stands up a little bit taller. Waits for Bohannon again. Bowls very full. It's the Yorker in here, and Rossington trying to drive. Gets the toe end of the bat back to the bowler for no run. 2-6-1 for 4.
They're quite, I think Proctor and Bohannon are not too dissimilar with the way that they bowl. And they kind of offer a relatively short run up, get through their overs quickly, very straight, wicket to wicket, don't really give too much away.
Bohannon again, and Rossington again in his crease, working this down towards mid-on, and there is no run to end the over. 2-6-1 for 4 then, Northants. And just looking at Bohannon's figures, 0 for 33 today. Would you like to hope he'd been a little bit more economical
Probably,
than
yeah.
3 and over?
Probably a little, yeah, I think you probably would. Because I think that's his role in the team, really. I don't think he's there necessarily as your... If he can prize out a wicket or two along the way, of course he will. But I think primarily, and I don't think that's too dissimilar with Proctor, he's there to bowl nice and tight, economical bowling, allow the Gatsin to rest his frontline bowlers, eat up a few overs, get through them pretty quickly. Just try and hurry the batsman up a little bit, and I think that's primarily Bohannon's role in the side. He's officially the kind of the fourth seam option, but he's not what you would genuinely call a genuine fourth seamer.
No. Yeah, he's sort of brisk medium pace, really, isn't he? Like Proctor, I think.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Similar kind of roles, aren't they?
Yeah, to hold an end, as Parry is trying to do here, coming into Bavuma from the 1-2 road end. Paddle swept here from Bavuma. Has got that away quite well, down towards the edge of the Wilson stand. Fielder tearing after it, doesn't get there. And Bavuma picks up a boundary. He was sweeping that from quite a straight line. Didn't want to miss that, I don't think. But touched it away and just used the pace of the ball, and it sped away out towards the cafe over there that's on the very edge of the Wilson stand, where a few spectators are sat outside. 2-6-5 for 4, and Bavuma up to 77, his highest score for Northants this. And this is 7th match. Will also be around next week for the game at Chesterfield, but so far has been a little lean with the bat. Came into the game with 297 runs at 27, so not quite, well, I don't think anywhere near the returns that Northants would have been hoping for from a test batsman. Parry is in again, and Bavuma going back, playing out to extra cover for no run. They just plugged that gap, having played that paddle sweep of Lancashire. So there's a backward square in position now, almost a 45 really. As Parry steps in again, And Bavuma just in his crease, blocking that easily out to extra cover for no run. Almost a short third man now. The backward point has been moved round, and another fieldersman has been positioned at point, just to try and cut off those little dabs and goes on the front foot from Bavuma. He waits for parry again and comes well forward, bend to the front knee to smother this. Does the fielding himself there, Bavuma. Tosses the ball up to Villas, who lobs it back to the bowler. 265 for 4. Still a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket out. Haven't had too much need from the deep mid-wicket so far against Parry. If he's bowled the right length really, as Bavuma is forward here, playing to that man. He's just been brought across into point. Earlier in the over that would have been a single. But because they've got the short third man in, and now the man much squarer at a genuine point position, Jones there able to come across and cut that off. Parry to complete the over. Ball's quite flat and a bit too straight, and he gets worked away through square leg. Just a single, I fancy, yes. Onions running in towards the sun off the boundary away to our right hand side from mid-wicket, and they get just a single to end the 78th over. Northants 266 for 4, Bavuma 78, so now is the top score in the innings after Vasconcelos made 77 earlier on, and Rossington with him on 43, making pretty good progress here, this pair, after tea. And only 18 overs remain in the day, and we have an hour and 13 minutes playing time to come.
Crikey. It's a cracking little over that, because, and this Bavuma, to his credit, I mean, that first ball which he paddle swept for 4, he just peered over his shoulder and he noticed Parry moving Jones, a little squarer, from backward square to square leg, and he thought, I'll just paddle it round the corner, 4 runs, and that's your over.
Bohannon in, and off the back foot, Bavuma is cutting away here. A chase for Onions to his left-hand side in front of the groundsman's building to our right-hand side. And they come back for a comfortable second, so Bavuma is now up to 80, 266 for 4. Suddenly, attention turning towards whether Bavuma can reach a maiden century here in county cricket, but a lot of work to do. As Bohannon comes in, and he's forward, Bavuma, getting a thickish inside edge that runs down towards Gleeson at mid-wicket for no run. It'll be one more over of Parry, and then you would think straight to the second new ball, and then back to Onions and Mahmood, you would think. And then a bit of Gleeson for the rest of the day, one would imagine, to try and make some inroads. No luck after tea so far for Lancashire, as Bohannon bowls outside the off stump of Bavuma, who rocks forward and lets it go through. So we'll have to do it the hard way. Bavuma against the second new ball. But has played very well to this point. Survived that huge LBW appeal quite early in his innings against Onions. Bohannon comes in again, and Bavuma forward, thick inside edge again out to mid-wicket. There's a brief fumble in there, but it's not going to concede the run. Gleeson able to retreat and collect. And the score remains 268 for 4. And then the leg side strangle in the over before tea, where Villas couldn't cling on, and he was spilled on 46, but it was a very difficult chance, but does have to go down. So up comes Bohannon again, bowls full and quite straight and whipped away down towards mid-on. Again, there is no run. Lancashire trying to raise the volume out there, trying to just gather themselves for a big push with the second new ball. So far, Northants have got through what can sometimes be a tricky period from over 70 to 80 quite well. As Bavuma forward here, driving quite pleasantly, finds Hamid at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. So just one more to come now until the second new ball is available. 268 for 4, Northamptonshire, who today have lost Rob Newton for 11.
Team have become national 50-over champions today, beating Hampshire by 80 runs in their match at Kibworth.
I just broke off there for that PA announcement. Well, you may have heard that Northamptonshire are national under-17 champions. They've beaten Hampshire by 80 runs in that final at Kibworth, so congratulations to the under-17s and all the coaching staff involved there. And that's good news for Northants, who have seen the cover just not quite bare, but a little exposed in the last couple of years or two, and Ben Duckett, the the last of those academy players to really be brought through into the first team, as Parry bowls the 80th over to Rossington, who drives really nicely through extra cover, and it's a good save from Davis out at long off to his left hand side, cuts it off in front of the players' dressing rooms, and they get 2 runs. Rossington to 45 to 70 for 4, but no immediate first team prospects on the horizon. The talent is a bit younger, evident by that title success today, as Rossington goes back and punches past short extra cover to long off for a single. Davis again doing the fielding to our left hand side to 7-1 for 4. So a great moment there for the club. Under 17s national champions. Parry to Bavuma, and floats one up, and Bavuma is driving. Didn't quite time it. Croft at extra cover slides to his right hand side to make the save. There's no run. There were 2 short extra covers for Rossington, just 1 for Bavuma, who's forward trying to steal a single out on the offside, but Jones able to come across to his right to collect. And there is no run again. He's done a reasonable job today, Parry. Got a bit of luck with the wicket of Vasconcelos. Ball's quite flat here and gets turned away wristly by Bavuma for a single away to our right hand side. Onions over there doing the fielding. And they get another single. To his 24th over here, 1 for 76 today. So gone at 3.2 and over. Northants have largely been able to work him around quite well, as Rossington comes forward and just blocks him out to short extra cover, and there is no run. So 2-7-2 for 4 here, Northants, at the 80 over mark. When you would anticipate, with 16 overs left in the day and 1 hour and 7 minutes of playing time, that we would be going straight to the second new ball. And it looks as if Richard Gleeson is going to take it from the far end. But Northants have got to the second new ball here in really good shape, with Bavuma on 81, Rossington on 46, and the partnership 118 so far for the 5th wicket. Really good effort between these two, but the day can change pretty quickly with a new ball in the bowler's hands. And Gleeson, who hasn't done too much work today,
Richard Gleeson,
is coming back to take it. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41. His initial burst was a bit expensive, was better in his stint after lunch, and now comes back to take the second new ball. Onion's the obvious candidate to take it from this Wantage Road end. 2 for 35 for him today. Mahmood, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 56. Has been a bit expensive. So a crucial period in the day. It's been Northampton's day until now, but everything can change in this last hour and a bit. So Gleeson with 2 slips with a new ball in hand from the far end. Bowls to Bavuma outside the off stump, immediately cut for 4. A bit of width on offer, and Bavuma has steered it away past backward point and down to the groundsman's shed, away to our right hand side for a boundary. It's back of a length, bit of width on offer. That was nicely steered away towards wrapped up concession stand over there. So Bavuma now goes to 85 to 7-6 for 4. In fact, just looking up to see if it definitely is the new ball taken. It may not be here. I think Gleeson may be just getting a warm up with the old ball. Comes in again. Bavuma forward to push just wide of cover. Sharp single attempt and they get home. Excellent cricket from Temba Bavuma. Little nudge and go. And they get through with the run. 2-7-7 for 4. Rossington resumes the strike on 46. Bavuma now has 86. And well, it was the old ball, but it's only lasted 3 deliveries. And now the new cherry is with Richard Gleeson at 2-7-7 for 4. So he just wanted a little warm-up with the old ball first. And now has the new ball in hand for definite. And it's going to send in an extra catcher. 3 slips go in. Deep square comes up to save the single as well. There's a point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and long leg. So Gleeson now with the new ball. Ball's right arm over. And this climbs immediately outside the off stump. And Rossington lets it go through.
Well, this for Lancashire's got to work, hasn't it now? This little new ball period, they've taken it straight away. So there's not kind of any hesitation about maybe trying to keep it nice and fresh and use it tonight and then first thing tomorrow morning. They're going to have 16 overs with this new ball today. And they'll be hoping that something similar happens in the morning, that the ball this occasion doesn't beat the bat.
Gleeson again outside the off stump, started it way too wide for Rossington to consider playing. He nipped away and he paid no attention as he went through to Vias behind the stumps.
He did all sorts this morning, didn't it? But I mean, the pitch is different, I appreciate that. It's 80 overs old. It's not quite as fresh as it was first thing this morning, but yeah, Lancashire need this new ball to work. Crucially for Northamptonshire, these two are still there. They got through that period of Parry and Bohannon, so they're two well-set batsmen to face it.
Gleeson again, past the umpire again, just outside the off stump, but too wide for Rossington to consider playing, and he allows it to pass through. Yeah, it can be a very tricky period, that time from 70 to 80 overs, where the batsmen don't quite know where to go, because instinct, I think, is to cash in before the second new ball. Let's try and score some decent runs. So which Northants have done, to be fair. I mean, they've flicked the bowling along 42 runs in the last 10 overs. So they've done really well there. But if you do get out before the second new ball, it can open and end up. As Gleeson is in, driven away by Rossington. Flashing edge back at the point for a boundary. Well, that was loose. But it's a boundary, and it brings Rossington 50. A flashing edge in the air, backward of point. Latest little slice of luck for Northamptonshire. But so far, it's been their day. And Rossington brings up 50. 2-8-1 for 4.
Yeah, they did. I mean, not only did they survive that period where Lancashire were trying to eat up some overs and get to the new ball, they did tickle over nicely, going at over 4 and over in that 10 over period. Parry and Bohannon in combination, not too many alarms. In fact, I can't really think of any. So actually, it was quite a nice little session, almost a bit of a net for Bavuma and for Rossington. And they think, right, we're going to have to switch back on now, because this is where it kind of gets a little bit serious in this final part of the final session on the first day with the new ball. So if anything, yeah, it's perfectly kind of put together by Northamptonshire to have these two nicely set, having got through that period, ticked along pretty well, edging up towards what they got up to and then beyond the 250. And now to try and deal with the threat of Onions, who has had a chance to blow a few cobwebs away out on the edge of the boundary rope, and he comes back into the attack with the new ball.
Umpire's just got together there to immediately have a little look at the new ball. I think a little bit of the seam had just been dislodged as the ball hammered into the advertising hoardings to our right. And I think some remedial work was needed with the scissors of David Milnes.
Yes.
But it's Onions returning from the Wantage Road end. The pick of the bowlers today for Lancashire. He's going to have 3 slips in place with Bavuma, 14 away here from a maiden century in county cricket. It's been a bit of a wait so far. This is 7th match of an 8-game stint. Just 1 half century before this. Could today be the day. But as I said before, he's going to have to do it the hard way against the second new ball now. So 3 slips point, more of an orthodox cover rather than extra. Then mid-off, mid-on, and 2 back on the leg side, deep square and long leg. Onions it is. Outside the off stump he goes on a decent length, and Bavuma rocks forward and allows it to pass through behind the stumps. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 35 for Graham Onions today. And judging by some of his reactions earlier on, feels he might have had 1 or 2 more.
I think that's safe to assume, especially the Bavuma LBW, where he didn't play a shot. And yeah, I think Graham Onions felt that he was on the wrong end of that.
Away goes Onions again, short sleeve shirt, and driven away imperiously over extra cover, all the way for 6. What an incredible shot that is from Temba Bavuma. A full of length delivery just outside the off stump, and he's check-driven it up and over extra cover, and it's carried the boundary towards the block of white seats away to our left-hand side for a maximum. That is extraordinary. 287 for 4.
It's an outrageous shot. I mean, that's an absolutely outrageous shot from Bavuma. He's got no right to hit that. To hit that where he hit it and how he hit it. Crikey. Just Graham Onion stood at the top of him at the end of his follow through and kind of looked back down the pitch. Said, well, what am I supposed to do about that? That's a ridiculous shot.
That was remarkable. He's now got 92, Bavuma. And he waits for innings again. It bowls down the leg side. Bavuma tries to flick it away and misses. And Villas goes to his left to take it. Well, had Rossington played the shot, had Matt Coles played the shot, had one of the tail enders had a dip and smashed it over extra cover, you could maybe say fair enough, but Bavuma here, moving towards a century, second over at the second new ball, has lifted one of the leading bowlers in county cricket over extra cover for 6. Tries again, Onions brings one back, strikes the body, flies behind the stumps. Onions had a hand in the air as if he was through, but not to be again. Too high for any kind of LBW appeal that never got going, but there was no edge either.
Nope.
Definitely nipped back that from Onions.
Did, yeah, it's a terrific comeback ball, wasn't it? I mean, just been smacked for 6 through extra cover, the most outrageous shot you'll see in this in this season, perhaps.
Oh, definitely all season. 287 for 4. Onions slightly wider here, back of length, chopped away from Bavuma, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. Looks as if Chris Sanders, the 12th man, is back on there at point. No name or number on the back of his shirt. So someone has just popped off for a break.
I presume it's Bohannon. Yeah, it's Bohannon. I can't see him out there.
Onions to complete the over, and Bavuma again goes
What?
up and over
What?
extra cover. What a shot that is once more. It's 6 more. Can you believe it? Graham Onions with the second new ball has sent down 2 very respectable deliveries just outside the off stump, and twice Bavuma has gone up and over extra cover all the way for 6. Madness. 293 for 4, and Bavuma is 98.
Not only did he do it once, he's going to do it again in the same over. That's the most extraordinary hitting from Bavuma. And as you describe, Alex, then on commentary, it's an absolutely perfectly received delivery from Onions with a brand new ball who's got 30 odd wickets this season, and Bavuma's had the absolute cheek
Well, it is, isn't it?
to smack
It
him
is.
over extra cover for 6 twice.
I don't care how many test wickets you've taken, mate. Boom. Oh, goodness.
In fact, the second one was probably better than the first.
It was, yeah. So 293 for 4, and Gleeson to Rossington. Rossington drives. Bowler gets a hand to it, diverts it down towards mid-off, and there is no run. So Temba Bavuma taking no chances in recognising that the second new ball, there may be one with his name on it, has decided to just take matters into his own hands and to hit 2 6s over extra cover. I don't think I've seen anything like that before. Gleeson in outside the off stump, full length, and Rossington bends forward and allows it to pass through. He's got 50 here, Adam Rossington, extending his pretty good season with the bat. His 5th time past 50 as well. Can this pair steer Northants through the second new ball? They've had a really good day thus far, and if they can win this final hour, it'll be a dream day, really, having been sent in. Gleeson 2 slips in a gully just outside the off stump. Rossington shoulders arms, goes through to Vias at hip height, just to his left hand side. Suddenly 7 runs away from a third batting bonus point, Northants, and still with plenty in the shed.
Yeah, power to come, isn't there? Not just Proctor. We mentioned, Hutton, Coles. Goodness me, there's a bit to come there. Buck can give it a bit of a bash too, can't he?
Yeah, I think he's got 3 half-centuries this season as Gleeson bowls again outside the off-stump full length. But again, just too wide to get Rossington to play here. Hasn't quite been on it so far here, Gleeson, with the second new ball in his hand from that Wilson end. Yeah, Nathan Buck with 3 half-centuries. Scored one here against Sussex. Glamorgan, second game of the season, and then last week as well down at Hove. But so far today, a story about the small South African at the non-striker's end on 98. Waits as Rossington drives down towards mid-off, didn't really time the stroke, finds Davis, no run. 293 for 4. And all of a sudden a real sense of anticipation around Wantage Road, with Bavuma 2 away from what would be a maiden century in county cricket.
Outstanding knock this though, isn't it, by Bavuma? You know, and indeed well supported by skipper. They were having come together with a little flurry of wickets in the afternoon session.
Yeah, partnership 139 now for the 5th wicket. As Gleeson comes in again past umpire Milnes and finally forces Rossington to play, but he's helped him drive through mid-on for 4 runs. It was just too full and right in the slot for a man seeing it well, and with the man of the timing ability of Adam Rossington, and he now goes to 54 and Northants to 297 for 4.
It's a lovely shot. Nothing, I guess, more infuriating if you're a bowler and you look at Gleeson's response there than you come charging in with a new ball and you're watching the batsman drive it, you know, perfectly, almost perfectly straight back down the ground, firmly hitting it for 4. Beautiful on drive. Lovely by Rossington.
So here we go. Temba Bavuma on 98 not out. 3 slips in place. Graham Onions works on the second new ball down beneath us. 2 out on the leg side. 4 men saving the single. Onions goes in, right arm over, and Bavuma down the pitch, flicks leg side, just be a single. Worked away through square leg, out towards Parry in the deep, way to our right hand side. Very quickly there, Bavuma realised there was only one available, so trotted up the other end, taken to 99. Northants 298 for 4. Wendell's found his voice again away to our left-hand side. Now, if Adam Rossington lifts Onions over extra cover for 6, then, well, something very strange is happening. Onions in, and Rossington able to work this leg side as well. This time it runs through mid-wicket, but it'll just be a single also, because Parry able to go to his left-hand side, in off that deep mid-wicket fence to collect. And the score goes to 299 for 4. Rossington on 55. And you can sense the murmur around Wantage Road. With Temba Bavuma on 99 not out, looking for his maiden century in county cricket. Onions goes in from the Wantage Road, goes wide on the bowling crease. Bavuma across his stumps, flicks leg side and finds the boundary at fine leg. And Temba Bavuma has his first century for Northamptonshire. A flick of the bat, he takes his helmet off and salutes this Wantage Road ground.
100 for Temba Bavuma.
A fabulous effort by the South African international.
13 fours and 3 sixes.
And the members to our right hand side, and most of the crowd around the ground on their feet in rapturous applause to acclaim a wonderful innings here this afternoon. Bavuma 103 and Northants 303 for 4, Scott Reed.
Yes, superbly battered. First player to get a century against Lancashire this season. The highest score prior to that was Bancroft last week with an 80 yards. So fantastic effort from Bavuma.
Onions goes in again. Outside the off stump, he drives, he's aged, he's gone! And Onions has his revenge. He roars his delight, almost screams in the batsman's face. And Bavuma, the elation turns to disappointment and I'm afraid the occasion got to him there. He's tried to punch away a length ball outside the off stump and got an inside edge behind the wicket, and he's gone for 103. So a fine innings very quickly comes to an end after all the excitement, and Onions gets his man. Bavuma gone for 103. Northants 303 for 5, but here's the applause for Temba Bavuma. Punch of the gloves from Luke Proctor as he comes out to replace him. He's played well, but I have to admit that was quite naive cricket, playing that loose drive outside the off stump, an edge behind, and having got right on top, just given Lancashire a sniff.
You got a bit of a send-off, didn't you, from Graham Onions?
To be fair, he deserved a send-off. I don't think anyone will be reprimanding Onions for that send-off.
You let a bit of frustration out there, didn't he, dearie mate? Brilliant knock, wonderful by Bavuma. Yeah, that it shows how well and how much Lancashire have dominated with the ball this season, that it took until Bancroft last week to get into the 90s for Lancashire to get anywhere near like conceding a century or a batsman scoring a century against them this season. So magnificent from Boomer, great knock, and yeah, he got a really good reception as he made his way back towards the dressing room. But well, I suspect when you look back at the wicket clip of that, I suspect there'll be a lot of people in county cricket who'll be chuckling to themselves watching Onion's reaction to it, because that was a proper send-off, wasn't it?
He's toiled away all day, Onions. He has been unlucky. He has bowled well. It's definitely been the pick of the bowlers. It could have been so different for him, but he's finally got another wicket. 3 for now. Bowls to Proctor, and Proctor is forward, pushing back up towards the bowler for no run. So a fabulous partnership of 149 comes to an end. 303 for 5, and there is still very much a chance here with a new ball, only 4 overs old, for Lancashire to turn around what's been a day of struggle for them. They've got Proctor out here in poor form, hasn't got going at all his last few innings. He's made 0-0, 18, 15, 1 and 7 as Onions goes in, and Proctor forward, playing down towards mid-on for no run, and ends a mixed over really that contained the celebrations for Bavuma's century, which for the record came up in 125 balls, 13 balls and 3 sixes, but also contained the wicket of the South African. He's gone for 103, and Northants 303 for 5, and we've still got 12 overs to come today.
And 2 of those 3 sixes were the most outrageous sixes as well. Onions through extra cover, but it was highly entertaining watching Bavuma bat. But I'm sure Lancashire are a little relieved to see the back of him. As Rossington, he's on 55, and he waits for Gleeson, who starts a fresh over, and he's playing and missing a slightly loose-looking shot up onto his toe, trying to cut the ball, but plays over the top of it, gathered by Villas, and there's no run. Onions 3 for 53. As Alex mentioned, probably the pick of the. Well, I think definitely the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. He has toiled away all afternoon as Onions, and probably feels like he's not got a great deal of fortune gone his way. Gleeson to Rossington, short, wide and cut, but straight to point, where it's fielded by Sanders. And there is no run. 303 for 5. 2 slips in place. Gully, point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on. There's a deep square leg, there's a fine leg as well, and there's also above us quite a thick grey cloud. Looks a little bit dull for the first time today. But quite a high cloud and not threatening, but it's quite a dark looking, gloomy one. And the sun has disappeared for a moment as Gleeson bowls to Rossington, who's playing a forward push to mid-on. And there is no run. We've got 12 or 11 overs remaining in the day's play after this one from Gleeson. So we've gone along at a really nice tempo as well today, which kind of reflected the pattern of the day's play. It's bounced and bobbled along very nicely indeed. Washington, the captain, well set on 55. Waits for Richard Gleeson, bowls at a ball which is short and wide and ignored by the Northamptonshire batsman, and through to Dame Velas, and there's no run. So as often the case, these things all happen in a flurry, don't they? You see a swashbuckling innings which sees a batsman crash his way up into the 90s after 2 ridiculous shots through extra cover for 6, get himself a century, and then almost immediately is dismissed. Some balls and Rossington leaves and taken by Villas, and there's no run, and then perhaps a little bit of a lull as a new batsman comes in and people just settle back down after the excitement of the century and the wicket. Rossington twirling his bat, and as the captain of Northamptonshire, aside from all that kind of excitement over the individual innings of Bavuma, crucial here that Northamptonshire in this good position go on and make it count.
Definitely, yeah. If they get rolled for 360, that'll be under par from where they were.
Gleeson over the wicket to Rossington, full of length on off stump and dug out by the skipper of Northants. Back down the ground, gathered by Gleeson. No run, end of the over. Yes, with Rossington there, Proctor in now, and Hutton and Goals and Buck to come. Northants will be looking at a first innings total. Should be way up towards that 400 mark. That's what they'll be aiming for. And that is good runs on the board. That is a good first innings total. That puts the side batting second under pressure to try and get somewhere near. And give Lancashire a big test. That not had too many, with great respect so far this season. They've kind of breezed their way through the division to an extent. Onions to Proctor's left, and taken by Villas, and there's no run. I mean that with any kind of disrespect, but it's just the nature in which Onions and Anderson in particular have bowled. It's just kind of wiped sides away. But if they come into bat and having to face a total of 400 on the board from the home side, well, that asks them a question, doesn't it? Gives them a bit of a challenge to work with the bat. Anyway, that's a little bit down the line, isn't it? Onions, he's got the bit between his teeth, as he has done all afternoon. Comes into Proctor. It's off an inside edge. The ball squirts out to square leg, and there is no run. 303 for 5.
But yeah, it's the game situation, the match situation. You've always got to think about the bigger picture, don't you? And it's always the very best players that turn 100 into 150. And the sides that turn 280 for 4 to 450 all out.
Onions bowls, wide ball left by Proctor through to the keeper, and there is no run. I'll be back in a moment or two.
Northampton's got a great chance here if they can play well here against the second new ball to go on and make 400 plus, and a chance to try and dictate terms, and as Scott says, put Lancashire order, particularly a top order who have struggled this season, under some real pressure. It's a good position. It's not a great position yet. As Onions is into the left-handed Proctor, who's in his crease, just running one out towards point. And there is no run. So Bavuma 103. First century for him in county cricket. And what entertainment he's provided this afternoon, really. A swashbuckling effort in the end. It's his 13th first-class century. As Onions steps into Proctor again, goes full and outside his off stump, and Proctor is shouldering arms, and it's through behind the wicket. Scores elsewhere. Embarrassment for England at Canterbury today. They were chasing 270 to beat Australia in the third women's ODI, and they were fired out for just 75 to lose by 194. So the series score in that women's Ashes, the multi-format series, Australia 6, England 0. As Onions is into Proctor, works this into mid-wicket, wants a single. Rossington was slow to set off, but gets himself home, and Proctor is off the mark. He was just a little slow to set off there, Rossington. There was a comfortable single available. Proctor was certainly home quickly, and he is off the mark. And Northampton's got a 3.04 for 5. So England now are faced with having to win all the remaining matches in the Ashes, the Test match and 3 T20s, to regain the women's urn. Embarrassment today at Canterbury. In the Championship, Warwickshire 149 for 2, replying to Hampshire's 5-3-9 at the Aegeus Bowl, a game that started yesterday. So a lot of work for Warwickshire to save that game. Yorkshire at 208 all out, and Essex replying well so far with 91 for 2 at Chelmsford. Taunton, Somerset going really well now. They're 2-7-3 for 6 against Notts. They were 6 down relatively cheaply earlier on today, but that 7th wicket partnership has now added 128 to move Somerset into a good position against a struggling Notts side there. As Gleeson is into Proctor, full outside the off stump. That was a puff of dust as the ball hit one of the footholds. Went very low through to Villas. He was down on the ground once again, scrambling by his bootlaces to take that. And at the Oval, Surrey 187 for 4 against Kent. A game that started late but now well underway, and Surrey probably just about on top. Leicestershire very much on top at Grace Road. Durham made only 117, having won the toss, as Gleeson goes in, and forward is Proctor in defence to backward point. The 12th man, Sanders, is there to collect. There's no run. And Leicestershire responding with 91 for 3. So getting on terms there, but still plenty of wickets in hand. March and Taylor School, Middlesex are grinding out a little further in their first innings there. They're now 171 for 9, but the 10th wicket pair have added a few runs. Only a few runs, but some to just make a little more progress into the evening session. As Gleeson comes in again, and Proctor whips this quite straight ball, gets it past mid-wickets here. And there's a chase on for Davis out to the mid-wicket boundary to our right. They turn, and they don't come back for 3, actually. Thought 3 was available, but it was a good scramble by Alex Davis out towards the nets, away to our right-hand side. So Proctor goes to 3, 306 for 5, Northamptonshire. And at Kidderminster, goodness gracious, this game has moved on apace.
Oh.
Worcestershire bowl up for 108.
Yes.
Derbyshire bowl up for 108.
Right.
And Worcestershire are 77 for 8 in reply.
Crikey.
So 18 wickets in the day. As in comes Gleeson again, just outside the off stump. A good length ball that was left rather on length there by Proctor. It did swing back, but would have gone over a 4th stump. And they're also playing Arundel, delayed start. Sussex, surprisingly, batting first. I thought Australia were able to bat it first there, but they had a proper toss. Sussex batting first, 84 for 2 there against Australia A, who were here at Northampton last month for a 50 overs match.
Very nice. Were you here?
I wasn't, no.
Oh.
I was away.
Right.
Gleeson in with 3 slips, and Proctor gets a straight delivery to work away to parry at mid-wicket with his very bright yellow shades perched atop his cap there, away to our right. 306 for 5. You would think, looking towards the sun, he would want his shades on, because the sun could pop up from behind a cloud any moment today. But not so. Parry there, did a lot of work mid-afternoon. Did a reasonable job. Picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos. As Gleeson charges in again, brings Proctor forward in careful defence, plays out towards backward point. Sanders is there, and there is no run to end the over. 306 for 5 then, with 9 overs to come in the day. And the hobbling Bohannon is back. I mean, you feel for this fella today, because all credit to him, he is carrying on, but he's looked so uncomfortable.
Yeah, Hamid just going off, and Lancashire already got the 12th man out there, so he's hobbling back on for a period of time. He's behind him. I mean, he actually probably bowled more overs than I thought he was going to do. I mean, they managed to patch him up quite literally, and he got through 12 and did all right. Under the circumstances, got it just under 3 and over off not quite off one leg, but not far off with his knee strapped up. He did a decent job with that older ball, but he's hobbled back on, hasn't he? Here comes Onions, who's... Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Balls to Proctor, and that beats him. That's a terrific looking delivery from Onions. I mean, it's just enough in that, isn't there, from Onions, that shape and drift in towards the batsman. That's just a little bit of nibble, brings him forward, that length that gets the batsman to the front foot, and then just a little nip away. Goodness me, that was a beautiful ball by Onions. Terrific stuff from Lancashire bowler. He's got a couple to come back in as well, so watch out for that one, Proctor. He's had a couple coming back in today. That's driven, that's 4. Pushed a little over pitch from Onions, slapped away off the front foot by Proctor out towards the deep point boundary, and that's a pretty emphatic way to add 4 more runs to his total. Correction, it was Rossington, I do apologise. He moves to 59, and score moves on to 310 for 5. Rossington to 59. There's Onions comes into Rossington, but just angle onto his pads and glance down towards the deep backward square leg boundary. But good combination of work out in the distance by Gleeson and by Parry to stop the ball reaching the boundary. It's good by Lancashire as well, and what's been a largely, I would suspect, frustrating day. Still, that fielding was good there. Rossington to 61 now, 312 for 5. Onions drags his sleeve up above his right shoulder, comes bouncing back in once more. Balls to Rossington, who's able just to jab it into the onside. It was shoveled through mid-wicket. Comes back and adds 2 to his total again. 63 to him now, 314 for 5. Onions 3 for 62. With 8 overs remaining in the day's play following this one from Onions. And he decides to bring out third slip. Block that route at mid-wicket, just where Rossington had manoeuvred the ball to just a moment or two ago. So Jones now settling in at mid-wicket, 2 slips in place. Graham Onions for Lancashire. Bowling to Adam Rossington of Northamptonshire. And he's watchful and leaving a ball just a fraction wide of off stump and through to the keeper. Villas, who takes it and then removes his cap. Dane Villas slides it back on. He's been in the game from the very first over or two as Villas, with the ball leaping to all parts, taking off with big lift, taking ones at shoulder height, above head height, ones that have veered down the leg side, gone wide through the off. The ball did plenty this morning, keeping the keeper in the game. Onions bowls to Rossington, that's come off an edge, down to third man. That'll be 4 more runs. Onions kind of buries his chin into his chest there, and his shoulders droop a little lower as he finds the edge, but down into the ground and down to the third man boundary for 4 more runs. Adam Rossington moves to 67, 318 for 5. Proctor's unbeaten on 3. It's the Specsavers County Championship Division 2 fixture between Northamptonshire and Lancashire via the BBC Sport website and app, and via BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequency on 855. Got Richard Gleeson at the Len Wilson Centre, the indoor centre of the ground, white building, glass front, white seats in front, probably 3 or 4 rows of white seats. Little sun trap there for a few spectators who have been basking in the sunshine today. For the moment, the cloud has just drifted across once more. Gleeson bowls to Proctor, who leaves the ball, gathered by Villas, no run. He's still got this slightly unorthodox approach to batting where he kind of crouches in quite low, Proctor, with his knees bent, and he almost dips a little lower before springing up. That's his own unique way of of bowling, almost like he's off the wrong foot when he bowls, and A little crab-like in the crease when he bats as well. But highly productive cricketer. Buck into... sorry, Gleeson into Proctor. Left, gathered by Villas. Plenty of chatter amongst the Lancashire players. Rob Jones clapping away at second slip. Bohannon is hobbled up to third slip. Croft at first. Proctor twirls his bat around. I know these boys, or most of these boys, very well, having spent a long time at Lancashire. It's onto the front foot this time. Pushes firmly to the right of mid-off. And he gets 1 run. Moves to 4. Score to 319 for 5. Gets Rossington back on strike. Mahmood is sprinting now in front of us from fine leg to fine leg. Left hand, right hand combination out in the middle. Back with the right hander, Rossington. Got a big gap through the onside. With that deep square leg and a fine leg, but mid wicket's open. Anything straight or onto the leg stump. Rossington's got a chance to get runs. That is onto the leg stump, and he does get runs. Just the one for it. Flicked out through square leg. Square leg umpire jumps out the way of that. Good reactions. Rossington takes another run on his total. He moves to 68. 320 for 5. Proctor comes back on strike. Gleeson starts. It's another approach in towards us. In familiar surroundings at Wanties Road. Richard Gleeson. Proctor forward. It's come off an inside edge. There's a few oohs and ahs as a result of that. Proctor's turned and added 2 to his score. Driving off a thick inside edge. The ball deviates down to backward square. Mahmood comes up from fine leg to field. 322 for 5. Proctor moves to 6. Batting with his short sleeves on. He's got his short sleeve jumper on as Proctor. Just see the tattoo on his right forearm. Actually, it's more just below the shoulder, isn't it? Almost down towards his elbow. See that poking through his sleeves of his shirt. There's Gleeson to Proctor, up onto those toes again. Able to flick it down to fine leg. Mahmood comes up to field. That's the end of Gleeson's over, so he's ball 17 now. 1 for 61. His figures, 323 for 5. Proctor 7. Rossington on 68. And looks like Graham Onion's spell with a new ball has come to an end. Indeed it has. So he's bowled 19 overs. He's probably done for the day. What have we got left? 7. Yep, you think he's done for the day.
Yeah, 5 overs there for Gleeson with a second new ball. Wicket today of Richard Levy, who drove him to point. But it's just been a little wayward, I think, Richard Gleeson. I think he's sort of summed up the Lancashire attack. They just haven't quite been as insistent as you would like to hope.
Yeah, a day that could have easily gone differently. But a game of small margins, these things do happen. Onions 3 for 66 from his 19 overs. For Saqib Mahmood replaces Graham Onions. And he has Luke Proctor on strike. Mahmood comes right on over the wicket and bowls to Proctor, who leaves the ball and then rehearses a cut shot, which he wasn't tempted at playing and perhaps getting wrong. Content to leave. Keaton Jennings at square leg is in deep conversation with the umpire there. He's turned around, got his arms folded as the umpire, and Keaton Jennings has his hands behind his back, and they're in a real old natter. He's finding different people to talk to today, Keaton Jennings. I've been normally just stood next to Dane Villas. Mahmood bowls left by Proctor through to Villas. No, he's probably quite pleased at have someone else to chat to throughout the course of the day. He's natter to a few other Northamptonshire supporters when he's been out in the deep, and now he's got the chance to have a talk to the umpire. Not feeling it slip because he was taken to hospital for a little check-up on his finger last week. He picked up a finger injury in the game against Durham at Semper School. He was feeling in the slip, and one that caught him on the finger. We think it may have been dislocated and popped back in.
Ouch.
There's Mahmood ball's full of length but wide, and it pitches and then just shoots through to Villas, who's back on his knees again to take it in front of first slip. And no run. So his fingers are being protected. Davis likewise. You can see in his left hand, Davis, who picked up an injury in the first game of the season, his forefinger on his left hand is still quite heavily strapped. He missed he missed the entire one-day cup campaign because of that injury. It's another one that's carrying a delicate digit. Mahmood balls. Proctor just playing down into the ground, stopped by Hamid at Gully. And there's no run. 3:23 for 5. Proctor 7, Rossington on 68. Coming towards the end of the first day with a good first day. Game has bounced along at a good tempo. And pretty quickly as well, we won't be too far away from finishing on time. Helped by 24 overs of Stephen Parry, mind you. And Bannon gets through him pretty quickly, ball 12. There's Mahmood again to Proctor. Once more angled across the left-hander and left by Luke Proctor. Taken by Villas. No run. Mahmood wandering back to his mark. This will be his last county championship game of this particular spell, because he won't feature next week against Sussex away with the England Lions. And then of course we'll break for the T20 competition, don't we? That's back with us. And during the lunch interval and the tea interval, they're advertising reduced tickets to watch the game between Lancashire and Northamptonshire here in the T20. Squared up is Proctor, going to work it leg side. The ball disappears out to extra cover off a leading edge. And there's no run. End of the over. 323 for 5. Rossington on 68, Proctor on 7. Yes, I noticed at tea and at lunch saying if you're here today and you fancied coming back for a T20 match against Lancashire, then today you could get a discounted ticket for that T20 match in a few weeks' time. Gleeson standing and waiting patiently at the top of his mark. Rossington gets himself set. 3 slits behind him. Gleeson's in bowling and left by Rossington. Ball just shapes back in as it moves past the stumps and gathered by the keeper. No run. If you've missed the action elsewhere today, the game which catches your eye, or the result at least, is a rather humiliating defeat for England today. This is the third one-day international at Canterbury. Australia women against England women. Well, the Aussies winning by 194 runs in that one-day international. Australia made 269 for 7 and then bowled England out for 75. Play some balls. Good carry again through to the keeper, but it's a wide ball and left by Rossington. No run. Which means that in this multi-format point system, England will have to win the Test match against Australia and the 3 T20 games as well. Otherwise, the Ashes belong to Australia. Game taking place in Canterbury. Gleeson in balls. Rossington forward, just jabbing it into the offside. No run. And it seems like the first time for months we've not had a World Cup match. We've now got a couple of days, haven't we, without any World Cup cricket.
Breathe again.
Radio Manchester are about to join me for an update. Can I just do it from this kit?
Of course you can,
Thank you very much. Save me trying to get across to my equipment in time. 3-2-3 for 5. Yeah, a couple of days now without a World Cup fixture. There's Buck balls and Gleeson balls, and Rossington's forward in defence up to mid-off, no run. 45 games across the round-robin fixtures, and everyone playing each other once. 45 games to get to the semi-final stage. And to be up until probably the last couple of games, we've not been entirely certain of the top four. And even yesterday, with Gleeson balls to Rossington. Oh, that's a good looking shot on his back foot, swatted through the onside. 4 runs. What a lovely shot. Pulls the ball from outside off stump through deep mid wicket for 4. And loose to 72. Coming towards the end of the first day here. In fact, we've got 5 overs remaining in the day's play, and Northamptonshire are 327 for 5. Adam Rossington is unbeaten on 72. Luke Proctor on 7. Lancashire picking up 5 wickets, including that of Temba Bavuma, the South African, who made 103, the first player to score a century against Lancashire this season, eventually being undone by Graham Onions, who's picked up 3 wickets today. So coming towards the end of the first day, Northants batting first, 327 for 5. As that over's concluded, with Rossington playing a little defensive push into the offside for no runs. 5 to go. 327 for 5. Rossington 72. Proctor unbeaten on 7.
So how many did Cameron Bancroft end up with last week at...
Unbeaten on 92.
Oh, right.
They decided to shake hands at almost 6 o'clock with Bancroft 92 not out. And that was the highest score by any batsman against Lancashire this season, going back to a game at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire when Miles Hammond got 82. There's that Mahmood bowling to Proctor, who's almost chopped back onto his stumps there. He's kind of got half forward and really non-committal into that shot, and the ball could easily have rolled back onto his stumps.
Well, that sums up Northants' day, really, doesn't it? Little moments have definitely gone for them. You obviously earn your own luck by playing well, but you do need those little moments to drop for you, and that quite literally has dropped for Northants. Proctor just in his crease with a lackadaisical defensive stroke. Really, the ball landed on the footholds and then spun viciously back towards the stumps and just past his leg stump.
3-2-7 for 5. Mahmood balls. Oh, that's a good ball. And Proctor again playing, and has to play really. The ball just pitching kind of middle and off and just moving away. Well, he's had a little bit of good fortune as Proctor. He didn't drag one back onto his stumps, and then the very next ball he gets one that Mahmood is able just to take away. Can Proctor and Rossington get Northants to stumps 5 down? They've been in a good position to go again tomorrow if they can. On that's a good ball from Mahmood again at Proctor. In the end, just edges down in front of first slip. We bounced 3 or 4 yards in front of Croft at first slip. Just the last couple of deliveries, the ball's just starting to go a little bit here. A little bit of movement through the air, and then Mahmood's able to get a couple to pitch away off the seam as well. Good stuff by Mahmood at the tail end of the day. 2 slips there. Gully in position, eagerly anticipating anything that might just come off the edge of the bat. Mahmood over the wicket and bowls. Yeah, just a little bit swaying through the air. Proctor moves forward and turns it back down the ground, gathered by Mahmood off his own bowling. And there is no run. 327 for 5. 7 to Proctor. I feel as though his mind is firmly set on tomorrow, making sure he's there to start in the morning. And the captain is 72 not out. Mahmood, a little shuffle at the start of his approach, and gains a bit of rhythm and momentum as he comes in and bowls, and Proctor's happy to leave one that's angled across him. Gathered by Villas, takes it in front of first slip. and there is no run. Yes, we mentioned that one-day international at Canterbury. Emphatic win for Australia. World Cup taking a break for a couple of days with that first semi-final at Old Trafford on Tuesday between Australia and New Zealand. And then, correction, between India and New Zealand. And then England against Australia on the Thursday at Edgbaston. So that's a little bit later in the week. Back to the World Cup. Move balls, propped her forward. Steering it out to point, no run. End of the over, 4 left, 3-2-7 for 5. So while that all takes a little breather for the time being, the county championship still very much in full swing. Games elsewhere today in Division 2. As Alex mentioned before, it's been lively at Kidderminster, when Derbyshire were bowled out for 108, and Worcestershire in reply are 105 for 8, going towards the end of the first day there. 2 other games in Division 2, aside from this fixture here. Middlesex up against Gloucestershire. Middlesex bowled out for 172. Gleeson comes in, bowls down the leg side, taken by Villas, no run. This game taking place at Merchant Taylor School. Middlesex 172 all out. Gloucestershire have just started their reply, so 6 without loss. In Leicester, Durham bowled out for 117. And Leicestershire in reply 105 for 4. All those games coming towards the end of the first day, and there's a good complement of games in Division 1 of the County Championship as well. Gleeson to Rossington, who's forward, driving, but to mid-off, and there's no run. And Hampshire against Warwickshire. Hampshire 539 all out. Match is at the Aegeus Bowl, isn't it, in Southampton. The World Cup commitments are finished now. So Hampshire back on their home ground. 539 all out. And Warwickshire in reply 168 for 2. At Chelmsford, Yorkshire are taking on Essex this week. Gleeson over the wicket, balls to Rossington, who's back and across and defending into the offside, no run. Yorkshire bowled out for 208 against an Essex side who have picked up some momentum, a couple of wins, and very much looking to try and see if they can haul in Somerset at the top of Division 1. Well, they bowled Yorkshire out for 208 today. Simon Harmer picking up 5 wickets, 2 for Siddle, 2 for Porter. Yorkshire 208 all out. Essex 117 for 3. And Gleeson moves in and balls to Rossington, full and off stump, and he does well to dig that out. Just jabs his bat down, squirts up to mid-off, no run. Alistair Cook made 27. Tom Wesley's unbeaten on 47, so Essex 117 for 3, trailed by 91 runs. Somerset are taking on Nottinghamshire, so it's top against bottom in Taunton. Leaders Somerset 297 for 8. There's Gleeson with 3 slips waiting. Rossington on 72. He's just defending back down the ground, and there's no run. Stephen Davis made 74. Dominic Bess back with Somerset after a brief spell with Yorkshire. Made a half century, made 51. James Hildreth 44. 4 wickets for Luke Wood. Again, he's back with Notts after a lone spell with Worcestershire. Somerset 297 all out. And finally at the Oval, Surrey are up against Kent, with Surrey 202 for 5. Rory Burns made 30. Leaves some balls, but down leg side and taken by Villas. End of the over, 3 to go. 327 for 5. So Burns with a 30, Dean Elgar with a 63, Sam Curran 43. Surrey 203 for 5 against Kent. All those games available via the BBC Sport website and app, with running commentary and updates from all around the grounds and from the reporters at those games via that BBC Sport website and app. There'll be a detailed reaction to that England defeat, that absolute hammering by Australia, and plenty of stuff to preview the 2 World Cup games. The first one on Tuesday and the second one on Thursday. And that's cricket page of the BBC Sport website. Mahmood over the wicket, bowls. A little waft of the bat by Proctor, but speared in again down the leg side, and guess who? Vilas on his backside once more, tumbling to his right hand side to stop the ball, and there is no run. Well, in that tour game, by the way, Sussex against Australia A, taking place at Hove. Luke Wells and Laurie Evans are currently batting for Sussex, 102 for 2. Mahmood to Proctor. It's wide, full of length, wide, and again it pitches and just shoots through, barely shin height. To Vilas, who's having flung himself down to his right hand side, one delivery. He's now leaping to his left in the next delivery. I think he'd be wanting a nice lie down in a very dark room tonight, Dave Vilas. And maybe a bit of a rub down by the physio. Dearie me, he must be stiff as a board when he wakes up in the morning. Mahmood into Proctor, who gets nicely in behind and defends to mid-wicket. No run, 3-2-7 for 5. Chopper made a 30 there for Sussex. Australia team includes Marcus Harris, Travis Head, Joe Burns, who was with Lancashire, then returned to Australia for sort of personal reasons. And Tim Payne captains that side, James Patterson, Jackson Bird, Josh Hazelwood. Moving over the wicket, turned off the pads by Proctor. Backward of square on the leg side where Jennings fields. Proctor moves to 8. Score up to 328 for 5. Tour match as Australia A. Preparation starting for the Ashes in less than a month's time. And if you missed the news earlier today that James Anderson was already ruled out of this game and has been ruled out of next week's match against Sussex, so he won't play again for Lancashire before the Test series starts. He has to give it its correct description. As Mahmood balls to Rossington, who's just punching to mid on, no run. He has, and I quote, a low-grade calf muscle tear. So he is being assessed ahead of that Test match against Ireland that they play before the Ashes series start. And will be assessed ahead of the forthcoming Ashes. But it's a little unclear just how extreme or how sinister a low-grade calf muscle tear is. The fact it's low-grade is good, but the fact it's a tear, obviously not.
Didn't Jason Roy have a low-grade muscle tear of his hamstring?
Well, if he did...
And that took about a fortnight.
It did. Well, hopefully then. That means that Jimmy might be all right for the first Ashes Test match.
Yeah, I think they start at 1 and go to 4 muscle tears. 1 is just I would imagine what Anderson has, a low-grade muscle tear. 4 is a complete rupture. Often needs surgery to repair.
You see the fact that they've not put a number on it, as Mahmood comes in to Rossington, who's forward and punching to mid off, no run. We know it's at the lower end of the scale, but we don't know if it's a 1 or if it's a 2.
Could be 2. Maybe it's borderline.
It could be borderline.
Maybe it's 1 borderline 2, or it could be 2 borderline 1, which is slightly more serious, isn't it?
Oh dear. End of the over, 2 to go tonight. 328 for 5.
What a day Northants have had here. I think everybody around the ground, those Northants members in would have been, and those Northants supporters tuning in to us as well, would have been really fearing for their side when they were sent in this morning on a fresh wicket, when they know what happens here at Northampton. First thing, the ball does a bit with the new ball, and batting is extremely tricky. But to get not just through the period, but to make some really good runs throughout the afternoon, be in a position at the back end of day 1 where they're thinking about coming back on day 2 with a chance to really go on, and if they win the morning session, then they'll be in a fantastic position in the game. Beyond the ambitions, I think, of all Northants followers, definitely, against this attack. So 2 overs to go in the day, and it's Gleeson from the Wilson end coming into Proctor, the left-hander, and Proctor, well, goodness, he ducked into that and was struck somewhere, and the ball ran away towards point. That was most unusual, banged in. A thought from Gleeson. Proctor was trying to get out of the way of it and was struck somewhere. A brief appeal went up, but it would have been much too high, and the ball ran away towards point, and Hamid came up from gully, in fact, to collect. 3-2-8 for 5. Rossington still there on 72. He's played a quiet but really effective hand this afternoon, Rossington. It's been a tremendous captain's innings, it must be said. Gleeson again to Proctor. Proctor trying to get forward. Almost got outsider as he pushed down towards Mahmood at mid-on. And there's no run.
I agree. Yeah, his support with Bavuma was excellent. The way they both settled things down after Lancashire picked up 3 quick wickets after lunch, and that could easily have gone the other way. Lancashire could have gone on having got 3 quick ones, make it 4 and 5, and then Northampton are right up against it. But just nice and calm approach from Rossington. He allowed Bavuma just to do his own thing, and he provided excellent support. Did the Northants captain.
72 from 142 balls, Rossington. As Gleeson comes in again, bangs one in just outside the off stump, and Proctor lets it go through to Villas. So earlier today, first thing, Northants did lose a cheap one. Newton went for 11, playing a loose driver Onions in the 12th over. But then that stand between Vasconcelos, who made 77, and Levy, who made 38, took the score to 1-3-4 for 1. Then the collapse mid-afternoon, when Keogh also fell for 6. Like you say, the day was in the balance, very much so, but Bavuma's 103 and the swashbuckling run to a century was quite thrilling, and the loudest cheer in Northampton since the end of the rugby season.
Was it a good season?
It was actually, yeah. Round the wicket comes Gleeson now, and Proctor gets one off the thigh guard here. It just runs back at a square for a leg by. 329 for 5. It's quite some ovation for Bavuma. 2 sixes over extra cover against Graham Onions. 2 overs into the second new ball.
And he was in the 90s, wasn't he, at this point? He's facing the new ball, he's facing Onions.
It was on 86 when the new ball was taken, and he's gone doosh, doosh.
Into
twice over extra cover for 6.
What's going on?
Sheer audacity. Flick one to fine leg and went to 103. His first century in county cricket, his 13th first-class ton, as Gleeson bowls to Rossington, who's well forward, punching back up the wicket. Gleeson gets down to field with his right hand, and there is no run. But then he got a bit carried away.
He did, yes.
And he had a drive at Onions again, an edge behind. And so he didn't quite have the last laugh, Onions, because Bavuma still scored 100, but it was revenge of sorts. And he was given a perfectly understandable, I think, send-off, was Bavuma, by Onions, who roared in his face, really, and having had one ticking off already in the day, Onions, the umpires, I don't think would have taken too kindly to it, but it was understandable. Gleeson in again, back of length, pulled away by Rossington. That'll run away for 4 more. So much time there, Rossington, to go back and pull that one away. It was a tired delivery from Gleeson, and he really snatches, well, in fact there, he threw a left hand at the stumps and knocked a bail off. So that'll go down in the umpire's notebook as well.
It's a busy notebook, this, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. You're not allowed to do that, I'm afraid, Richard. It was a poor ball, a tied one, dragged down, and Rossington wheeled around and pulled it away to the signal box for a boundary. It goes to 76, and Northants have brought up Graham Gooch with an over to go in the day. 3-3-3 for 5.
Yeah, it's a notebook that will take a lot of reading tonight.
Yeah.
When they formulate their reports. They're on to page number 25 so far of the number.
There's always a degree of empathy when it's been
indeed
quite a warm day and it hasn't gone Lancashire's way, and there have been moments that they felt where decisions should have gone in their favour and they've endured some bad luck, but you've still got your responsibilities to the game, really, to act in the right manner. 3-3-3 for 5, last over of the day. Mahmood going in to Proctor, wide of the off stump. Proctor lets it go and Villas dives away to his left-hand side to take it. And there is no run. We take exactly to 6 o'clock, so what a tremendous over rate this is as well. +4 on the board to our right-hand side.
And a beautiful way to end it. Sunshine, bit of blue sky. Cracking Sunday. Lovely day and a really good day's cricket as well.
Away goes Mahmood again, past umpire Watts, and quite a straight delivery, turned away by Proctor. As far as square leg, Jennings is there, and there's no run.
You've got the sun beaming down, shadows being cast from the floodlights. One of them out to our left-hand side, just going, that shadow going right through the middle of the pitch. And that was inside the ground. I've stayed to the very end. One or two disappeared a little bit earlier on, perhaps. It was time for Sunday dinner. Disappeared about 4 o'clock.
Mahmood goes in again, past the stumps, and Proctor again gets quite a straight ball that he'll just tuck away here through mid-wicket for a single. And Proctor, battling for some form before the game, has done a pretty good job here to try and see Northamptonshire to the close, because there was still, when Bavuma got out, 12 overs to go in the day, and a tricky period against the second new ball. And I think Proctor has played quite nicely here. Only 9 so far, but steered his side almost to the close. 3 deliveries to go, 3-3-4 for 5. Deep square and long leg, out here as Mahmood is in and just outside the off stump, and Rossington back to try and force it away. Thick inside edge into the pad, just bobbles away out into the slips cordon, and there is no run. There's been a bit of movement out there all day for the bowlers really, but particularly with the new ball. And Lancashire will reflect they just haven't quite been good enough, I don't think, today. Northants have played well, enjoyed a bit of luck, but if you play well, you deserve a bit of luck. That's what Northants have had, and it's been very much their day. 3-3-4 for 5, 2 balls to go. Mahmood right arm over, and Rossington able to let a length ball just outside the off stump go harmlessly through behind the stumps. So Northants will come back in the morning, looking to try and get stuck in again and make a massive score. Only the bowlers to come, but Hutton, Coles, and Buck, certainly with ability with the bat. Sanderson's proved okay to hang around as well. Chance to take control of this game in the morning. Last ball of the day then, Mahmood going in, and Rossington struck on the pad to a ball that just nipped back, but it was too high for the appeal. The ball runs down to third slip, and that ends the first day's play here at Northampton, and an outstanding one for Northamptonshire, sent in by